Good morning, good morning, good morning. We're going to take a little trip down memory lane since some people's memories are so wrong. Good morning, what the crack? I have the stomach flu. I'm sorry to hear that. This really sucks because I did have an entirely different stream planned and I do plan on still doing that stream, but I want people to see that this has been going on for years. And you can pick a year and nothing will change. So I'm going to take you all back to 2023. 2023. And it will be interesting. Good morning. There's all my friends. Hello. Did an alert go out or because I never know. As some of us who have been here for all these years have seen. Wow, hey friend. She probably got the idea from an RO from Bevster. No, it's before her, B10. Wait till you see this, my friend. Hey, Chai. I'm going to drop the link and we'll be an open panel. I think you guys are going to find this very interesting. Although I will have to say, because a friend is getting me this one, because unfortunately, Brittany does know how to strike and she did strike this. But my friend is digging up the original. Have you ever mowed your lawn at 4 a.m.? No, I have not. Have not. I prefer more like the evening time because it does get hot and everything. But no, never. Hey Shelly, welcome. And yes, notification did go out. Thank you. I'm so happy to hear that. What do you guys think of Bryan? Oh, there you are. Hey, B Tim, hold on. What do you guys think of Bryan Kohberger taking a deal? Hey, B.
I mean, I think it's with the Bryan Kohberger case. I think that was probably the best thing he probably could have done.
I agree.
That's like a good deal for him. I don't know about the miscommunication with the DA's office with the family and the fact that they're not quite too happy that the lack of communication and the lack of input from the DA to them. That's a different story. But in the end of the day, like it's kind of funny to see a bunch of people who are like conspiracy theorists. It wasn't Bryan Kohberger, it was the cartel, and now the plea deal possibly is going through, and there's going to be what do they call allocation? Basically, he's going to explain how he did the crime and everything in open court, and it's going to make them all look like complete idiots. Those people that have been saying that he's been this grand conspiracy of multiple killers and all this stuff. Though personally, yeah, I think that's the situation.
I do too. Do you think? But don't you think it's better for the family? Or I'm so curious. I'm waiting for Steve to come out and say how he feels about it.
Realistically, like a death penalty case is a very trying situation. I mean, the best thing, this is like the second best thing you can get in a situation like this. The first best thing would be a death sentence case, like, the guy gets sentenced to death. But you have to realize that, there's so many appeals, how long that takes. It usually takes about 15 years, probably, to finally decide to get along to killing this guy. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of appealable issues. And honestly, if I was the family, I'd be kind of happy that they took a deal because this DA might have dropped the bag. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Getting a conviction is a lot tougher than you think when it comes to a jury trial.
Yeah. I was one of those people that were on the edge until I noticed that until they came out with that dateline with all that insider information. And I was like, oh wow, they had a lot more than I realized they had, which normally we should know that, right? Like, Obviously, they keep stuff up their sleeves, but I think he knew at that point too. But I thought that would go in his benefit, that they had such a major leak. I thought his attorneys would fight to be like, well, wait a minute, you just leaked all of this, completely um uh messing with the jury pool, you
Sure.
know.
I
I
mean, the deal is that they don't know where the leak came from. I think they don't know if it came from the DA's office or anything, and even the judge didn't know where the leak was. But the fact is that I think the problem is that there's just he's not a likable, defendant. He looks kind of
Right.
weird. The fact is that they have a lot of circumstantial evidence, and then if you put all that together, it's pretty much beyond a reasonable doubt. They probably had a very solid case. They had like almost 3 months. It was a pretty solid case. I don't think
Yeah.
contamination of jury pool was the main thought process. I think that was just an excuse to try to push it back as much as possible.
Oh, no
Try to,
doubt.
you know what I mean? Like they were just
Yeah.
looking for every excuse to push it back because I think this might have been her main goal was to get a deal, get a plea deal going in.
Right. I
Yeah.
didn't realize that Steve did come out and speak, and they're not happy. I had a feeling it'd be a conflicted feelings for them, like on one hand not being happy because he deserves what they agreed not to give him, but then on
Well,
the other side, it's like you get spared this horrible trial that wasn't the Gonzalez family having a hard time affording to go to the trial anyway?
yeah, but the thing is that it sounded like when I was reading that, it sounded more like there was no communications with the DA's office.
That's
That
what Caroline just said. Yeah.
they literally got an email Sunday of a possible deal, and the next day they're doing a deal. Like you know what I mean? Like that's not notice. Like honestly, yeah, the state can decide to do to make a plea, but the family should be consulted. They should have been asked, and in the end of the day, this is if they want a trial, give them a trial. If they don't want to take a deal, they don't have to take a deal. You know what I mean? You could
Yeah.
just tell them. You could be like any other lawyer that says, "Hey, you want to take this plea deal, like this plea, or you want to take this settlement?" And your client says no, then you don't. Then you continue. I just think like if they all agreed to for a trial, and the prosecutor's like, there's a chance he gets off, and this could be, the chances of him getting a death sentence is minimum. you know, and if they still want to go forward, I think they should have consulted the family. I know the state is the one that is ultimately the main person decides, but I always think like the family should have a decision in that matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. I feel like they should, but I also understand why sometimes the state just does it without them.
Yeah.
The defense asked for the plea deal. Yeah. I thought it would be a great thing because they'd be spared the trial. But I can see where for them they feel differently. That it's just
You ever see that movie Law Abiding Citizen?
yeah, great movie.
What was the main problem? What was his main crux with the prosecutor?
Oh, I don't remember that much of it. That's the one where he runs, right?
No, no, no. Law Abiding Citizen's about
Citizen.
basically citizen. Yeah, it's basically a movie about a guy, husband that is his wife is murdered and raped in front of him. His kid is killed, and the prosecutor doesn't consult him and just makes a deal with the two guys. One guy testifies against the other, gets death sentence. The other
Yeah, and
guy
then
gets
he
only
revenges on the
on
other guy, right? And ends
he
up
not only revenges on the other guy, he revenges on the judge, the prosecutor, the whole system. He hates
yeah,
the whole system.
that
And the
was a
re
great that was
and
my Gerard Butler, right?
yeah, and the
Yeah,
main
he's like
reason
the
why, and the prosecutor's like, well, that was the best deal we could, he could have gotten off, and he says, at least you would have tried if you would have prosecuted. You know what I mean? Sometimes the family appreciates the DA trying, even if like as long as if the family knows. You know what I mean?
right,
Sometimes the family just doesn't care about a deal. Sometimes it's just like, listen, I want a trial. I want this person dead.
right. Yeah, that's a good point. As a
You
victim
know?
of crime, I was told the minute my son pled with the deal in Ohio that is mandatory. Yeah,
That's what I think. Sometimes it's like, yeah, logically speaking, the chances of him this is probably the best deal. Logically, this makes sense, but you have to realize people are not logical. People are emotional. And
well, and it
sometimes the family has to, sometimes you have to consult the
process,
family. Yeah.
right? And it makes me wonder because, like Pretty and Pink just said, they were approached Friday and the family said no, no plea, but they went ahead with the plea anyway. So why even approach the family to pretend you care what they think?
Well, it's just like something that they don't have to take the family's statements into consideration in doing a
Yeah,
plea.
Here's the other thing, though, B. Tim. How many people sentenced to death actually get put to death? You know what I mean?
It's not a lot. Usually, there's
Right.
a lot of hiccups to it. Because unfortunately, some people would say fortunately, but I would say unfortunately, some of these guys stay on for like 20 years. The guy who the cult leader in Japan, the AUM guy,
Hmm.
it took him what, like 20 years for him to finally get the death sentence. He exhausted all his appeals in Japan. There's multiple people that just takes so long for them to actually do that. But yeah, I mean, I just think that the main thing is if the family was consulted and they said no, what I think the moral thing to do is to basically go to trial. But you have to realize a prosecutor's office is not only about doing what the family wants; it's about politics. It's about winning cases.
Absolutely. Yep.
And
It's
if
about
you,
winning under their belt. It's a way to save money. There's a lot of reasons they do it. Welcome, honeypots. Thank you.
yeah, you know what I mean? Like people don't realize being a prosecutor is about your wins. And if you went into trial and you lose such a big case like that, your career is over. You're done
Yeah.
for.
And you know how much, people don't think about it either. You know how much money goes into prosecuting cases? I mean,
Well,
it's expensive too. And but I'm not the family, so I can't say anything. I can't, I have no right to give my opinion on any of it. Is how they feel about it. I thought it was a good thing, but I can, you know,
Well, you have to realize they also been paying for Kohberger's defense for the past 2 years.
right.
The states has been paying for it. In the end of the day, I think Kohberger's playing games. I think
Do
this is
you?
what he wanted. Yeah, I think he wanted to basically wait till the last goddamn minute. He wanted a deal so he can basically get famous by repeating the story and being infamous. And I think he wants to be, known in jail and get interviews and stuff like that. This is a guy who wanted to be famous. He wanted to be like BTK. He just didn't get the opportunity to kill more people. I think he would have killed a lot more people if he wasn't caught. It's true that you can't get all the families to agree on all. I can't hear you, by the way, Granny. Just to let you know if you're talking. But yeah, let me see. And I just think, like, the end of the day, it's like, yeah, you're not gonna get the whole family, but I think the main thing is it seems to me just a lack of communications with the family, and that should have been never done. They should have had communications, and a lot of the points that they made in that letter was fair. Like, why was these people allowed to write a book, and yet everyone else has a gag order? Why do you have an inex? Oh, you back?
Yeah, sorry. My dang cat knows when I'm live, so she bothers me because I'll either give her food or let her out. You know what I mean? I'm sorry.
That's
And you
fine.
were on a whole roll. So I was like, I'm not going to interrupt you to be like, let me get my cat.
Oh, sometimes I don't know. Like StreamYard acts weird, so sometimes it's been acting weird for Trish. Like
Like, am
one,
I up here alone? Hello.
no, no. Sometimes like some person can't hear you for some reason on StreamYard, but everyone in the audience can hear you. So
Oh,
like,
really?
yeah, it's like the StreamYards have acting up. Like everyone on the panel can't hear each other, but yet the people in the chat can hear everyone, and it's so weird.
That's
So
so
I was like,
weird because they're charging more money and stuff. So I'm shocked that they're having those type of issues now.
shocker, charge
Oh,
more money
right.
for less service. Well, it's just
Yeah.
the American way.
I was about to say the same thing. That's the American way.
Yeah, just saying. But yeah, I mean, the facts of that case, I think the crux of it is that there's just no communications, man.
Right.
There's no communications with the family, and honestly, having an inexperienced prosecutor prosecute this case, like, what are you doing? Like, this is not someone you want. I mean, he looked like Santa Claus, basically, like the elf on the shelf, the
Over the shelf.
prosecutor. I was like, what are you doing? It's like, I honestly think if this case was prosecuted, you don't know what will come out and you don't know what the jury will do. And you can have a jury, as much as you say, oh, contamination is bad for Mr. Kohberger, it could be bad for the prosecution as well. You can get a bunch of people that believe that he's being framed on that jury and just basically jury nullification, or just they'll be like, oh, well, we don't believe he did it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? You never know with a jury. A jury can, everything you think is like damning evidence, and you're like, holy fuck, this lady is guilty, or this guy is guilty of sin. The jury could be like, nope, we don't think he's guilty.
I
Please
know.
go.
It's
And
so yeah, there's so many uncertainties.
Yeah. And you got, I mean, I kind of want to see like Lana's fucking when the guy says what he does. I want to see what Truth and Transparency is going to be like, because she's been riding hard for, he's innocent, man. It's the cartel that did it. It's the
Oh my god.
cartel. It's the tunnels. They use tunnels and parachutes and all this shit.
Always takes that loopsy psychotic take on everything.
Because it's a lot. It's, you make more money when you basically claim that the murderer is innocent, like the Adelphi killer. Like Brittany J was like, the Adelphi killer is innocent, he didn't do it.
Yeah, she
Bryan Kohberger is innocent, the defense says there's 2 separate stab wounds. It's like, yeah, I can literally pay up. Honestly, all honesty, if I was a defense attorney, I can literally pay an expert to testify an elephant mauled a person if I paid him enough money.
You know what it is though, Beaton? There's so many people that are so like anti-government, and they just want to be the opposition. You know who else used to always take the opposition side?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they know that, like, all right, I'll never get seen if I just cover it the way it is. So if I take an opposite side of majority, I'll at least get the hate views from it.
Yeah, that's basically the concept of it. You know what I mean? And honestly,
Mhm.
people like conspiracies. They
Yeah,
love the concept. They don't want a simple case of some whack job incel decided he wanted to be PTK and just broke into a house and fucked up, and basically fucked up his first crime and got caught immediately because he's an idiot. I
yo,
mean,
you ever see that movie? Copycat is an older movie. I think it's from
I've
like
seen
the
it.
90s.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he got.
they just put it back on Netflix, and I always love that movie. If nobody, if so, you've seen it. If anybody hasn't seen it, I recommend it. What do you think? Do you think he was going to try to do some shit like that? Because we know that he did. I mean, got the Bundy look to it, right? With the college students, he quoted Gacy.
Mhm.
Do you think that he would have tried to pull some shit like Copycat if he would have been more successful and gotten away with it?
I don't know. I think honestly, we don't know what he would probably have done in the future. My guess is it's kind of interesting that he decided to go with a more close and personal with a knife. That implies more of an anger, making it more personal
Hmm.
against the victims. I don't know. I mean, I don't think this was just like, oh well, he just wanted to copy a bunch of people. I think he also had some underlying rage against women, and I think his
Yeah.
primary target would have been women. And it's something, when you use a knife, it's a very personal weapon. It's a very, like, you literally stab someone and you can
Yeah.
feel them dying in your
That
hand.
and strangling, they are
Yeah.
usually there's some type of, what do they call that? It's like usually the love,
Yeah, like hatred, anger, stuff like that. It's a crime of passion usually.
crime of passion, that's what I was thinking of, yeah.
And I think he probably would have targeted more younger women. I think that would have been his demographic. I think the male in the house was an accident, an
Yeah,
unforeseen accident, because I don't think that man would have ever targeted another man. I
and
think he
then
would have
notice
just
how he how he did Ethan by cutting his, like, his, by his ankles, what is that called? Like, basically, he cut the bottom of his leg so that he couldn't walk. Like,
yeah.
he immediately took out, the strength in the man by doing that.
Yeah, well,
Disgusting.
yeah. And the facts is that I think he would have just targeted other younger women of his, like, at the same age group as the kids,
Hamstring.
you know,
Achilles,
have,
yeah.
yeah, I think he would have just targeted those, and I think he would have just kept it moving. Probably, if he probably would have waited a couple of years and then targeted again and
Oh, he
waited a
probably
couple of
would have
years.
came to PA, where he's originally from, too. Oh,
Yeah. Well, that's what he probably would have. He probably, because he knew to get out there, he probably was going to wait for the heat to die down, and then he would probably do it again when he gained up the confidence.
right. God, he's so creepy. It was
Yeah.
the back of his calves. That's what I thought it was the back of his calves, but I also thought it was like it by the ankle, the back of the ankle.
Hmm.
But I mean, Jay really covered this extremely well. So, but nonetheless, like the fact that he did that is the way you take away the strength of what he would have had.
Hmm. You think he done it before? I don't know. I mean, there's a possibility that he could have done it before, but I don't. There's no previous crimes.
Remember
Mike,
the dog that was skinned?
yeah, but that was like something else. I don't think that's related to him.
You don't think so? You don't think that was him like practicing on
Nah.
animals first or something?
No,
Yeah.
I don't. I think like
Oh, I was right. Ooh. Sorry. Take that win for a moment.
what, the taxpayer thing?
No, that what was that? What's the taxpayer thing?
Oh, someone says it's cheaper to have a person life in prison than to execute them.
Well, and you know what though? Here's the thing, and I don't think most people realize this. People on death row get treated better. They have access to better items. They have access to better food. They're literally on a better and movies and all. They make it advertised as if they're each locked in these cells and it's the scariest ward and all of that. It's not. People actually Wade Wilson wanted to be on death row because he has better access to things, and they do. It's the truth. They
And
get
he's getting
treated
beat
better.
up like constantly in jail because he's a
Yeah,
dick.
because he's such a little bitch.
You know, I mean, like people don't respect men that just murder women,
Right.
like
And
that.
brag about it, sick
Yeah,
bastard.
and also trying to be like a pretty boy in jail. Good luck. We'll see how pretty you are while you were in jail. But like
Yeah.
in the end of the day, I think Bryan, what I think Mr. Kohberger got, he wanted to be famous, but he also has a lot of underrage against women. I don't know what that's a cause of. Maybe rejection. Maybe anything
Yeah,
could be
incel.
possible. Yeah,
The incel like behaviors. I mean, even the fact that the shower selfie right after the murders. I mean, that was that it was so like and he was like that the half smile, he looked like a vampire.
yeah.
Ugh.
But yeah, I'm not really shocked that he took a deal because it sounded like his attorney was like getting ready for a conviction. Like I've never heard an attorney saying, "Well, we need to actually more time to basically prepare for an argument against the death penalty, just in case." And I'm like, "Wow, that's the real confidence in your innocence of your client." Like,
Right,
my
right.
client's so innocent, we need to prepare for a guilty verdict. I mean, like, okay, I've
After
never heard
that
any.
Dateline, I'm just there were so many things. I mean, I could see up until Dateline came out with all that information why some people were unsure
I
if
have a
they got the
question.
right guy. Yeah.
Do you think social media and date like TV is actually a negative impact for trials? Because if like
Yes.
let's compare the two things. Let's say Karen Reed and we say Kohberger, right?
Mm,
Karen Reed, people watch the Dateline thing, and some people think she's innocent because they've seen all these social media things, and the
right.
jury comes back not guilty. And this scenario, it worked against Kohberger. Everyone thinks he's guilty, and now he's like, "Let me get a deal as fast as possible."
I think it does impact, and I always said I think it impacts. It definitely taints the jury pool. It gives a public perception because before we didn't have access to all of this. We had to wait until a trial, and we're watching along with the jury as information is being given. There was no all these teams of Team Kohberger, Team Innocent, Team Guilty, because we literally had to wait till last minute like everybody else.
Yeah.
Nowadays, yeah, I do. I feel like it changed the justice system entirely.
Do you think it should be like more? Because I think, like honestly, more high profile cases should have gag orders where everyone is not allowed to talk about the case.
And you know what's
Um,
funny about that is that social media now people think they deserve more access. They want cameras in the courtroom. They demand it. They demand access to information prior. I'm kind of with you. Like I don't know if that's necessarily the way it should be.
Now, I'm not saying it should be like the federal courts where it's like literally we gotta drip dry, everything, but like because that's kind of crazy. We don't even know, like in that case with the Diddy case, we don't even know what the jury's asking. They're like, well, you know what I mean? Like I think that's kind of important, like
Yeah.
what they get a note and we don't know what the hell the note's about. We're sitting here like in the blind, what's going on? That's why they have jury select. Well, the problem with jury selection is people lie for high profile cases because you
Yeah,
get
that
paid a lot of money.
what was that case, B10, where it turned out the one juror, the redheaded lady, had lied?
I don't know. I forgot.
That was a big deal. Anybody remember what case that was? I'm thinking I don't want to think
I,
because I don't
I'm.
know who it was, but I remember it was a huge deal, and they were like, "Wait, well, you lied, she lied," and it was like headline breaking.
I mean, for instance, let's say you get on a very famous case, Granny, and this
It was
case is.
Peterson. I thought it was
Oh,
Peterson. Thank you.
Scott Peterson saying, and
Hmm.
this is a very famous case. And chances are, after you're done with this case, you're probably going to get paid 50, maybe $100,000 for an interview.
Oh yeah, I'm amping it up. What you want, baby?
Yeah, I mean, like,
You
wouldn't you
know?
just like hide the fact that you know everything about this case? Maybe it would sway how you do a conviction or not conviction based upon the interviews that you'll give.
Well, that's like the last season of You. If anybody watched that, it turned out these internet sleuths decided to orchestrate this whole lie to get into the room with the guy Joe to seek revenge, and it ended up like she landed up falling in love, whatever. But there are like super fans that would totally try to become on a jury and deny that they know anything because they want to sit through the trial. I mean, you never know. I guess there's good and bad to all of it. That's the problem, though, is that everything has to move with social media. And so far, society's not catching up to social media. You know what I mean? So they have to figure out a healthy balance. And is that everything gets put out there on the forefront and there's cameras in all the courtrooms? Or is it that everything gets shut down and we get no information? Hey, Hartley. Hey, everybody coming in. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you. Yeah, I said, I don't know. Let's get Kim for her expert opinion about Peterson. Oof. In the Pines, Java. Yeah,
Yeah,
I, if the family's upset, that's upsetting, but I don't know. I don't know what the trial would have been like.
I think probably, there's a lot of, with a trial like that, when especially for a death penalty case. I mean, I've talked to, for instance, Justice Matha, and she has two separate opinions on, how like, Justice Matha, she's in charge.
Mhm.
She won't mind me repeating this. She has two different like beyond a reasonable doubt burdens for a non-death penalty and a death penalty case.
Okay.
So some people want even more evidence when it comes to a death penalty case,
Of course.
and sometimes I think that could be a problem when you have a jury. That could be a huge issue when you have people that are, because it's a lot different to sentencing a person to jail to sentencing a person to death. You're literally sitting there and deciding this person dies today.
Right, and that's the thing. A lot of people do not agree with death penalties. A lot of people want that gone entirely.
Yeah.
So, and I'm on the other hand, I don't necessarily want it gone, but I want it executed. If we're going to sentence somebody to death, put them to death. Don't sit them on death row for 20, 30, 40 years. Actually follow through with it. We either need to harden up or we need to soften up, get rid of it altogether or make it the way it was meant to be. You don't sit on death row for 30, 40 years in the comfort of, all of that. You were put to death. I don't know which way I feel about it because it's hard to say if you commit a crime against children and an eye for an eye type of thing. But then there's also like the fact that some people are innocent sitting on death row. So do they, deserve to be put to death because they were wrongly accused? It's not an easy balance, which is why I think we're where we're at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a tough situation.
Like there was a movie about a guy who was accused of burning down his home and it killed his daughters, and he sat on death row. It was a true story.
Mm-hmm.
And he was put to death, and it turned out he was innocent. Um, so it's situations like that make people second guess their understanding of death row. But then you see somebody like Wade Wilson, who's in there collecting all this money off all these women. He's on the why do they have iPads? I mean, since when has jail become such a cozy place where they have TVs and iPads? And my kid's father used to make out like he was better off in jail than on the streets. You know what I mean? Because they had why is it so comfortable now, Jay? Why do they get access to the outside world? Like it drives
Yeah,
me
I
nuts.
think I think the reason why they do that is mainly because they are. I don't know. I think we care more about criminals sometimes than we do the victims at
Yeah,
times, and I
I
think
actually agree with that.
we're more worried about the rights of a murderer, alleged murderer, than the people that got murdered. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion.
Yeah, it's like humanity. Like it's just that's what I mean. So that's why people have a hard time with the idea of death row altogether or death sentencing. Ugh. That is why there are so many repeat offenders. Prison is no longer punishment. Well, not only that, but it's supposed to fix them, right? You're supposed to go to jail to not become institutionalized, but so many people do. And that's what's unfortunate about it. But because you're right, it's no longer a punishment to be in jail. It's more like I don't know. I mean, my kid's father became institutionalized. He'd get out of jail and he wouldn't know how to be. He wouldn't know how to act. He'd go right back in. It's the
Yeah.
same reason you put an iPad in your Tyler hand, keep them out of trouble, but they get in more trouble with it. They're like on dating. You can date prisoners. There's like dating websites. They're getting a ton of money. I mean,
Can you
ew.
hear me?
Yeah,
Now
I can
I
hear
can,
you.
AJ.
Hey, someone said in chat last night that Wade Wilson can order pizza
Oh, I
from
believe
behind him.
it.
I mean, what's that all about?
Fuck that guy.
I
think
know.
that guy. I
For
think that
real.
guy. You know, we should just establish what they did in China. You know, after you get convicted, you get to pay for the bullet, and we take
Right.
you out in the back.
Right. Oh, he's a monster too.
It should be an eye for an eye. Like the way Wade Wilson took out his victims is the way he should be taken off this earth. Like that's the way, and there shouldn't be sitting on. That's why I'm saying just get rid of death row, because all it is a cozy landing spot where they get to spend 10, 15, 20, 30 years.
Yeah, doing all those appeals. Yep.
Right,
Yeah.
doing all the appeals. They have
I
a
think
free
it's
range.
a great way to look at it, Granny. Like I at first I was shocked. I was like, oh, disappointed, about the trial and stuff. But the more that I thought about it, it's like he's got a life sentence, no appeals.
3 life sentences, right?
Right. Like he's never going to get an appeal. Like they'll never have to go back to revisit this with him. Right. It's like a lock the door and throw away the key, which is a great thing. When they sit on death row, it's appeal after appeal. And like you said, it's a little bit more luxurious, if you will.
It is.
And they're safer.
And they have access to better food. They have access to better equipment. They have access to better books. It is. They get treated better on death row.
Yeah.
But I wanted to come up real quick and I wanted to get your guys' opinion on it. This is another statement that the Gonsalves put out yesterday, but the highlighted part is what I'm interested in.
Why was the mayor commenting in a case? Why was the coroner speaking to families? Why was an officer with less than 2 years experience leading the investigation? Why was the University of Idaho involved when they declared an isolated off-campus incident? Why was the university permitted to write a book about the incident while others were silenced under an overly broad order? Yeah, that's true. And honestly, I think that's good questions.
Those are legit questions.
I would think, like, honestly, if Bryan Kohberger would have gotten a better attorney, he would have probably torn to pieces. I mean, like, let's look at Alan Jackson, very talented attorney. Fucking guy tore into pieces the early investigation. And what happened? His client got acquitted. You know what I mean? Even though they had in my opinion, overwhelming evidence against her. Why? Because he made people doubt the police. He made people doubt the evidence gathering. He made them all doubt that. And that's the situation.
That's the importance of a good attorney.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a good attorney, like, let's say, like Alan Jackson, I don't like the guy, but you can't denounce that he's not a good attorney. He's good at what he's doing. And if you have a good attorney, he could have easily torn into these. Could have been easily situations where they could have doubted the evidence. And I've seen it before. People doubt the cell phone data. People doubt the evidence collection. He probably would have looked into the officers. He probably would have looked into the coroner. He probably would have looked into all these people, and he would have fucking torn their
tore
assets.
them all apart. Yeah, for sure.
And he could have walked, and that's what people don't understand. Like, you really don't understand. Like, these are big holes that could have been very easily exploited by a defense that had enough money and enough pull to do it.
I agree.
So wait, let's break it.
Okay, go ahead.
No, you're fine.
Because
I was going to say, let's break it down by each question, right? Like, what was the first one? Why was the mayor commenting on the case? Well, why wouldn't a mayor comment on the case?
Well, because no one was supposed to be talking, right? They were under a gag order.
It was already gag ordered at that time?
I think so. Wasn't it, B. Tim?
Because I'll be honest, the person I seen speak the most was Gonsalves, was Steve.
I'll be right back.
Okay. You know what I mean? Like, that's
when the coroner spoke, like, for example, her she said it was like, she described the crime scene, but when the mayor spoke, I mean, he actually said, yeah, this was a crime of passion.
Wait, so Jay, really quick, should I change my title and thumbnail, or should we?
Oh, it's up to you.
What do you guys think in the chat? Put a 1 if we should change it and stay on this topic, or 2, keep it as is and just let the conversation carry as we will. Because I don't mind either way. I could use a break from BJ, but I want you all to see a flashback of her.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, I'd rather do this, Jay.
I just love,
I'm so tired of
guys' opinions. I don't really get an open panel too much. And
yeah, I'm tired of her, so I don't. Okay, we're All right, I know what I'm gonna do. Okay. Sorry, go ahead. So the mayor was commenting.
Okay, so the mayor commented and said it was a crime of passion early on, like in the first few days.
And he was wrong.
And well, then they came out and said there was no connection between Kohberger and the victims, right? So how
Mhm.
could it be a crime of passion if he didn't even know
Mm,
them?
right.
So there's a contradicting statement right off the bat. And where did the mayor get that information and why was he doing an interview?
Right.
Well, then the coroner did the same thing. She wasn't supposed to be talking, but she did. She let the news into her office. She talked about there being various like puncture wounds versus, you know, the different edged wounds or whatever. She described those. She also stated, this is another contradiction, that everyone was asleep in bed when they were
Right.
murdered.
And we found out that wasn't true.
And that wasn't true.
Mhm.
So maybe Garden Glitter says it was before the gag order, but it's still not what we found out in the factual documents, right?
Do
So
you
it's
think
like,
it's because they didn't know either at the moment? And to be fair, the mayor does have not necessarily a duty, but they do have a need to comfort the citizens that everything's okay. So by
yeah.
saying it was a crime of passion, it's like, okay, so it's not just a random sociopath out here. This was a personal targeted crime.
And
You're
it's
all
almost
safe.
like were they working with UI to kind of get that message out so people wouldn't, the kids wouldn't all leave.
Oh yeah, because the impact it had on the school was, I mean, absolutely.
So those
Absolutely, and
dynamics,
politics matter. I don't think people
yeah,
realize just how much politics really do truly matter.
for sure. Because if you think about it, that university keeps Moscow going, right?
Right, right,
They
that's
don't
their
really
money
have
maker.
anything. Yeah, it's
Right.
small.
No,
But
I
a crime
agree.
of passion is usually described as, someone who knew the victim and it was passionate because it was emotional, like Chris Watts. That's a crime of passion,
Right.
meaning it was emotional. They had an emotional connection or something, but I don't know. So that's wild, right? And then we have, hold on, where's the other question? Oh, this is a big one. Why was an officer with less than 2 years experience leading the investigation?
Did he
Brent
have
Payne.
no experience 2 years of experience, but what were the 2 years of experience? Just patrolling?
I don't remember what his title was. He was actually ranked pretty high right away by the chief at the time, Fry. And Fry defended that by saying that he had military police experience.
Oh, okay.
So he was only on the force for 2 years, and then he was put in charge of this quadruple murder investigation. So what is with him is he testified in court about when he found out Bryan Kohberger's name. So this is another thing that's confusing, right? Because we heard that they were looking for this white Elantra and everything, right? And that the WSU officers had found Bryan Kohberger that way, right?
Mhm.
Or the Pullman or WSU, whoever it was that found his car at the apartments and da 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 da. Well, Brent Payne testifies. They say, hey, when did you first hear Bryan Kohberger's name? And he says December, just prior to his arrest. So why did the lead investigator not know about the other investigation going on where they knew and they, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not meshing.
Right. That's true.
Yeah, it's weird.
Mm.
Candace, I think that was the coroner that said that.
Do you think there was a chance? Do you think there's a chance though that in the beginning they were so uncertain, but they knew so many people wanted answers that at that point they were just giving out what they thought they
Well,
had?
I think the problem lies is that they ended up admitting that there was actually 2 investigations going on. One
Okay.
by Moscow and like Idaho State Police, etc. And the other one was the FBI by themselves. So they're saying Brent Payne testified that the FBI did all of that with getting the trash, the DNA, da 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 da. And when they finally got that back and had a name, they sent the name to Brent Payne and said a tip is Kohberger. But they had
Mm.
already identified the damn Elantra. So I'm confused why that, you know what I mean? Why that didn't get put together before December.
Well, and that's why so many
between them.
people, like Dr. Snowflakes, feels like that Bryan Kohberger is possibly innocent.
Yeah, and
Because there are so many inconsistencies and questions, and
there's a lot of things, but I don't think he's the wrong guy. But I think that a lot of these things could offer reasonable doubt, especially last night. I read through the paperwork where he's trying to frame 4 people, right? He had the alternate perpetrator theory. So the judge said, hey, you got to turn in who you think did it and why. Like, where's your evidence that these people did it? So I was reading through it last night, and 3 of the people that he named, which is all sealed, knew the girls, at least one of the girls or one of the victims, socially. Okay, so he named 3 people that knew them socially. The last person didn't know them at all. It was a person that saw Kaylee Gonsalves in a parking lot, wanted to ask her on a date, and started to approach her and turned around and walked away.
well, how'd he know that?
Well, it's on video at a store. So I don't know if so this is the weird thing, Granny. So prior to this, back in 2023, I did a video and we were talking about Kaylee thinking she had a stalker because she told her friends and family she felt she was being stalked. Well, the report about that in the news was that there were 2 men on camera inside a store. They parted ways. One went one direction and the other one went towards Kaylee and then turned around and walked away. And they said they spoke to both those men. So Bryan is trying to pin it, or was trying to pin it on the guy that went to approach her. So I was thinking, Granny, put your tinfoil hat on. What if
Tinfoil
Bryan
has everybody.
What
Drop
if
them in the
Bryan
chat.
was the second guy in the store?
Oh,
And that other guy approached Kaylee and Bryan walks away. And what if that was played in court and his lawyer says, look, Bryan sees Kaylee Gonsalves, he walks the other direction.
he has no
This
interest.
guy
He
over
walks the
here.
other way,
Yep,
right?
this guy here approaches her. Why? You know what I mean? So it was like that was one of his angles, I think. But the
Wow.
judge denied him using any of those people because they tested all those people's DNA. They got all of their records and everything of where their whereabouts and all that stuff. So those people were all cleared. But that's the guy he was trying to frame. And I'm thinking, if there was 2 men in the store, could one
What
of
if he
those
was
men
the
been him?
second? Right.
Yeah, setting up, look at him butter. Yep. It's wild, but you got to think this guy planned this to actually try to get away with it. So
Right. Of course he wants to get away with it.
yeah, but then here he's got this guy. It's just weird. And that's kind of what makes me sad that we won't see it play out in the court system. You know what I mean?
But do you think they'll still give out all the information? I mean, all the information they had was already given out, though, wasn't it? So
No,
what's
it's
left
all
to be
sealed, man. No, this case is still sealed. He's only unsealed some things, this new judge.
But we got all the
I'm
shit from
worried.
Dateline.
Yeah, but there's more. I mean, think about it, like when they released Watts, think about all that stuff. We got phone records, bank records. I mean, all that stuff they have in Discovery.
Yeah, that was
be
what was
released.
that Discovery? Like 600 pages or something? The Watts
1,200
one?
or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot. Yeah.
And that wasn't even, that was after it was redacted. But what I'm worried about because I don't trust this prosecutor to not want to have everything sealed. And I think that the defense may agree. And I'm worried that they may seal a lot of stuff just because there were, innocent people named and there were unnamed witnesses that were supposed to testify. And I'm worried that they're going to do that. And I'm worried we're going to be like Watts with not all the answers.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I mean, not having the answers to Watch drove a lot of us crazy because it was like we were so deeply in it.
Invested. Yeah, I'm so invested in this. And I get the family's disappointment. Like emotionally, they're preparing, right, for this big trial where they're going to have to spend a couple months of their lives living in another city to attend this trial. They're getting all ramped up for this. They've been waiting. And then all of a sudden, boom, the ball drops, I mean, so I think that everything will settle down because I think it is a good idea to not allow him any pleas, since he is playing so many games with the courts. I don't know. I think that Steve will spill all. Absolutely, PJ.
Oh yeah, he's been spilling a lot this whole time.
Mm-hmm. And boy, is he mad. So the last question is, well, why was the U of I involved when they declared it an isolated off-campus incident? They tried to separate themselves, but then when they wanted to be involved, they were, because you know what else is messed up?
What?
The university was getting daily briefs from the Moscow police on what was going on with the investigation. So why were they briefing them on everything that was going on? You know? And then,
right.
Then the president writes the book. Remember that?
Yeah, that should not have been allowed.
Mm-mm. And he actually named Bryan Kohberger as the perpetrator in the book. And that's effed up to me.
Is asking all questions the BK innocent supporters have been asking. They only released 35% of the evidence is what I heard.
Is that what it is, Regina?
Well, then the evidence against him is damning. So it's no surprise he took a plea.
It must be damning, but it's like 60 terabytes of information and discovery.
And this is what Steve Gonzalez wrote here? Or the family statement. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then their daughter wrote a really long letter, because I guess they had a video call with like the prosecutors on Friday and then again on Monday. And on Monday, they really expressed how they felt. Their whole family like got on the call and told them how they felt about it. And it went on deaf ears. So, but you know, Emily Baker was live last night and she was like, Nash was telling me about it, that she said something like, you know, the prosecution, you know, unfortunately, they're not there for the victims. They're there for justice.
For the state. They're there for the state. They're not there for the families. Like, I was going to say that, and people probably won't like what I'm going to say, but let's face it. This is what happens to families all the time. The Idaho Ford case got so much publicity. The Gonzalez family got so much publicity. There's smaller families that go through this all the time, and they have nowhere to turn. They have no support system behind them. They're just stuck with that last minute phone call of, hey, they accepted a plea. You know, good luck with the rest of it.
They have to deal with it.
They have to deal with it. I feel like this is a case where, quite frankly, they have to be so careful with what I say.
I'm back, by the way.
Hey, Tim. Look, I just feel like Steve Gonzalez wanted to kind of run the way the show was going to go from the very beginning. And I get it, because he's a father and it's his child and it's like, you know, the nightmare of all of it. But this is what prosecutors do. That's why Steve Gonzalez, their family, has their own attorney. The prosecutors don't work for the victims' families. They work for the state. They work for the interest of the people. They work for all of us. They don't work for the families. That's why they all have their own attorneys.
That's true. But the facts are, you can't excuse those glaring questions where, you know, an unfair gag order, basically an inexperienced police officers leading the investigation, which could have easily compromised the conviction. I've seen it before.
But it didn't.
It could have. It could have. Look at fucking Proctor. How many people say Proctor? I mean,
well, and you know, another thing, Tim, is that another officer, the first one that arrived at the house that morning, is an officer who's on their Brady list.
Yeah,
so that
which is
could have potentially been a bad thing too. Yeah.
You want to explain what a Brady list to people who don't know?
You can.
Well, I was hoping you'd do it, but basically, it's someone that's just like not trusted based on what they did in the past. You know, they're just not trusted. They lied. They did some sort of something that makes
like
their
they
word
have reports against them, type of thing.
Yeah, like that sheriff down here who just got arrested for the RICO.
Yeah.
He was already on the Brady list for sharing that Madeline Soto picture. He got put
on
the
his social media by accident. I'm doing quotations by accident.
Great day for seniors.
Yeah.
Well, and this is a good point too. Like Cheesy just said, what about the survivors? Like, this is going to spare so much re-traumatizing, so much, money and aggravation and hurt and pain and revisit of everything.
That's what I was saying last night. I'm like, Bethany and Dylan have to be completely feeling relieved. They don't have to testify in front of him.
Maybe it's just initial like upsetment and they'll calm down and kind of,
That's what I'm wondering, if like the dust will settle once that initial shock wears off, because that is a lot for them
Well,
to absorb, you know?
and if you look at these questions, these weren't going to be answered during the trial anyhow.
Probably not.
Why was this coroner speaking to families? That would never come up. Why was an officer of less than 2 years
Well,
experience leaning? That would never come up. These are
Yeah.
like
Well, it
frustrations
may
he's
come
held
up
on
from
to
the
the beginning.
defense. It may come up from the defense
well,
about
I mean,
Payne, you know, trying to discredit him.
yeah, I mean, it's just the end of the day, you're dealing with a situation where I honestly think, like, to you and me, we would be like, yeah, this is open and shut case, but you really don't know how well an attorney presents their case in court and how they can
Right.
tear apart their witnesses.
Right.
Mhm.
And that's just how you just don't know. I mean, like, you can
Right. Like
literally,
Nolan and
Because, like, we
Bethany,
don't know what
they
the
would
first.
get torn. They would get
Oh,
torn
sorry.
apart.
yeah.
Oh, torn apart. And also, you got to think about that first officer that arrived on the scene. Like, where did he go? Did he go inside? Like, did he touch anything? We don't know. And then
No, we
he's on
don't
the
know.
Brady list. And then what happens? You know what I mean? Because all they have to do is put a little bit of reasonable doubt in the jurors' minds. And
Yeah, they could be like, look, they just wanted to close this case as quickly as possible. They looked at this weirdo, Bryan Kohberger. And they started putting evidence against him instead. You know
Which
what I
is,
mean?
but both of your arguments go towards why the plea is a good deal.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Mhm.
that's the thing. But you have to realize, it's aggravating for the family
Oh,
when
no
you have
doubt.
all these missteps that could have, you know what I mean, that, in any other situation
Well,
should not have been done. You know what I mean? Like this is why he's frustrated. And also, I would say the worst mistake is not being open and honest with the family. It's like you need to be open and honest and talk to them
yeah, I
about.
don't like that either. I think that's horrible. And especially with Bill Thompson. How long has he been a prosecutor? This is his last case. He's retiring after this. And the piss poor communication with them, I just think that's awful. Because
But
it
isn't
came
it?
from Kernodle and Gonsalves said both that they were very vague about a plea deal on Friday, and then it was presented on Sunday in an email.
Right. And again, this happens every single day to families every single day.
Well,
It's true.
I will. You know what? He's retiring. I wish him a good retirement to the North Pole to work with Santa Claus
Mhm.
to package some gifts for children. And yeah, that's a good job that he's going to get after being a
You
prosecutor.
know he does that, right, Granny?
What?
The prosecutor, Bill Thompson, he also doubles as Santa at parties.
Oh, does he? You always find that type of shit weird, girl. I don't. I know where you're going.
Granny.
Shut up.
Granny is so funny.
I
You know
I
me
get,
so well.
I'm always like, Jay, take a layer off, girl. Take a
Oh my
layer
God.
off. But it does make like I said, I understand the family's hurt. I understand their pain, but I kind of understand why the state would keep a lot away from Stephen Gonsalves. He's been very outspoken this entire time. They have to worry about their they're going through with everything. They have to keep everything as hush hush too. And we all know Stephen hasn't been very hush hush.
No, and I
hasn't.
mean, at the time, I did understand why they wanted him to stop talking because he was very
Yeah.
vocal.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. It's
and
an
also-
emotionally charged situation, so hard
Yeah.
to say.
it's a tough thing because at the end of the day, I think you don't know what the situation is for people. I think that the one thing I think is good about the situation is that Bryan will repeat and say how he did the crime and give a lot of closure to some people. If he doesn't do that and the prosecution doesn't allow to do that, then I'm going to be, or they do some sort of seal it, then I would be like, okay, these people are fucking idiots.
Look at this. Where do we get that? Hello Spring. Steve's updated statement tells a different story. They knew about it. It wasn't just vaguely discussed. They wanted more, and I get that, but don't create outrage and then say, wait, I meant to say.
Is
And
there a
I'm
new
sorry,
one?
but
I
where
haven't
can we
seen the
find
new
it?
one.
Hello Spring. Because I feel like Steven's done that a lot. I get it. He's a father. His what he experienced is horrific, but Steven has been out here and been very fucking vocal.
Isn't his son dating a certain YouTuber?
Yes,
yes.
they're
TikToker.
engaged.
Yes.
They're actually engaged.
Flo said
You
Jay
know-
has Santa issues. Did you
You
never
know-
get that doll, Jay?
She got a coal instead.
Did you see Santa kiss mom underneath the mistletoe?
That's inspired her true crime passion ever since she got the call.
Creepy. I
She's been
can't.
looking for justice ever since.
Yeah, she's been looking for justice ever since she found the coal, and she's like, "I'm going to investigate Santa Claus and where he lives now. I'll find you, you son of a bitch."
What's up,
You
Green
both.
Eye? Everybody be ready. Here she comes. Green eyed.
Oh, yeah. Earbud warning.
She'll go, hello? Can you
I
hear
fucking
me?
love her. I love her.
her. Oh, not yet. Okay, we'll wait till she catches
There
up.
she is.
Hey, Diana. Oh, okay. Hey, Green eyed. No. It's not that there are two burdens of proof in the death penalty cases, is that the jury sitting on the guilty phase cannot be against death penalty. Right, and that's what I'm saying. We're in a world where people don't want death penalty. Most people want it gone.
Not me. I'm all for the death penalty for certain people. I think we should bring back old Sparky. If people don't want to do the compound like the chemicals, we'll have to go the old-fashioned way.
Right.
I don't really care. And if the electricity company doesn't do it, we'll figure something else out.
Most states are getting rid of it, beats him. That's simply what it is. They're getting rid of it.
Yeah, well, I just think like jail.
What, the death penalty?
Yeah.
I think jail is more about the concept of jail was really about reform, and that's what I think jail should be about. And it should be like you do your time, you get out, you get reformed, and that's it. I don't think of the old, jail in the past, and like if you think about jail, the history of jail was never meant to be a concept of a punishment. Jail was meant to be, it holds you until you get your punishment. They're like, okay, we're going to punish you, but we're going to hold you in jail until you get your punishment. And then later on, the United States decided to develop a more reforming situation. I don't think life imprisonment is a punishment. You're still alive. You've murdered multiple people. They're not alive. Even though jail sucks, it's not the funnest place in the world to be. It's probably sucks, but you can get you can watch some things. You can eat a nice little meal. You can still sleep.
You can
still talk to people. You still get medical care. You know what I mean? Some people, some of our military doesn't even get freaking medical care when they become homeless on the streets. So personally, I don't find life imprisonment for killing multiple people as a punishment. You still live. I honestly think, if we find out you 100% did something, like 90% did something, and they convict you, okay, oh well, we're gonna have to send you off to Sparky. And you know what I mean? I know people will say, oh, he could have been innocent. Yeah, I get it, but you know what? 9 out of 10 times he could have been guilty.
Well, and here's the thing too, right? We got to remember this. Life in the reason of the death first off, back when jails and all that began, we have like the state penitentiary over here, which was like a torment. They weren't allowed to speak to anybody else. They had to bail in. Like it was God based. It was all based around religion and fear, and it was punishment. The population has grew so much that our jails can't even house the amount of people we're trying to house. And I don't think there should be a life in jail. I'm with you. I think life in jail should be bye-bye. You shouldn't be in jail. I'm sorry. I mean, it shouldn't be 40 million appeal attempts and all that shit. And,
What do you feel about life in prison without parole or no chance of appeal?
I think he still gets to live.
Put to death.
Because guess what he's going to do? He's going to get exactly what he wants. He's going to get the interviews. Look at that ridiculous interview.
The women messaging him. He's going to write books.
Did you see Valley, Lori, like that?
Vallow, yeah.
That interview, that whack job.
Girl, oh my gosh, I almost called you girl.
I heard you. Girl.
That lady's batshit crazy.
Me too. It's like, fuck you, Jay.
Whatever, call me girl. I don't care. But like the fact is, it's like she's getting exactly what's up.
Oh, that was crazy.
But she's getting exactly what she wants.
I'm calling from space.
We know you are. What's going on, girl? She has her volume all the way down. I love you. I'll put you back up. Go ahead.
She's so sweet.
So the shuttle was kind of shaky right now, but listen, I have an idea. This is what I think. Remember the the dasher that got caught?
Yeah.
I think, and she said, I parked next to VK. And so, I think that they have video, and I think that she saw him, recognized him, and she saw his little outfit.
Okay.
The
and that
jumpsuit?
it's on, yes, and that it's on camera. And everything's sealed. So we don't know that. And I think that's what sealed the deal.
Oh, you think that's the
okay.
smoking gun? Like they have him on camera in the jumpsuit?
Yes, because remember that weird neighbor, Ion or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh, a meteorite. Oh, gosh. Okay.
She's in space.
I'm in
I got
in
it.
That's
space.
right. That's right. I
A
forgot.
meteorite got me. Okay. So I think
Good golly.
I think that I think that that's the smoking gun. They have him on camera,
He's on
and
the camera.
he's on a camera, and I love that, by the way.
Camera.
And I think that she saw him, and she saw him putting on that suit.
Well, unless she has it
Oh.
on camera, they could actually tear her apart on a stand. Let's be
They
honest.
would have tore her apart, but
Yeah.
that's an
DoorDash-
interesting thought.
But DoorDash has the dash cam.
Do they all have dash cams?
No,
No,
Not
they
all
don't.
of them.
No, they don't. Especially that lady. I was talking to Tricia. I'm like, that lady definitely, in my opinion, probably is not spending her extra income to buy a camera for her.
I don't think she had a
Thing.
dash cam. I
Yeah.
don't,
Yeah.
but I do
Yeah.
think that she saw him because she said, I pulled. But the weird thing for me, Green Eyed, was when she said, I parked next to Bryan and just said
Right.
his first name. Like, I was like, that's kind of weird. And they're like, who?
Well, the problem is with that, and this is what's going to be a problem when they say the name, because it could be an issue where like a defense attorney be like, well, how did you know he was Bryan? Who told you that this person was Bryan?
Right.
Did you go up to a lot? Did you know, like, you know, like
Yeah.
how, like, you know, like in lineups, you're supposed to have like 10 different, like 9 different people, and one of them is
Right.
there, and they're all supposed to look, you know what I mean? And you don't
Right.
tell the person who you're pointing
How
out.
did she identify him? Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Was she told? Was she told someone? Someone told them that was Bryan, and she just, you know, said to herself, "Oh, he's
Right.
guilty." You know, this is the problem with that statement, and that's why she would have melted on the stand. She probably would have been a more hurtful witness than an actual helpful witness, in my
Yeah, because
opinion.
eyewitnesses
agree.
aren't even that reliable anyways. And then if you couple it
Yeah.
with her drug use, and
And
they would have
and not
torn her
only-
apart. They would
not
have
only
torn her
that,
apart.
but the popularity of this case and the time that has gone by. Yeah, I mean, she could be, you know, they could say, well, you think it was Bryan because you're part of these Facebookers. I mean, they would delve into that woman's life.
Okay, well, if you're parked next to an Elantra and you see a guy putting on a suit, I just think that they have it and they have him on camera.
Well, he could have just easily said he was going out for a jog. He put on a tracksuit. She just wanted to put on a tracksuit. She put on a
I
jog.
But wait a minute, though. Wait a minute, though. What if they talked to the DoorDash driver before they figured out that Bryan had, maybe that's how they looked up his purchase for that jumpsuit. What if
they
she
did
told
talk to
them?
her.
Right, like I'm saying, what if she told them like he was putting on this
And that's
outfit or
how
something?
they knew to even look to see if he
Yeah.
owned that
Yeah.
outfit.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's the problem. And then you start putting doubt in the jury mind about, like, well, maybe the cops were just had a suspect in mind. They just basically started this high profile case and singled out this weirdo in the
Yeah.
neighborhood.
They
You
can
know what I
start to build that reasonable doubt off that for sure.
And then they start going, and I think that's the reason why they wanted to make a deal, because I think the prosecution was worried that the early investigation, certain things would come out that they would not want to come out. That could be effective to them in a conviction. And I think that's why he's scared, you know, and also you got to realize, like, it depends on how good this, I mean, we listened to the prosecutor talk. Is he that interesting for a jury to listen to?
No.
Comparing to the defense attorney? Yeah, you know what I mean?
I don't think so. No. I
Yeah.
think, especially that Ashley Jennings, the woman, she is so bland. And none of them really were passionate about their arguments, you know?
Yeah, they were going through the motions.
I
But
just find it funny. Sorry, B. Tim. I just find it funny. They talk about Dylan. They talk about everybody else, but they never mention the DoorDasher because she was there and passed him, and over and over and over. He kept driving past, driving past. Do you, not
and
think she saw that?
my question too is they said that when he was speeding away out of the neighborhood, he almost hit someone. So I was wondering if that was a car or if it was someone on foot. Because that would be either, if it wasn't her, that would make another person that maybe saw him.
Exactly. It would make the car known.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's other cameras on those other houses in there too, that we've just seen the one from the neighbor. I'm sure there's others.
The apartments behind the home, they had cameras.
And that's where where he parked allegedly. So
Next to the DoorDasher, they have him on that camera. Just watch. That's what I think, in my opinion, allegedly from outer space.
that's an interesting angle, Green Eyed.
It's just something to think about because, why all of a sudden, would he say, oh, yeah, I'm guilty. And, when he said, oh, was anybody else arrested?
Yeah, somebody said last night a famous killer said that when they were arrested. I can't remember which one it was.
It was Bundy.
No, it wasn't Bundy. It was someone else. Gacy. That's who it was.
Oh.
Gacy.
Gacy.
It was John Wayne Gacy. Yeah.
He dressed up not as Santa Claus, but as a clown.
Creepy
motherfuckers.
But it's like Kohberger kind of has bits and pieces from all these different serial killers, because like BTK, right? He it was the first day of his trial, and he goes into trial and he pleads guilty. So it shocked everybody.
Well, they want to make that shock move. You know what I mean?
And then he stood there and he went over every murder and what happened and in detail, and he stood there enjoying every second of it.
Yeah, that's probably going to be a situation for Bryan Kohberger where he's going to basically do interviews for the next couple of years in jail and get exactly what he wanted. And that's exactly, that's why, that guy wanted this fame. And that's why I think, the best thing you probably could do with this piece of shit is have him state what he did, and I don't know, just lock him up into a dark hole.
I can't imagine him being in an interview.
Can we make it as part of a deal with Russia to send him to Siberia prison? That would be nice. We'd be like, listen, Putin,
send them all to war. Get them
no.
Send them all to war. Bye.
Just send them to send them to a Siberian prison, or where is that streamer in prison currently?
Japan
the
or something.
Prison.
The
dolphin prison in Russia.
I don't know.
You're not talking about that Japanese.
No, the other guy that's facing 20 years in jail, Vitali or something like that.
Oh, yeah, that's who I.
It's like a Filipino prison because they literally put they have only for 100 people, they fit 140 people in the cell. Put him there. You want life in prison? We'll send you to a Filipino prison. Oh, we'll send you to Siberia.
They don't want them. Why? They'll be like, we don't want your fucking murderers.
Well, they'll probably be like, listen, you obviously have a better prison system. Let's just take these guys. We'll give you some money.
We'll give you some money.
So in Idaho, the judge can't force him to state what his crimes if he pleads guilty.
They can make that part of his guilty plea.
That's what I thought.
If they don't,
I'm sure that he'll say it though. That's the thing.
Well, then no plea deal.
Yeah, then no plea deal. You can't fucking just say I'm guilty, because then what stops this guy from saying I just took this deal because I was worried about the media attention?
Right.
Or I was coerced into it or something,
Well, part of it deal they have to say I wasn't coerced, I wasn't bribed. That's all. Don't you guys watch fucking court?
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, someone in chat said no, in Idaho they can't make them say it, and I'm like, I think they can if it's in the deal. Yeah, that's why they're having a hearing tomorrow to go over the details of the deal.
Like, remember, Chris Watts made it
Yeah.
part of the deal that the children's autopsies were sealed, so we would never know how they were found officially deceased and all of that.
Yep.
Yep.
And who
Hey,
knows
y'all.
if he was would be even telling the truth, though. If they forced him to say it, who knows if he would be telling the truth, you know?
Right,
Yeah,
but then
that's
he
true,
could turn
too.
around and use the Dateline leaks and all that stuff to say, I didn't think I had a fair chance and I did da-da-da-da-da. I
And
don't
there
know.
are some people that believe that, so, you know.
I have a fun fact for y'all.
Oh, do you? Let's hear it.
Fun
Oh,
fact from
shit, you made me
Sphinx.
spill my drink.
I'm sorry. I'll clean it up.
Thank you. I'll be RB.
My brother-in-law worked. He was a detective on the Jeffrey Dahmer case.
Really?
Yeah, it was disgusting.
Ew.
He would come over and say stuff that they couldn't tell on TV. And my husband was like, "I'm gonna go to the kitchen," and I'd be sitting there going, "What happened? What?" I was like, "Oh, yeah." It was. He retired after that. It was just.
Ugh.
It was. He was distraught. Yeah. So
Here's the new or the newer statement from the Gonsalves 11 hours ago. Do you want me to read it?
yes.
I would like to clarify a couple things. We did talk to the prosecution on Friday about the possibility of a plea deal, and it was a hard no from our family. It was very nonchalant and barely discussed, as the majority of the conversation was surrounding the upcoming trial. Nothing in our conversation prepared us for the next steps. Sunday night, we received an email that sent us scrambling. We immediately jumped into panic mode and started making phone calls and sending emails. We met with the prosecution again today to reiterate our views on pushing for the death penalty. Unfortunately, all of our efforts did not matter. We did our best. We fought harder than anyone could ever imagine. Please do not argue or try to tell us that we should have done this or that. We gave it 200% for the last 2 years and 7 months. One day we will be able to tell all of you what we really have been through from day one. You will all be shocked. We fought a long battle, but we lost the war. We did gain an army of love that we know will always stand by us. We have so much love for each and every one of you. You gave us strength when we felt like we couldn't take another step, called us off the ledge when we were ready to wave the white flag, and most importantly, prayed for us when we were in utter despair and hopeless. So much love to all of you.
Who wrote this?
Oh.
This is the Gonsalves family page.
Oh.
So that was after, they kind of clarified after their first one. And then their daughter,
Right, so they walked
Aubrey,
it back, right?
a little bit, yeah. And then Aubrey wasn't able to attend the meeting with prosecutors, so they posted her letter on how she feels about it. And that's it. That's,
You,
I don't know.
Do you think the judge will deny it?
No.
I doubt it. The only
I don't
way they
think
would
so.
deny it is if he wasn't getting enough, I think honestly, I think this is good for the family. I just don't think that they realize the families. I just don't think they realize it, And I think, I don't know.
Well, I mean, the
Sparing
Gonsalves
them, they
family
don't-
are very pro death penalty. I mean, to the
Right.
fact where they made t-shirts.
Yeah.
Right.
So they
right.
were really hoping for that kind of justice. That
Yeah. And I don't blame them. I mean, yeah, I don't know what they're going through, obviously, but I imagine that if it was my kid, I would be like, he needs to die, because I'm
Right.
pro death penalty too. But and I feel for them. My heart breaks for them, but I really think all the appeals and stuff that he can do and stuff. I mean,
He
this
would have
is just
never
sparing
sold it.
them through all that stuff, and
Right, Cheesy. He would have never solved the actual death anyway.
right. Well,
You
it would have
know,
been a long time if he did. And
I gotta, I know the majority will disagree with me, and hell, some will probably even get angry with me. But Steve Gonzalez I'm not impressed by that guy at all.
well, he's a big mouthpiece, but
And I get it because it's
I can't
his
say-
family. He's the father. He's the
right.
I think
you
what
know.
we see is like a lot of different dynamics. And I feel like Ethan Chapin's family is probably going to welcome this decision because they're more
Right.
private.
Yeah.
And I think that the problem may lie after this is all said and done.
The problem may lie that Stephen Gonsalves thinks he's the only family that suffered.
Well, yeah.
That's what
They've
I've
put
seen this
themselves in
entire
the
time.
forefront because they're
Yeah.
because they're speaking out. I mean, that's all there is to it. Maddie's family doesn't speak out regularly. Ethan's family doesn't.
I
you know
have a
who's
big
really-
mouth with a lot of opinions, and so I can kind of see where Steve Gonsalves is, shouting from the rooftops that he wants justice, But I think if they get some, I think they're gonna learn in the long run that this was probably the best decision. But I
Mhm.
do feel bad for them.
I think you're just
Especially
seeing
for
like
the
Steve's
two that live.
personality coming out. I think he's just
Right.
that kind of a guy with everything,
Yeah.
probably. Yeah.
But
I
even
would
like
be relieved.
even right here, like,
So-
all right, he posts out this statement. We weren't made aware. They didn't tell us shit, blah, 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 blah. And then, oh no, we were aware and they did tell us this. And, and I get it. Anger speaks. And I've never experienced what they've experienced. So I can't fathom.
Do you know
But
who's
let's
really?
be honest. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go. I'm sorry.
Well, I was gonna say, let's be honest. They made T-shirts. They've had GoFundmes. They've been in the spotlight this entire time, and now it's done. It's over. It's a plea deal. They probably don't know what to. He probably don't know what to do with himself now.
Well, you know
Yeah.
who's really angry?
Who?
Besides Truth and Transparency, Betty, because she was going to get 10,000. She was going to try to get $10,000 to cover that case, and now
Oh.
she can't. The PA guy gets arrested. She can't go down there, and now they're not doing a trial for Kohberger. How will she ever pay her bills?
Right. The bank account's probably empty now.
What is she going to do?
Yeah, like I said, like Xana's aunt and the Gonsalves have the same
Feelings
mindset.
about it. Yeah.
Whereas, Ethan's family, we know that they didn't even want to go to the trial. They said they weren't going to go at first. So they're probably relieved they don't have to do all that. And I'm sure Hunter's relieved he doesn't have to testify. He's already been through enough. But then you're going to have, I don't know how Maddie's family feels. They're pretty quiet. But I'm thinking about the after effect, right? Like when this gag order is all lifted and they can all talk freely, Steve is going to be like a fucking banshee out there.
Do you think
And
there's
that's
going to
where
be
I think the families are going to really see a divide, them separate from each other because there's such a staunch difference in how they're reacting in the public. And when they're
Well,
ungagged, oof.
Do you think
You
that
might
we're
have-
going to have? Well, you think we're going to have another Zav girl situation where
Oh
like
boy.
they're not going to seal the autopsy, and we're going to have Zav girl with her voiceover while
I hope
the
not.
I
autopsy
hope not.
on Patreon. Hey guys, I just
Listen,
wanted to
if
show
those
you.
get
She
fucked,
wasn't the only one. Natasha did it too.
Natasha
I hope
copied
that those aren't
copied her.
released,
Yeah.
Tim. Those gruesome crime scene photos. Do you think
Oh,
that we'll see those?
I hope
I
not. I think
I-
they'll.
I'm honestly, I don't know how incompetent the prosecution's office is. He might not realize to seal that shit. And sometimes they just like, once you do a Freedom of Information Act, they just throw you everything. So who knows if they might have fucked up and threw them to that. So who knows?
Right.
Well, let's
And
not
this is
forget. Let's not
exactly
leave
right.
that creator out that always gets forgotten about. That also shared autopsy photos. 10 to
Lana.
life. 10 to
Oh,
life.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And Nina's right here.
People forget.
It's the people first Kohberger. It's not, the victim family's first Kohberger, which is how they want it, they feel they want it to be, which I understand, but it's simply not.
I think 10th Life's a piece of shit. I don't like her. Like
I mean,
not
she's no different than Lana and them. She did the same thing. So I don't know why
no,
she's always left out of the list.
You know why?
Right.
You know why? Because she's prettier. All right, that's my opinion. I think
Yep.
some people who are pretty,
She's
and
cute.
she's cute, and that's pretty much it. Unfortunately, if you're good looking, you get a little bit of a pass.
Well,
Mhm.
she's also higher up, so she's harder to touch, right? She has a lot of support and a lot of
Yeah,
big companies backing her, and
Yep,
and
when you have
she'll-
money, you can rise above that kind of stuff pretty easily.
it's funny how this guiltier channel is suddenly turned on Steve. I'm okay with that, but what are you talking about?
Filter channel.
Guilter? What does that even mean? Guilter channel?
Well, he
What-
kind of.
How am I a
he kind-
guilter channel? What the fuck's that mean?
Did you guys see his interview with
Guilter.
what's her face that we don't like that starts with a B on News Nation.
Is that even a word?
That
Banfield?
woman, Banfield. He was on Banfield
Oh,
last
get
night,
the fuck out of here, translucent.
and he was kind of,
Yeah.
because she was asking, about the other families and stuff, and he kind of said, "Well, I'm just gonna let them. Have their say." So I was kind of surprised that he might have learned a little bit, because in the beginning I remember the other families were pissed at him for being such a mouthpiece.
Well, I have a question. Do you think there's and this is a theory, his son is dating a TikToker, YouTuber. Do you think he's getting influenced by YouTubers, like a certain other person, and to
I
be
can
like,
see it.
you know what I mean?
Okay, another thing too, B Tim. Why does Steve Gonsalves go on Drunk Turkey all the time?
I think basically he goes on whoever agrees with him. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Well, yeah. Last night when he was talking to Banfield, he talked about who he talks to, who he lets in, and he likes News Nation because they've always covered it right and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and
because
that's
they
what he
won't
said.
edit out his freaking bullshit that
Right.
he spews. That's why.
Right.
No other news station is going to entertain that.
Didn't he give shit to Gray Hughes too?
Well, to be fair,
no.
to be fair, Gray Hughes has done some stupid shit in the past, recently, especially when he was guilting that the GoFundMe of those that woman that
Oh,
lost
the
all three of her.
girls.
Yeah, he's like, that you don't need all that money for
He's
a funeral.
piece of shit. He hates women. Let's
Like,
just
what
face
the
it.
fuck? I was sitting there, I was like, wait a minute. Are you really like, funerals can be cheap, like $10,000. You don't
Gray
need
Hughes hates
Yeah.
freaking women, and he's a dick.
I was
He
like,
is so
Translucent, do
insensitive.
you even know whose page you're on? Because I've never even covered this case like that for you to say I banned you because you've been saying shit about Steve.
Oh my
You don't even make
God.
sense. And then you're probably banned because you're arrogant, which is probably why you're stuck where you're stuck with your little
Well,
subscriber
if you're
count.
translucent, let's go make him translucent.
well, why
I
don't
just
you?
did.
I mean, why don't you
Good
like
night.
let that guy jump up and see?
Oh yeah, matter of fact, here you can take a link.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm not sure he even knows where he's at, to be honest, because I've never. First off, they've never been blocked. I'm not Brittany J. I don't go through and unblock my block list. If you're blocked, you're likely blocked for life, unless it was a mistake. And
Yeah.
secondly, I don't. Why the fuck would I block you because you said something about Steve? I've never even cared much for the guy, so I would never block you for that. So that's a lie. And I don't even cover the Idaho case.
Someone trying to distract our conversation.
And I can go over to your channel activity and see that you've never commented it here, aside from today. So you're full of crap.
Is
You
he?
can't stand people that do shit like that.
Well, probably. What type of content that person does?
And you don't have 4K. You have a little. You have half. You have
Okay. So
3,400, but that's okay. I mean, sub counts don't matter. I'm not judging you for that, but don't sit here and act like.
Well, yeah, views matter. Like the amount of views you
Right.
get matters. The subs mean almost nothing.
They cover Molly McMichael, Dylan Martinson, Kaylee. They do cover this case.
Okay. Well, you got a link. You can jump up. Tell us your opinion. That's my advice to you. Sometimes typing, you don't get your whole point across if you type something.
Right, it comes across wrong.
Yeah, so
They go Atlanta, so I respect that.
And I know a lot of people aren't on the side of Mortensen and Funk because they waited so long and blah blah blah, but I think this is a good thing for them too, because they're the ones who lived. I mean, they lived through the worst horror movie that came to life. I mean, I like horror movies.
Well, people can say what they will about the delay in them calling, but it ended up being a good thing because Bryan Kohberger Googled the King Road murders before they even called 911. So
I haven't ever said anything against what they did. I mean, I thought it was weird, but
yeah, I think it's weird too. I don't know what was going on.
We don't know what they went through. I mean,
yeah, but the thing is, it's like paperwork could be stronger. Like, for instance, the Diddy case. Everyone that read the paperwork be like, "Whoa, this guy's dead to rights. He's done for." And then when you watch the trial, you're like, "Okay, it's not as strong as the paperwork it basically made it out to be." There's certain things that just most of it sounds like rumors, and basically people who are angry at him that they're not getting paid off by him anymore are testifying against him, so they can get deals with the government. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not saying Diddy's innocent. No, I'm not saying that.
But it is. You watch it and you're like, wait a minute, this is what they're presenting. Like,
yeah,
Yeah.
it's the same thing with the Idaho 4. It could be like a really strong case. We'd be like, wow, this guy's fucked. And then when you
Yeah.
see these people get crossed by the defense, they could easily fall apart. Be like, oh, well, why did it take so long for you to call up? And then you listen to this person, and it could be an X factor where it just completely makes them look uncredible
Right.
to the jury.
that reasonable doubt, you know?
Well,
Yeah,
like we said about the DoorDash driver, you know, I mean, she could have very well been told that she was full of crap because she said his name, you know.
mhm.
I mean, there's lots of things. I mean, this just takes the uncertainty out of the trial,
Yes.
and you know, I mean,
This
at
is
least
a guarantee. Yes.
yeah, right. So I feel like it's a win, kind of. I mean, I feel bad for the family because they're not understanding, but I just think in the long run, I think they're going to realize that this was probably the best option.
Yeah. I'm not mad about it. The only thing that
I'm
I
not
think is
mad, no.
disappointing is that
Right.
I like seeing all the evidence like
Me too.
presented in a trial, but it is what it is. It's not about me.
Yeah, right. I'm disappointed that we're not going to see the trial. I mean, I wanted to see the trial, but I have to remember this is real life. I mean, like I said, those two lived through the worst horror movie that we've ever seen. I mean, and we watch horror movies and it's like no big deal to us because it's on the TV. But these two women went through that.
Yeah,
and
maybe
the
it'll make
family,
more sense, cheesy, when that docuseries comes out in a couple weeks.
right. And these families went through this, and I just can't even imagine, you know, like I said, I'm a horror movie fan, and I just can't even imagine one of those movies coming true right in front of my eyes, or right
Yeah.
where I can hear it, you know, and you don't know what those two women went through. I
It's
can't.
just so horrible because they were in their own beds and rooms,
Right.
and
Where
it's
you
just
got-
so
you got-
more
unthinkable.
safe in your own home?
You gotta
know?
admit their behavior was odd. And
It
and
was.
is this woman that the Uber driver, is she the one that dropped off the food to
Xana.
Xana? It is?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And she
Yeah,
said
So
she
I
parked next to
heard-
Bryan.
So I heard that the families are writing to the judge.
I'm
And
sure they
now-
are.
Yeah, so that the judge will take that into consideration
Yeah.
in his decision. Now I know it's between prosecution and defense, but he will take that into consideration.
Right, but they're
So-
both agreeing with the prosecution and defense both agreeing. I don't think there's a chance that he will deny it just for the victim's sake.
Well,
I just
it's up
don't.
to the judge.
It's a lot of
That
money.
he might think that life in prison doesn't fit the crime.
Maybe.
I mean, like I said, I mean, you never know. Things are so crazy, you know?
Yeah, I mean, anything's
Oh.
possible.
Yeah, and this judge was like, I ain't putting up with this bullshit, right? So I mean,
Yeah.
we're gonna, you know,
Yeah, he's
so we'll see.
tough.
And he was kind of
Yeah.
annoyed with both sides at certain times. Like he didn't favor the state
Right,
when he was
Jay.
annoyed with them, you know?
Exactly. And with the leak of the Dateline, he was like, I am not. So, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, you know, he might say people need to know the truth. And, you know, so who knows?
I guess, I mean, there's a possibility for sure. It
There
would be
is.
a very rare decision, but like you said, crazier things have happened.
You're right. Right. Exactly right.
Well, and
I made it to
Yeah,
bingo.
the defense
then
wanted
what
a
if-
different. The
but then-
defense wanted a different judge. They got it, and he wasn't putting up with the defense's bullshit. You know,
They
so,
got everything they asked for. Change of
Yeah.
venue because they couldn't get a jury in Latah. I mean,
Mhm.
they've bent over backwards and they've picked at every single thing they can.
But that's the
Autism.
problem when you have a high profile case. I mean,
Right.
if you were Bryan, would you want to be held to jury?
No, I didn't
and-
blame him at all. I think it was a
Right.
great decision.
Yeah.
But I'm
Like, I
saying he
would've felt
wasn't
the same
denied
way.
anything he asked for like he always got. And
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
because of the appeal process, right? They don't want him to come back and say, well, it was unfair because they didn't move the case.
And that's another reason why I think I understand why the family's upset. I mean, here this asshole's going to be able to watch all of this unfold. You know, he's going to be able to watch, people doing interviews on him. They're going to write books. They're going to write movies, and he's going to be able to see it all. He's going to be able to sit there in his
He gets
cell
to see
and
those
smile.
victims' families,
right?
with
But this
all
is
their
what-
pain.
But they have to
see the
remember.
torture.
They have to remember he would have saw it anyway, because even if you're sentenced to death, they're not putting you directly to death.
I know,
So
but
he
the
would have
family's
saw it
not thinking
anyhow.
about that. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Can I make a prediction?
I mean, is the family writing books? Are they going to
Not
write
yet.
books? Not yet.
Oh,
right.
but I'm sure
Oh
they
well,
will.
Ethan's mom already wrote a kid's book about Ethan. Yeah, but that
Well,
was just about his,
Right.
him
I
as a
mean, more
kid.
so about, the experience of the
No,
murders and
because
all
they're
that.
under a gag order. They can't.
Well, the gag will be
What's the
lifted once the plea is
prediction?
taken.
You know what I predict? I predict that Catherine Ramsland, Bryan's
Oh,
ex-professor, is going to interview him and write a book on him like she did BTK.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to
That
make that
woman-
prediction.
Honestly, that woman should, if she does that,
Well,
I-
remember, it was already came out that they were in touch. She called the Kohbergers to offer her condolences and support. And
I'm not
Yeah,
betting against you on that one, Jay.
yeah, that seems like something I would lose in that bet. I feel like that
Right.
woman is sleazy enough to do that, to be honest with you.
she's wild, dude. Like, she is a.
Like, honestly, after this, I don't think she should teach anymore. I think, like, honestly, like, lady, you're a,
This happens. Here's the thing, though, and this happens in every goddamn case. You don't think every case that has ever taken place, from high profile to ones we never heard about, the victims' families had to sit through books being written and speculation being done and merch
for
being
sure.
sold, and and so for me, it's almost like, why is the Gonzalez family looked at differently? Why are their feelings so considered compared to all the victims of the world? You know what I mean? Like,
did you ever hear the
because
the squeakiest wheel gets the oil?
Right.
yeah,
Right.
Because they're
Because
outspoken.
He's a big mouthpiece, and you like him or not. I mean, I'm a big mouth with a lot of opinions too, so I can't say that I wouldn't be the same.
No,
I absolutely agree. I mean,
no, cheesy. That don't ever say that. I never would have thought that.
And
But
I
seeks them out. She seeks them out, and she really does become friends with them. I don't care what anybody
Who?
says.
who are you talking about?
The professor?
Ramsey. Yeah.
Well, she already knows him. She was his teacher. She wouldn't have to seek him out. They were already in
No, I'm
contact.
talking about like
But
BTK.
Right, but there's millions of people. There's dozens of people that do that. What's wrong with doing that? If I had the ability to speak to a famous murderer, I
Well, I
probably
guess
would
the
too.
problem with her is that she paid him. He made money off it.
Oh yeah, they all pay them. Yeah, I
He
thought there
probably
was
hands
that.
up the phone going, I love you. Okay, bye-bye.
No,
I
she's a
thought there was
weirdo.
that Sons of Sam's or whatever, where people couldn't make monies off their crimes. Is that only in one state or?
What
Certain
happened?
states.
Yeah, what happened was originally it was all the states, and then what happened is each state kind of decided on their own. In some states they have it, some states they don't.
No,
so,
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
this Ramsland lady, Granny, if you looked into her and like listened to her podcasts and stuff, she's the type of woman that lives vicariously through these murders. It's
Yeah.
weird. Like,
Oh,
she
yeah,
should-
I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
agree.
she's
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah.
Creep
And I
town,
hope they
dude.
put a thing like they did with Dahmer. I hope they put a thing where, no money will ever go to him or his family. It'll all go to the victims' families.
Well, what the
you know.
families could do is they could sue him civilly, and then
Yeah.
basically take,
Right.
since he takes the
Right.
plea, he's guilty. You automatically win, and and then you basically put a lien on him and take every single proceed that he could have
Do they
possibly
do that,
gotten.
Tim, or do they just take a percentage?
I don't know. I was told if somebody's in prison, you're not allowed to take anything from them.
No, I think like you could probably civilly sue them. I mean, like on the
Yeah.
sideline and be like, hey,
Well, I think he has to pay the victims anyways. Like, there's like compensation for victims, right? That will
Yeah,
be
that's probably true.
in
Yeah,
there.
they said that. I think they said that restitution will be part of the plea. I think.
yeah. I mean, like at the end of the day, I would probably be like, if I was the family, I'd be like, okay, well, I would sue the fuck out of him, make sure that his name, like I get his the money and use it for whatever. I mean, I wouldn't want this guy to profit at all. I wouldn't want him to profit 1 red cent on this case. I would want him to be the brokest prisoner in jail. I want him
Mhm.
zero commissary money. I want his commissary money taken.
Right.
I-
Take everything.
Yes. Yes.
I'd be like,
I want him to honey buns.
he doesn't get honey buns in jail. I'm going to take the honey buns too. If I was the Gonzalez family, I would be like, we're taking your honey buns. We're taking your
Yeah,
ramen.
you get the bologna sandwiches.
You get the bologna sandwiches.
in a bad way, beat him.
He's probably not. Honestly, he probably is going to get. He probably going to be in protective because he's pretty
Oh,
famous.
for sure. He'll be in protective custody. That's what.
Yeah.
Well, that's what. Did you hear Lori Vallow last night when in that interview? She's like describing the cell she's in, how she's in protective custody, 23-1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That lady.
I guess Nate is going to have a video. They let him like tour one of the pods and video it.
Oh,
and he's going to show that tonight.
Yeah, I mean it's not a very fun time. That's like, being 23-1 is not really fun to be in. Let's just say that much. But yeah, she's crazy. That lady is batshit crazy. You think she's pretending to be even crazier? So she's I'm even an insanity plea. I'm actually batshit crazy.
Oh, she reminded me kind of Manson at certain points in that interview.
Yeah, Manson definitely. But the difference is Manson had a huge amount of CIA LSD given to him. So
right, just with her rant, her like detached rants about her beliefs and Chad, and it was just wild just to see.
Yeah, because I think she didn't believe she murdered them because they were zombies already. Like they believed that they were like zombies. So technically, she didn't believe that she actually killed them.
Yeah, she can sit there and actually say that with like conviction. It's wild.
Yeah, so that's why she said, "I didn't kill anyone."
Do you think she's always been like this, Tim, or do you think something shifted in her?
I think she's always been crazy, but sometimes like you add, these crazy people find something and attach themselves to, and it makes them even more crazier.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just how it is. I think that's with the Daybell. I think that's the situation. I think she's always been very, very crazy.
She just found something that like took her over the edge.
Yeah. And I think like that was the situation. Because you don't just overnight become that batshit crazy.
Right.
Well, I've always heard that, I don't know if it's true, but I've always heard that, everybody's got some kind of mental whatever upstairs, but it takes a tragedy or some kind of triggering thing.
Are you going to take the Joker's line? It just takes one bad day.
Right.
Just one bad day and you'll become the Joker.
Well, that's not who I was taking it by, but I always heard that, we all have it. But it just takes one thing to trigger it, or a few things or whatever to trigger it, and anybody could be, maybe there's some truth to that. I don't know.
No, I think some people.
Granny, I was just going to say, I think Petty came up.
Yeah, come back, Petty. I'm sorry. No, I agree though. It does only take one thing to make people like snap. You know what I mean? Absolutely.
My favorite thing was watching a little of Truth and Transparency and her damage control. Well, it can't be. They're not going to make him sign anything. He's innocent. He's innocent, guys.
She's such an idiot.
He's innocent. It's the cartels. I remember I seen that video about like almost 2 years, like a year ago.
And she's like,
the tunnels, the cartel did it. And then she's trying to blame, and she's just doxing random people in the neighborhood and just completely just accusing other people of being killers. That woman is
that was off the chains.
I remember we all laughed our asses off when we watched her video about the cartels on the live stream because it was so ridiculous. At one point, she tried to pull up make the NFL something about drug smuggling with the NFL in comparison to the cartels. It was just wild.
Oh my God.
Petty's turn. Hey, Petty.
Hi, I've only got a couple of minutes. That's why I jumped down. I'm just wondering, how many of you know about the connection between Brett Norton and Steve Gonsalves?
Nothing. I just know from that one documentary, the hashtag cyber sleuths, that she spoke with him.
Brett Norton's always been in touch with Steve Gonsalves, and he's been giving her details all along. The text messages came out not so long ago. And the reason I don't like Steve, personally, is because what he's trying to do, or what he was trying to do, even though I believe Bryan Kohberger was completely guilty. I think he had someone with him, but I think he was guilty nonetheless. What It's got nothing to do with what I'm about to say. Steve was trying to run this whole campaign, and I get it, in the public eye where, like trial by public,
Right.
public
Sounds
interest and
familiar.
everything.
Trial by public perception.
Sounds
Yeah.
familiar. It sounds familiar, Petty. It seems like something else we heard about. Some other defendant did the same thing almost.
Yeah, but Steve was leaking information to Brett Norton, and there are messages to prove it.
I can believe that.
I
With
have
the-
some messages right here. Can you tell me if this is it? Because I
can
just saw
have a
these
look.
today.
I can have a look.
Is this it? Is this the text to her? Because I didn't know who the recipient was.
I can't read it on screen.
It says, "Is that footage of the cameras public yet?" And yet, yes,
Oops,
some
sorry.
weird, sick, twisted shit we have found is bizarre and gross. And then the response is, "I don't think so." There another camera here that is way better that isn't public, and it shows the footage from the camera.
And then there's
I have
more.
to keep the witness under wraps. The FBI warned me they don't play games with protected informants, and they could be monitoring everything I say. We've noticed some quite odd communication behaviors. Why did you
This is
stop
what
working
it's
with
talking
Bloom?
about.
Some other author wanted to work with us, Peterson, I think.
Yeah,
He
so
means Patterson.
Patterson. And Patterson's
messages-
coming out with a book.
the messages about the informants are those two about Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk. So basically, the 8-hour time scale, everyone's had an issue with that, but it turns out that there was more to it, and basically they were doing videos on the phone. Dylan knew that Xana was injured because obviously she'd been murdered and was laying on the floor. She knew that, but apart from Steve going out there and sharing the truth about the situation, he's obviously saying that he can't disclose information, but he's been disclosing it to Brett Norton. That he was a bit how to say, he was outside eyeing the girls because of their behaviors.
You know, it was really disappointed that James Patterson. He's probably pissed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Steve Gonsalves is writing his own book, so I don't know why he's bothered about Bloom, because Bloom, all the stuff Bloom come out with was ridiculous anyway. But it makes you think now what Steve Gonsalves was saying to Bloom, in my opinion. I think this result is best for all 4 families. I've never been one to follow Steve Gonsalves because he's not the only person that lost a child that day. And just because the others wanted their own privacy doesn't take away from the fact that they all lost children as well.
Well, as somebody who's been tied into litigation with somebody I don't even know, I can understand how something like that and being tied into it together and not agreeing with the way the other party is representing the entirety of the case. I can understand why that would be frustrating, especially in that circumstance that they're in.
Yeah. And to me, to me personally, I mean, I'm the asshole on this case anyway, but I just think Steve's been out doing it all for himself, rather than thinking about all 4 victims.
I think he's doing it for his daughter. I think that's...
I do get that, and I do, Jay, but you've got to remember 3 other people died. And the other families, they're not out here raising money by GoFundMes, printing T-shirts off and putting themselves out right in the public eye and feeding false information for no apparent reason other than to try and sway public perception. It's to me, it's not fair.
How do we know it's false information though? Because everything's sealed.
Because Steve's already, I can't go into it, but I'll send you the link in an email.
Okay.
But yeah, I just think it's all wrong. And I get Steve lost his child and I've got the utmost respect for him for that. But so did other people.
I think that when you have 4 families, I mean, just my opinion, I think you're going to have 4 different dynamics.
Yeah.
And they're all going to
Different
handle
ways
it
of doing
differently.
things. Yeah.
Because look at even Maddie's family's quiet, even though they're close with the Gonsalves. Like they didn't just follow suit and speak out like they do. So I feel like it's their personality. And Steve is probably like that, like with everything, is my guess.
I agree, but he's also profiting off it.
Didn't so the police did stop speaking to Steve because he was being too public with information, right? And then he
Yeah.
kind of did the whole, well, they're not telling me anything, and it's like, well, they're not because you're being too public, just like with Seth Rogers. Now I
Yeah.
will say they have had what seems to be a fair amount of GoFundMe's. I'm curious what will they make like a I don't know. What are they going to do with the monies with the current GoFundMe? Will that be changed into like
That's what I was wondering. Like, they raised all this money to stay there for a couple months, and people are already commenting about it.
Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
I mean, it's
I mean,
their
they're
what,
still
third
gonna
or
have to
fourth
go down there for
GoFundMe?
sentencing, right?
I suppose,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't
I
know.
just
I
think
just
it's
feel
all
like
sad.
that money should be theirs.
I don't
You
think
know?
anybody's not saying they don't have the right. He has the right to do whatever he wants. We all have
Oh,
a right to do
absolutely.
whatever we want. It's just a fair question to be had because there has been a lot of monies and all of that stuff. And if they're going to complain about people making money, and it's like, well, you know, that's unfortunately it's the way it goes. People write books, people make movies, people, you know, it's unfortunate, but it happens.
Yeah. My
I mean,
issue
nobody
isn't
went
with that.
after
It's with the other
Lacey
three.
Peterson's mom for writing a book.
Right. And wait to see what's going to happen when a Netflix series comes out and they glorify Kohberger like they did with all the others.
Yep.
Dahmer
And
was
make him, yeah,
glorified.
and give him a good looking actor to make him hot.
Yeah.
Right. And all
Ugh.
these people are fawning over these murderers. Look how hot he is.
Mm-hmm.
You
I just
know?
think it should be shared between all four families. I just don't
Yeah.
think all the, like, Xana and Ethan's relationship has kind of been left by the wayside, and they've known each other since they were 8 or 9 year old, you know, and all that has been forgotten. And
But maybe that's what the families, how they wanted to handle it and keep it
Well,
private.
and here's
I
a
get
question though,
that.
because if Steve's being so loud, but does that prevent the other families from being loud? Could they be
No.
as, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
they don't want to be. That's their choice, right?
Right.
I
Yeah.
suppose it depends on your level of grief and what you can handle. Like, some people
Yeah.
are loud and out there and fighting for their daughter, but that shouldn't take away from the people that want to be private.
No, I
You
get what
know?
you're saying. Like if the family wasn't all in agreement with Steve giving out so much of this information publicly, I get what you're saying. I do.
But why are we hurt for the families that they're not being recognized when they don't want to be? If they wanted to do interviews, they would. Like, you know what I mean?
Because it's the people that has died to me. It's not about the people that are left over. It's about the people who have died. All 4 students lost their life at a terribly young age when they had everything in front of them. And
I just feel like those are their kids. Like, I just can't judge how they react to it. I don't know.
Well, and I wonder
Everybody
with
deals
the
with
plea
it.
deal. Sorry, Cheesy. Yeah.
No, you're okay. I
What
just
do you
said
mean?
everybody deals with it differently. So I mean, you're getting, you know, four different ways of dealing with it is all. But we can't forget about the 2 that lived either.
yeah.
Right. I do wonder if with the plea deal, if other families will now be voicing their opinions as much. Like maybe they were sitting back because they didn't want to fuck anything up, right? They didn't want to say the
Could
wrong
be.
thing, or, you know, we'll find out.
Well,
Yeah.
Ethan's brothers are still in the university, aren't they? So I can
Oh, yeah.
understand that. I can
No, I
understand
get it,
Ethan's family.
Yogi Toe. I think we're all passionate. I understand where Petty's coming from. I totally understand what you're saying.
I
But
don't
now
mind being the
Ethan's brother
arsehole.
doesn't have to sit on the stand and testify in front of his brother's killer either.
Right.
No, I know. And this is the thing. I'm so happy that they've got this result.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
But they're
haven't got
not
the-
even happy. You know what I mean? So, like,
But I think
there's
they
that
might
too.
be.
But they're in it. They don't understand that they should be happy, I don't think, because all their emotions are controlling their emotions, and everything with this of losing their kids is driving the
I think you
driving the
guys have
bus,
to
you know?
remember too, for 2.5 years, they've had the death penalty. They've been bracing for this
Right.
trial
Yeah.
and a death penalty, you know,
Right.
verdict.
Right.
Yeah.
They got to
And I think-
process that shit. I mean, it changes everything for them.
That's why I
Yeah.
said I think in the long run they're going to realize that this was probably the best outcome, but they don't realize it now because they're in it. You know,
It's a roller coaster of emotions I can
Right.
only fathom, you know.
I can't even imagine what they're going through, and I can't imagine what the 2 who lived are going through, and what I mean, honestly, you know, I hate to say this the wrong way, but the 4 that have died are actually the lucky ones, because the two that lived, can you imagine living through that? Can you imagine what their emotions and I mean, they got to be constant. Can
Yeah,
you
I
imagine?
can't imagine what.
Well,
Well, I
I mean,
feel worse
I
for
had a
Hunter.
traumatic experience when I was
Hunter
in
saw
7th
the
grade.
bodies, so Hunter is probably the one that's suffering the most.
well, let
And
me hit
I
Deb
had
on
a
the
really-
shoulder really quick because it wasn't long after the murders that was it Dylan was out at a Halloween party partying it up.
Listen, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. History
You
has
know,
told me to keep my
but
mouth shut on
I
these
mean, I
two.
get what you're saying, but I'm sorry, I don't I still question if there's more we don't know when it comes to Dylan and Bethany.
It could be, but I want to say I had a really, really, really tragic experience when I was in 7th grade. And it took me years to get over that.
Oh,
And I can't say what it is because I don't want people to look me up and find out who I am.
Right.
Maybe someday if I ever dox myself or whatever, because I'm sure
No,
it'll come.
we won't
I'll
let
talk
you.
about it. But it took me years. I mean, like I was in 7th grade when it happened, and it took me way into adulthood to overcome this.
yeah, I
And
feel for
and
Hunter as well because
it
of that.
wasn't even anything close to what these people went through. So I can't
but-
even imagine what they're going through. You
My
know?
son at 16 saw his girlfriend die, got hit by a car. So I understand Hunter. I can totally feel, and he was 16 years old when it happened. So like, I can't imagine Hunter walking in and seeing Xana and Ethan stabbed to death. He looks like he's suffering. I don't know if you guys saw him in the latest interview, but he does not look the same.
It looks
It's
awful,
horrible.
to be honest.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
He was
you'll
accused of
never
killing his
unsee
best
that.
friend and his girlfriend. He said he was getting messages, confess. I can't imagine.
Oh, they were all tormented with it for sure. But there are a lot of things that I think we'll just never fully understand either. Like the behaviors of that night, you know, and maybe that's because I'm an adult. I'm not a young child or young adult like they are, but there's some things that, you know, I have to be honest, I side-eyed a little bit. I mean,
Oh, we all do, but yeah,
No one
certain
ever
we've
people
never
were-
been in that
imagines, especially
position,
when
so
you're
we don't know.
19 or 20, you don't imagine
Right.
that someone's going to come in and stab your roommates to death, you know?
Right.
no,
Yeah,
I know, but
and-
but you also you saw, you heard, there's no way you didn't know or even
Knew something
recognize.
happened. Yeah, you knew
Right,
something
like-
happened, but you were too scared to look.
Is
Right.
that what it was though? Because all their Snapchats are gone from that night. All their communications are. Maybe they'll come out one day, but you know,
we may never know.
we may
I'm
never
going to take
know.
that
Yeah.
opportunity to hop down because I'm with Granny on this. I side-eyed hard. So
Yeah, I mean, something
I'm going
just
to give
went
them
off.
their minutes to just, you
I
know.
did too, but they're still victims. I can't, whatever I think inside, I can't, you know, would I have waited? I don't know. I just can't say what I would have done in that position. And I mean, yeah, we've
Yeah,
all
that's true.
side-eyed it. We
Plus, with
all know that.
substances, cheesy, you know, with the substances, the drinking, you don't know
Right.
how you'll react. That's true.
Exactly. So I don't want to sit up here and condemn them because I don't know what they went through.
I think we
I
have to
don't wanna
wait
condemn
until we
them.
get
I-
more. Give
And
them
they
the
are-
benefit of the doubt until you can't.
I don't want to condemn them, and that's not what my intentions are. I don't see them the same as everybody else, and I'm sorry
Right.
about that. I can't, which is why I'm not going to stay and participate in a chat about them, the girls.
Sorry.
I hope they go on and have a great life, you know, and get over this somehow. But I've got opinions, and although they're not popular,
Right.
I'm going to hop down because I've got to go anyway. But thank you very much for having me up, Granny. And just let me say on the girls, I've never ever once thought they were involved. I've just got
Yeah.
opinions on
Yeah.
Right.
behaviour.
Right. I hope I didn't chase you away.
No, not at all, Cheesy. I did say in back chat, I've only got a few minutes anyway. But
Okay.
it's school time for me, so I've got to go and grab my little from school. But I will be listening, and thank you very much, Granny.
Thank you, Petty.
Bye, everyone. Bye, Jay. Bye, Vito.
See ya.
Bye.
I
Okay,
guess
then.
my stance is just that if you don't think they were involved, why talk negative about them? Just give them the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? I
So
feel
that's what-
horrible for the girls.
I do too. I can't even imagine what they're going through, and yeah, I can't. Like I said, you know, yeah, we can have our opinions about what we would have done or what we think they should have done. But until you're in it, you don't know what you do, you know. And like I said, yeah, I've side-eyed them. I've been in that whole conspiracy thing, thinking, wonder, what if, you know, what if they're involved? What if they did this? Why would they do this? You know, I've got all that in my head. I've thought about, but still to this day, they're still a victim. If they weren't involved, they're victims. And I feel bad for them no matter what. I mean, could any of the 4 been saved if they would have called right away? I don't know that. And it's one of the reasons why I was kind of hoping for the trial so that we could get some of those answers, but
survivor's guilt is real.
Right.
Now, hopefully they'll just be able to kind of, you know, if the plea's taken, they can just put it all behind them and start therapy and start kind of moving on and seeing some type of resolution
so.
to everything.
I hope they can get through it. I mean,
I would have
can't
to
even
think the
imagine.
anxiety of, you know, testifying, you know, that anticipation had to be weighing on them for these past couple years.
Oh, yeah. And then not only that, but then the whole world, again, coming in and overanalyzing and dissecting every word you say and, you know, nitpicking everything. And, oh, my gosh, look at the way she looked this direction. Look, did she just touch her nose? What does that mean? You know how people can be.
Well, with that traumatic experience that I had as a child in 7th grade, when after that had happened, I mean, obviously I was living at my parents' house. I couldn't sit home alone by myself. I couldn't be by myself. And it wasn't even, like I'm saying, it wasn't anything close to what these people went through.
Yeah.
And I couldn't be home by myself. And I was like 13 years old. Why couldn't I be home by myself? You know, 12 or 13, I can't remember. But I mean, like I said, I was in 7th grade. So, and I couldn't sit home by myself. I mean, that would be a dream for a 7th grader to be able to stay home by themselves in the evening time or whatever. I couldn't. I was, my nerves were completely shot. I couldn't sleep for months and months. I had to sleep next to my parents' bed, and I couldn't, I had, if I did fall asleep, I had visions of planes crashing into our house, and I had horrible dreams. And I mean, so I'm saying, and what I went through wasn't even close to what they went through. I just can't even imagine.
And how do we know that the Halloween party, like her friends didn't like drag her out? Like, you're coming, you know?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is
the
that
worst thing I don't know. I just, like Cheesy just said, she wasn't even barely able to sleep or any of that. And
yeah,
the fact of being in a place where people are wearing these costumes and some are scary and you know, cut mask and everything that you experienced that night, I just, you would think that it would. I mean, you know, but everybody,
unless it was a small gathering. I mean, we just don't know.
Yeah, and people deal differently. There's no real way to say what should or could be done, but
I mean, hopefully they're young enough where they're going to be able to get through it, of course, but I couldn't imagine.
Looking at Hunter, he'll never be the same. You don't get past that. You just don't. You're forever changed.
Yeah.
His mind is forever changed. And you know, what was really nice was a lot of people were saying, oh, him and Emily broke up, but in the GMA interview, they were still together.
But
the one from this morning.
Yesterday was Emily and Hunter, and I think somebody just said today was Ethan's siblings.
Yeah. No, I get it.
True.
But what about the cartels?
Now the cartels, they need to be answered for.
You know, wasn't this wait a minute, Lana was wrong? All these people were wrong? Oh my God.
She'll double down. She'll never admit she's wrong. She'll now say
no, they'll still make a conspiracy.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Especially if they seal shit. Oh, then it's on.
That's why I want him to basically tell what he did.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I think that's very, very important that he starts talking.
Agreed.
You know?
I don't think he's the type that will ever talk to you.
I can't picture him in an interview. I can't picture him sitting down with somebody and talking. We've really never heard him talk.
No, yeah.
This is the video I was referring to from our favorite truth and transparency person. I'll just put it in the back. Here, I put it in the back. It's 2 years ago, and this was the cartels. This was her belief that the cartels were involved.
Well, she took off because she was the first to get whatchamacallit from this case. So that's what, you know.
The body cam.
Can you believe the Lana that we knew, the piece of shit, stalking, sexually harassing, overly sexually inappropriate woman, actually became this channel? Like, ugh.
Truth.
Yeah.
I know.
Football.
Yeah, she's gonna connect
Yeah.
football with the cartel.
Oh, Jesus, good golly.
God, she's so stupid.
I'm sorry, Be Still.
I remember when this came out, I was laughing my ass off 2 years ago.
You know what I've noticed, B Tim, and I keep telling people this: if you add the right music and you
Oh,
set
yeah.
the right tone, you can convince people of anything.
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely. It's a form of magic. You know what I mean? Like I always tell people like magic doesn't exist. I'm like it does.
Yeah, it fucks with your brain.
Magic is manipulating reality to what you want, and if you can get speaking and making videos to convince people to believe in your reality, is how it is. Like people
It's
say,
called
like
influencing.
yeah,
Well,
like someone
think about it.
I mean, if I got we like, let's say you said this was red, and it was red, but if I got everyone in the chat to agree that it was blue, then it's blue.
Right.
No doubt about it. It's blue now because we all agreed on.
Example is Jaws, right? You know, when that music's coming, dun 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 dun. That music stays with people when you get in the ocean, dun 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 dun, and it without even anything actually happening in your heart, you're ready for something to happen. That's what these people do. It's fucking.
It sticks with you.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Thank you, Froggy. Regina, good morning.
So now she's putting a quarter back in on it.
Yeah, I was
we think Ryan Leaf will be playing on Sunday.
We
haven't had anybody tell us that.
Honestly, I'd watch this and I'd be lost. I don't know what her point is.
Oh, you're going to see that she's going to say that they were smuggling drugs, and somehow that was real. That happened with this group of people, but then it's connected to the other people, the kids in the house.
Oh,
significant enforcement actions
against
the largest, most violent, and most prolific fentanyl trafficking operation in the world.
The indictments targeting every part of the fentanyl supply chain, from Chinese chemical companies to a broker in Guatemala and a weapons dealer in the U.S. Among those charged, 4 of El Chapo's children, Ivan Guzman Salazar, Alfredo Guzman Salazar, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, and Joaquin Guzman Lopez.
To 2021 Idaho. Are you fucking
Now we're all over the place, like
we're
our brain.
We're in 1998, or is that one all the way up to 20? Okay. Somehow then playing football led to El Chapo's children selling cocaine.
Yes, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Okay.
This is why I joke with people. What about the cartels? I always joke because that's what they believe. This is what they believe.
Just so everybody knows, if they're coming in now, we are not backing this.
No, yeah, we're tinfoil
Disclaimer.
We're taking Jay's tinfoil hat away right now.
The DEA has seized more than 9.5 million counterfeit pills laced with opioids nationally. Idaho State Police reporting more than 28,000 fentanyl pill seizures across the state. And meanwhile, not too far away from the Treasure Valley, authorities in Oregon seizing the largest meth bust in the state's history this last weekend in Eugene.
If you don't think they're coming to this area, you're absolutely crazy.
This dangerous and oftentimes threatening situation.
Oh, shut up with the fucking music. She's trying to imply that these fucking young college students were on fentanyl.
Well, you're gonna see. We're getting there. She lays the, like how I think you listen to a spirit box and I suggest what they say and then it just puts you in your headspace. Yeah. She's doing that right now with this. Like,
but then she validated it with, when Xana's mom came out as an addict, right?
Right.
She tied that in.
Is hitting closer and closer to home for Donahue.
Within the last 3 months, I've had 4 officers explode the fentanyl.
Wait, sorry. Has she tied in yet that the Uber driver has a history of addiction too?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen her since then.
Well, there's her new idea.
And all of them actually were in the jail during the intake process when people had these dangerous drugs on them.
As time goes on, Donahue says this drug crisis is in direct correlation with other crimes like human trafficking and gang violence.
Right, Copa. Is it possible that drugs or a cartel were involved in the why regarding why the students in Moscow, Idaho, were stabbed to death? No.
She's connecting it from Chicago and Michigan football. Okay.
Fuck is going on?
Biggest money was in the transport, was getting the work, the pounds, out of state where they would get the highest prices. It's like selling cocaine in Colombia. It's extremely difficult, I'm sure, to make money selling retail bags of coke in Colombia because it's just simply too cheap. I remember buying coke myself when I was living in Colombia. I was in Cali. I bought a bag of 100% pure coke for like 10 pesos, which is like $1.50 American. So it's extremely difficult to make a living that way. As we know, the cartels make their money by shipping overseas, right? So a kilo of coke wholesale in Medellin costs $2,000. In LA, that'll cost you 30 grand. Make it all the way to Madrid, could go for as high as 60 or 70,000. So the same methodology applied to our marijuana. So we knew we needed to figure out a way to get our pounds of weed to the states where it fetched the highest prices. And that was in the Midwest and on the East Coast, the places where it was the hardest to find good weed, and it was the hardest to find good weed at a wholesale price. So let's explain how we did it. So the first thing you got to do is go pick up.
Is this fucking serious?
Oh yeah, she was serious. She believes the cartel has something to do with it.
So we now need to listen to this guy who's not in jail, who's bragging about how he'd fucking smuggle drugs across state lines. All right, so he's going to tell everybody how to smuggle drugs. I don't think we need to tell everybody how to do that. All right, let's see where we're at now.
What was the price? He would give us the price. We would call up another guy, almost like we were calling around to an auto parts store trying to find the best price.
Yeah, like her thought process was
let
that
them know, hey,
the
we
people
need
in
whatever.
the house were like helping to smuggle for the cartel.
Gee, come on.
And
oh my God.
That's my understanding. And that basically like they made a mistake or something happened. And that's why the cartel dealt with them.
Stop it.
That was her original theory. I don't know what her theory right now is, but that was her original theory, is the cartel.
Look, she couldn't even clip out the end screen.
Yeah, she didn't clip out the engine. Take back good editor away. She's gone.
Yeah.
It is
a
business.
business. Okay.
In order to make it in a business, you must have clients, customers. Yeah, we know you, business owner. Remember she used to say she owned that bar?
Oh
she was just a regular at.
She ran a freaking trivia game at a bar. That's what she did. God. She went and did trivia at senior centers.
And then she's like, what better than new clients every year, as well as those new clients staying customers for 3 to 4 years, because drugs.
The cartel.
She would know.
Swiping through these colleges. I mean, come on.
Those kids were not on pills. They were drinkers.
Think about it. When you want your haircut, your normal stylist isn't available. What do you do?
Oh my God. I was laughing my ass off when this video came out. Trying drugs for the first time and continue your drug use when you get to college is very similar to finding a new hairstyles. I don't think so.
What the fuck? There's no similarity.
I think a lot of people are actually more untrusting of they want more of their hairstylist to do better than their drug dealer. Like, I don't think they would trust their drug dealer with their hair a lot. I definitely think psyops wouldn't trust the drug dealer with his hair. He'd be like, listen, I got my hair. You're not going to mess it up. Do you think the Idaho, of Idaho has rules based on what frat or sorority you belong to means you buy your stuff from a certain person because your frat tells you these are the rules about X, Y, and Z. This is who we deal with. What would happen if you took your business elsewhere? Oh, shit.
Guess what? The cartel would have never left 2 survivors.
No. Yeah, the cartel. The cartel probably would never have actually.
They wouldn't stab either.
Yeah, they wouldn't make a huge big deal because they wouldn't want to. Like, even if they lost a little business, they would rather lose the little business than make a giant murder scene that would destroy all their business. Like, there's tactics involved. The Jack Showalter. They are good.
Only her mind would go to fucking drugs, dude. Only her mind would go to that conversation having to do with cutting up products. I mean, come on.
Right. Yeah. There was absolutely no evidence of drugs. And here we are.
this is why I joke when I like that's now you know why I kept on joking saying, what about the cartels?
Yeah, I saw your comment on my video. You're like, what about the tunnels?
Like my thought was when she said, I told Jack everything, my first thought goes to like young relationships. It never went to drug usage. Like, the fuck is wrong with her?
Especially since Kaylee was trying to get back with Jack after the breakup.
Right.
Like, it totally made sense.
And this lady afterwards, like recently, ever since the start, like a couple of months ago, she started making like videos called Red Flag Project.
She is the Red Flag Project.
She is.
Oh my god.
Episode 1, episode 2, episode 4. It's all coming together.
And look who she's associated with. Kim, Crafton, Brittany, you know,
I think
people.
I think B. Tim needs to sit in the corner for a little bit for bringing this up to her.
You know
what do you think is up with people, though, you guys, that like to blame everyone but the accused?
Yeah, it's called money, making money.
Yeah, I think people like her and people like a certain somebody else that contacts CPS, they always take the oppositional side, because if they went with what every normal person's thinking or saying, they'd have to fight amongst the views. They'd have to fight. But if they take the oppositional side,
they're extreme.
Right, it's like rage baiting, if you will.
How about Crime Circus, the true crime clown of crime, or whatever. Remember, he made a video.
Sick. I just can't imagine lying. I don't know.
Have you ever seen the Crime Circus, Jay?
Yes. Is that Drip Drop?
Drip Drop and Little Drip.
I used to watch him in the very beginning. Yes, I have seen him.
And now he was like, Bryan Kohberger's innocent. It's the tunnels. It's the parachutes.
Yeah, he was actually advertising fucking Lana and shit. Yup.
Oh, that Jules girl pisses me off too.
Who's Jules?
Her name's like Jules True Crime Reactions or something.
Oh yeah, she's an idiot.
She's all out there too. Mm-hmm.
Well,
she was running her mouth on X about this plea deal.
Nothing
is confirmed. She's like, this is not official. Nothing has been confirmed. It's like, shut up.
If it's in the media, it's pretty confirmed, because that would be pretty
Right.
prejudicial for the jury selection.
Like ABC and NBC confirmed it. She shared one of ABC's posts and said, this is not legit. This has not been confirmed.
Because now they have to acknowledge that they've been rage baiting and they fell themselves into this conspiracy that
She called the
they have to
courthouse,
face
Granny.
reality now. That's why.
She said she called the courthouse to confirm it.
Oh yeah, they're gonna say,
Oh,
yes,
God.
random stranger, we're gonna confirm a plea deal. The
And you
courthouse
cover
doesn't
true
have the
crime?
answer.
And you're calling the freaking courthouse?
Right.
Well,
Get a grip.
Ding Dong Kay used to do that too. She was always on the opposite side of everything. That was because she got the views for it.
Well, and she also got sued for it.
Yeah.
Oh, exactly.
There's
And
that.
banned.
There's that too.
That didn't turn out well for her. You got to know when to draw that line, I guess. I mean, look at Joseph Morris. He got in trouble too for his fake shit.
Right.
Wait, did they do 4 lives in one day?
Yeah.
Cam and Allie.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, can I?
One,
No,
two,
they're not
3, 4.
back.
Yes, they are.
They're
1,
back.
2, 4.
They're back. They're
Oh
back.
boy.
Can
For
we,
back.
are they on
one freaking
camera? Is
day.
he on camera?
Yeah, he looks bad.
Oh
Can
boy.
you play it?
He looks pretty.
Did they get? Oh my god.
Work out. You know what I mean?
Oh, he's gained weight though.
Yeah.
God,
Yeah,
look
but-
at his fingers.
Don't forget, people, because I'm getting tired of people forgetting. Not you, Jay. I'm just saying in general. Methadone makes you gain weight.
That's
Okay,
true.
Maintenance- some
so
maintenance
he's
drugs make you
right.
gain
That's what
weight.
I'm saying. I mean, he doesn't look like he's using like he was before because he was real
Really?
thin. That's what I'm saying.
Let's play a little bit.
Okay.
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 Look at the eyes.
Allie will be
Did anybody notice a similarity between a certain somebody and a certain somebody on the screen right now?
Yeah.
Can I share my screen one? Can
Yeah.
I share my screen for one moment? I just want to
Of course.
clown. I want to
Look
clown
at how
on.
he spelled irritating at the top.
I know.
Yeah,
And look,
it's
why is this dude? Oh, my mind
Oh
is
my God.
irritating me, scared.
And
And
it's
that's-
BRYAN too.
And
wow.
he did 4 live streams.
Oh boy.
So
We'll
I
get
just
right
want,
back to Cam and Allie in just a moment. I'm going to use the rest
I
of
just-
Tim does this.
I just wanted to play this little clip for this clown. This is 4 months ago, by the way.
Say,
This
I
is not
do
like
dig his look though. It's pretty cool. It's
the
pretty
clown,
cool.
the true crime clown. Let's
Yeah.
listen to what is. Let's listen to this.
And some of us never forgive or forget. Ladies and gentlemen,
Ann Taylor gives me chills.
You give me chills.
He doesn't
Because you
believe
can
this
tell
shit.
she's an honest, hardworking woman, and she actually cares about her client, Bryan Kohberger, the innocent human being, the former PhD law student. This is a terrifying case to research and tell the truth about. Just like the Richard Allen case in Delphi, Indiana.
He believes Richard Allen is innocent too.
Of course he does.
Not everybody has the integrity to tell you the truth, even when they know the truth.
I mean, he does want the money. That's true. I have to agree with him.
I mean, at least he put some effort into it, B. Tim.
That's true. That's true. He's got
You know?
the editing. He's got editing.
The editing, the makeup, the persona.
I mean, he's put the hearts for the Ann Taylor.
Yeah.
And but he did say Bryan Kohberger is innocent, so that takes a couple of points off, you know.
Right, I agree.
It's truth right here at Crime Circus. Because I don't even know how to lie.
Okay. Okay. I think you're lying to us.
Stop it.
I think you're lying to us now, sir. Like whenever someone comes up to you and says, "I don't even know how to lie," they're lying to you, and they're lying a lot.
They're looking like this.
Yeah.
And if I did, it would make me sick. And I'd lose sleep at night. And I don't like to lose any sleep because we really do need as much beauty sleep as we can all get. And you know that's true. Moving right along. Let's see what else Ann Taylor has to say for herself this time.
And as a judge, you know you've got law enforcement willing to violate their own policy, and you know that you're not being told the full story about what a witness is saying, and you're being led down this path to say there's a real investigation when there wasn't a real investigation. You don't find probable cause on that.
She just told you, and she just told me it wasn't a real investigation. And
wow, shocker. A defense attorney telling that their client is innocent and they didn't really do an investigation against their guilty client? Shocker. I've never heard that before.
Do you love how he says this time?
Yeah, like that has never been said. You know what? We need to believe every single criminal in jail. All of them are innocent. They all say they're innocent. They're all innocent in jail.
Yes,
you gotta
we need a
figure.
drip drop baby. Crama baby.
A drip drop cry baby? Oh my god, that might be a little bit too creepy. With the clown baby? I don't know. That might give people fucking nightmares at this point.
Oh my god, that would
he
be
has
terrible.
over.
What were you gonna say?
That would be terrible.
Cheesy would have nightmares.
She's like, listen, we don't need a drip drop baby. But this is like the type of idiots we're dealing with. He's like the completely innocent Bryan Kohberger.
60 terabytes of data to sort through, and she can still tell it wasn't a real investigation. They just gave her a bunch of junk and told her to sort through
Yeah,
it. And sort through it, she did.
Yeah, like a bunch of cat videos. That was what the evidence was. Just a bunch of cat videos and dog videos. That's 60 terabytes.
Memes.
Boy, oh, how I'd love to be a fly on the wall as she looks through that case file. We're not believing the lies that the state is selling us. Not this time. Bryan Kohberger seemed like the perfect patsy to the people involved in this case, but he's not. He didn't do it. He was an outsider. He had only lived in the area for about 3 months. He wasn't part of their weird fraternity or sorority system. He wasn't lingering or...
Yeah, so they think like somehow the cartel is connected to the sororities and that sororities are just like dealing drugs. And for some reason, because like maybe the drugs were stolen or they were selling a different person's product, they decide to murder these people or something. But, you know, leave witnesses and also make a giant fucking scene so then you can't do any business afterwards. Like if you're in the underworld, you're doing business, if someone steals your drugs, you kind of write that off as, okay, either we're going to cause a scene or we're not going to cause a scene and we're going to figure it out and do something else. Like you just doesn't make sense a cartel would do that.
Hanging around Greek Row.
This is proof that just because somebody gets good views don't mean that you need to believe them.
Yeah, this guy
can
got...
I say something too?
84,000 views. Holy fuck.
Yeah, and people like this, like when I cover this case, this is why I have so many people coming in when I'm trying to like talk about the facts, right? I have people coming in that watch people like him that was, spouting all this shit, and it's just like so annoying.
Yeah, you're dealing with a clown. Literally a clown.
Literally.
Literally a clown. It always comes down to well, I'm not gonna read that because please don't use that derogatory language.
Rub truck. He was studying. Anyways, she tells us again and again and again, it wasn't real.
I'm just not tracking why that matters. Go ahead.
It matters because this wasn't a real investigation. These are things that are put in there to make it look like an investigation happened, to say, don't look here at this big glaring thing that's missing.
Listen, you're not going to steal Alan Jackson's line. Don't look here, don't look over here. That's his line, okay? Just because you watched Alan Jackson, you're not Alan Jackson.
She says they just made it look like they did.
Or hey, Brennan, I'm sorry. You're not any of those attorneys. I'm sorry, ma'am.
This whole piece about why we identify him.
60 terabytes of fake evidence.
That's why look at Bryan's face.
That's why he took the plea. That's the best she could argue is it wasn't real.
I think like Jackson's like looking at the Karen Reed case like, man, I wish I had Alan Jackson over here. I would have done a lot better. I might have gone out of jail. What the fuck was I thinking?
And someone had a good point when they said, I can't remember who it was that said that Ann Taylor almost didn't believe some of the shit that was coming out of her own mouth at times when she was in this hearing.
And Kohberger. But did you hear that the clown was like the completely like Granny? He's like the complete. He put hearts on the lawyer and it says the completely innocent Bryan Kohberger.
Oh gosh.
4 months ago. This is not like 2 years ago or a year ago. This is 4 months ago.
Don't look here. We don't want you to look here.
Well, if it wasn't real, that means it was fake. And what's up with this guy in the back corner here? Why is he so nervous? Why is he brushing himself off?
That's
Trying
Brett
to stay
Payne.
awake.
That's the lead investigator sitting there getting ready to testify, and he's
He's nervous, right?
He's scratching his head.
He's
like,
trying to stay awake. These shits are boring, man. You ever sit through an actual court hearing? They're fucking snooze fest.
I love them.
I mean, you can love them, but they make you
Depends
tired
on what the
just
topic
sitting there.
is. Yeah, it depends on the topic for sure.
Yeah.
But he's probably nervous. I mean, he's ready to testify and be in front of, Kohberger for the first time. And he's a rookie. That's the one that's only been on the force for 2 years.
You have to start somewhere, though.
What in the world is he doing? And why is he even there? That's about a 5-hour drive from where he lives.
To testify.
This is getting scary. Really scary. For this court to be supposedly open to the public, I don't really see much of the public there. Looks pretty empty.
Well,
and I know a lot of you viewers
It's just a
would
motion hearing,
love to be
dude.
sitting in that courtroom. And I want you to keep in mind, this hearing was over 8 hours long, and only about 2 hours was broadcast on YouTube. Really makes you wonder what other details were hidden
maybe you
within those
should've
6
went there,
hours.
dude.
Because what we're hearing in the 2 hours is mind-blowing, shocking, and really alarming. Beautiful Ann Taylor tells us all about the false narrative.
Beautiful Ann Taylor.
And they chose to make a map that showed a direction that phone wasn't traveling in to create a false narrative for the magistrate to rely on to find
Look at
probable
Bryan.
cause.
Yum, yum.
And that's what I've been saying since the very
Yum yum. Oh my god. And look at this guy. He's like, this is what I
early
was
days
saying.
of this investigation. There's a false narrative. And a few minutes later, she even reminds us again. It's a false narrative.
But then you have this false narrative that looks like stalking, that looks like following, and it's not true.
I'm sure it's not.
Look at
He's Kohberger, right? Kohberger's
staring
like,
at the judge.
Judge, are you believing this? It's just not true. And his other lawyer, she just has a permagrin. She just sits there, Smiley McSmileson.
Bro, though we need to investigate Ian Taylor for stealing 2 years worth of 40 hours a week, $250 an hour, fucking billable hours. Like, holy
How much
fuck.
money did she make, beat him?
Bro, that's what I heard. She worked 40 hours a week, right?
For the
And
past
she
2.5 years.
Yeah, and made $250 an hour in each one of
Holy
these attorneys.
shit.
And the state had to pay for the experts for this and all that shit. So this lady, this is like, bro, she needs to be investigated for a terrible fucking defense. Like,
Well, do you know too? She took on another death penalty case and had this one.
oh,
And then she kept
God.
telling the judge, we're not ready. We're not ready. So last fall, he's like, well, why'd you take on a second death penalty case? And why haven't you asked for more help?
I think Translucent's like, Drip Drops is a curator. No, Drip Drop's a fucking clown. That's what he is. He's a clown. And
Yeah,
also
he's creating fake news.
Also, his interrogation videos suck too. So
I actually enjoy the interrogations.
I don't. I watch better.
do.
There's a better interrogators like videos out there.
There's some of Drip Drop stuff I do have to admit I like.
We're gonna have to ban you from your own channel for that.
I'll put myself in timeout.
Are you wearing makeup? Right? Are you wearing clown makeup right now that we don't know?
I was just putting it on as we spoke.
You're gonna be as Harley Quinn or something. Now you got to jump on here.
Oh gosh, could you imagine?
Holy fuck!
Just
that is extremely damaging. It's very misleading. It's an outright lie.
There was no stalking. She knows it. The prosecution knows it. And the judge knows it too. Everybody knows there was no stalking.
I mean, to be
Bryan
fair,
Kohberger was not.
To be fair, they did. It did seem that they did try to make some evidence based around what they knew, right? Because things were changing. He may not have been actually stalking, so that's why they're harping on that.
He had all their pictures on his phone from their social media, so he was stalking their social medias at least.
Oh yeah, that's like having a camera roll of my photos. You're right, actually.
Yeah, I mean that is. I mean, what else did he do? We don't know because it's sealed, right?
Right.
Yeah, but the problem is, it's like you could tell, like what the lady's trying to do is she's trying to do a Bowden defense, was basically saying, well, they rushed to grab my client. Okay,
right.
That's
what her job is to do, though.
Yeah,
right.
like
she did her job.
Yeah, you can't just sit there and be like, take every word a defense attorney says like gospel.
Right,
Because
that's true.
they're a lot looser with the truth than the prosecutor could. Because if the prosecutor
they can say whatever they want, right?
Yeah.
Like challenging.
Like the prosecutor does shit like this, they can be disbarred. The Barry Matthew case, right? Matthews, that case, the prosecutor got disbarred for the shenanigans she did.
Yeah, and whatchamacallit? I mean, yeah, there's standards to uphold, but what kind of defense could she come up with if not these type of defenses?
Well, I don't think she had a defense. I mean, I think if there was that much damning evidence against him, her hands were tied.
Right,
Well,
she
for
can argue what she can.
Yeah.
What you need for a defense like this, you would have to basically go hard at the victims and the cops. Like you'd have to really, it would have to be like a complete attack. You cannot just say, well, we're going to be light on these people. Like you have to basically make the jury believe the cops not only just did a rush investigation, but there's some sort of planting of evidence occurring.
Right.
And that's what you would need to do. And you would need to put some doubt on, like you need to basically you couldn't really do a third party culprit, but you could basically, when you cross, make it look like it's a third party culprit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you would need to do. And you would have to go like complete scorched earth as a defense attorney on every single witness. It's just how it is.
Did you guys see this comment that there's a real possibility BK wanted to plead guilty from start, but the defense?
No, he didn't. He wanted a speedy trial from the start. He said, let's get this rolling. I'm going to be exonerated. I didn't do it.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to plead guilty.
I think what
He was
happened is,
innocent.
I think the thing is like basically because they waited for so long, they were able to get more evidence. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe
Yeah, usually the longer you wait, the more evidence that is damning against you, right? So
Yeah.
if you do it quick before they really dig, you have a better chance.
And Taylor's like, no, we need to go through all this. I need to get more billable hours. Come on, let's go.
Do you think it was that, or do you think it was Bryan?
The
'Cause they got to
publicity
do what the
too.
client wants, right?
Yeah,
So
but
if he
still.
wants to play games and say, "Hey, I'm autistic, and I need you to dig into my medical records as a defense," she's going to have to do it.
Yeah.
He wanted to pull all the stops of what he learned and was taught about. Like he wanted to see how much he can get away with it.
Yep. If you think about it,
That's
he
our
was
emotional
taught-
support 12 gauge.
He was taught in school, right, how to enter a crime scene and not leave any DNA as you're examining a crime scene.
And
So
he did. He didn't leave any DNA.
like he applied those same tactics, except committing a crime, not investigating a crime.
Right.
So he had those skills that he learned. Hey, Texas Ranger, good to see ya.
Oh yes, Sios. We're definitely getting back to them for sure. I'm so curious to see what they were up to.
You want to stop this, and you want to continue? You want to get back to Cam and Natalie? What do you want to do, Granny?
You guys, what do you want to do? Put a 1 in the chat if you want to stay with Drip Drop here, or 2 if we want to check out Cam and Natalie. David Evidence, why would they agree to a plea? I mean, that is true. I you know.
Well, they approached the state with the plea, so that says a lot to me.
Okay, so they did approach the
I
state.
feel like she exhausted all her efforts. Like she probably said to him, "There's nothing more I can fight for.
There's a
I
lot
can
of
either
twos.
save your life or not." You know what I mean?
Right.
It seems like
Lot
there's
of twos, yeah.
a lot of twos. So what is that for Cam and Natalie?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll stop sharing.
Drip Drop is dripping, dropping out of her.
Well, Drip
but,
Drop.
I mean, that is, I mean,
The drip has dropped.
That is a fair point, but you got to remember they have to also take in consideration the money that the state's going to save by not having to go through with the trial, the you know, the witnesses and all of that. A lot was already spent for sure.
A lot goes into the death penalty. Yeah.
Yep.
She did, Anna. She did. And on the
You know what I think is what was it? The New York City guy, Mangione, is his defense.
Mangione, yeah.
Do you know what's kind of weird? He's getting like 2 trials apparently, one with the state, one with federal. Did you
Yeah,
hear
I
about
heard that? I did. Yeah.
That's
you know
wild.
what else is wild? He claims to have visual snow too, like Bryan.
Yeah.
You know what else is wild? He literally has his attorneys have a website dedicated to 1, collecting funds for him to afford his defense, and 2, giving updates for everybody. That has never been heard of by any other.
No, I think he's raised like $1 million.
I think if I was the prosecution, I would be scared of 2 things. Either they're going to punch holes in my case about a rushed investigation or a botched investigation, or I'm going to worry about jury nullification. If you don't know what jury nullification is basically, as a jury, even if the evidence points to this guy 100% guilty, you could still say, yeah, innocent. You know, we believe he's innocent, and just like
for Majoni or whatever to protest against the system type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And be like, wow, we don't like this whole insurance business. We think that it's something wrong, and we're just going to let this guy walk. It could happen. It could very well happen.
Well, that's happening. There's many people who have been saying that they think Mangione had every reason to do what he did because so many people are so pissed off at the insurance and the medical and stuff.
It's crazy to me how many
States
people support a blatant assassination in public.
Right.
It's crazy.
Right.
Well, most
it's like, wait a minute now, this guy is a CEO. That doesn't. He's still a human being. Hello, you know.
Yeah, I mean, most times when a criminal gets off with a jury, it's usually kind of a like they're angry at the system, either angry at cops or angry about something. So that's a real possibility that they're just really angry, and you know, they don't like them. I mean, like if I was probably picking a jury, I'd probably want to pick people. I don't know, definitely older people. I would not want anyone on social media. I would want like 60-year-old people on my jury.
But to be honest, though, you ageist motherfucker, a lot of 60-year-old people are demographics, and a lot of the older people are supporting him. Beats him.
Yeah, but the
suffering through the medical shit.
The problem is that I would be worried about social media.
Beats him thinks at 70 you're deceased.
No, I'm thinking though, it's a different, like most people in their 60s or 70s, they're not watching YouTube true crime or shit like that.
No, he has a lot of young supporters. My daughter actually is the one that brought it to me. She's 23 and she's like, Mom, is this real? She sent me like an article about his website and people supporting him. She goes, please tell me this isn't real. And I'm like, yeah. And she goes, I see people supporting him all over TikTok. And she's like, this is crazy.
I mean, he's a younger, good-looking guy. He did it in a way that left a message. Literally, he carved words into the bullets. And it was like a rage against the machine type of thing. People are like, fuck the system, it's broke. And although this isn't, you know, cold murder is not the way to solve it, it did get fucking attention, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there are 60-year-olds.
Did it change anything? Are people getting more approvals?
No,
but people are speaking up a lot louder.
I mean, the stock crashed and still crashed, but that's because they're being investigated for, I think, health, like basically medical fraud, stealing money and stuff like that. I mean, because I was looking into the company, I was like, wow, this company really dropped. And I was thinking about like investing money into it. And then I was looking into it and I was like, yeah, I don't like the investigations. So I'll just put my money somewhere else. But yeah, that's what I was looking into the company.
And then all the stories that came out, like the little 3-year-old that needed this treatment to basically be in comfort, and they denied him from it. And then, you know, a lot of people are coming out and like, this is what this company has done to me, and you know.
They don't realize though, like if you didn't live in America, your healthcare would be worse. You'd be waiting for treatment. I mean, I get that denials are frustrating and stuff, and I get that, but this is not the answer.
And free healthcare does not come free. I mean, look at how much things cost up in Canada, for instance. You know, that's because of their free healthcare.
Right, but you gotta admit though.
You know,
you gotta admit, going into the ER and getting an IV drip and then getting a bill for $20,000 is fucking outrageous.
It is. No, I agree. I mean, I would love to have, you know, so-called free healthcare. I mean, I would rather pay higher prices than have to worry about a hospital bill, honestly. But yeah, I mean, people think, but people don't look at it realistically like we do. They think it's free, and it's like, where do you think this money is coming from? And like when COVID happened and everybody's screaming, I want more money, I want more money. And it's like, okay, that's fine that you want more money per hour. I'm all for that. But you don't realize that you're going to be, even if you work at McDonald's, you're still going to be living the same way you're living now, because all the prices have to go up in order to, because McDonald's isn't going to lose that money. They're going to get it back somehow.
Right.
And
through
that's
the
going to be,
customers.
right. And that's going to be, so you're going to be living the same way you're living now, whether you get a raise in pay at the same job.
Right. Well, that's why
living, because all the prices have to go up to compensate for that.
And that's why we need to stop being mad at each other and be mad at the people at the top that are getting all that money.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Like, for example, I'm tired of the idea of tips. I'm tired of having to compensate in tips for what the employer should be paying.
Are you going to be in trouble? I got in trouble. I got in trouble for that rant. People were mad at me.
It's not true, though.
About tipping?
Yeah, about tipping my coffee.
The low wages, yeah.
No, I tip. I always tip, and I actually tip generously because I waitressed a whole big chunk of my life, so I get it. But at the end of the day, if people collectively said, no, we're not going to pay it, your manager, your business owner should be paying it, it would change. They would have no choice but to pay it.
Right.
You know,
I mean, they do get off easy with that, don't they?
Yeah. Do you know that this is supposed to be the rule where I'm at anyway? If I don't make an hourly minimum wage via tips, the owner is supposed to compensate that. They never do, though. No. They don't. So instead, I'm relying on all of you as the customers to tip me, which is now a standard of at least 20%. So you're paying my hourly wage, so the owner at the top can just profit more. He's making all the money. It's not right. Well, I don't agree with it.
I think Cam and Allie's next or whatever.
Yeah, move
it's
on.
Probably not a good conversation to get into.
I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be back.
Okay, hurry back because this is gonna be good. Oh,
wash your
absolutely,
hands.
Sharon. Yeah, make sure you wash. Scrub a dub. Gmail.
You think Brittany J is gonna be very disappointed? I thought Kohberger was innocent. It's the cartel.
Yeah, she'll try some shit.
The clown told me it was true.
He said it's scary. Yeah, I mean, he's a little funny, but all right.
Just a second.
Wait, this is real life. Hold on. Holy shit. Bless it, man.
Check it out, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
We can't. Can I point out, too, really quick before I proceed? Because there's a lot of people... That's really cute. You're a cute person, Translucent. You're a real cute piece of shit. There's a lot of people that...
I'm going to say this. Maybe we should just ban that person because they're too much of a fucking piece of
instigator,
shit.
But they won't even...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't mind person jumping up and being on a panel so we can clown the fuck out of you. But if you're going to be a little bitch and stay in the chat and not jump up, then you can go fuck yourself and go back to your irrelevant fucking channel. I don't have respect for any like fucking weirdos that just basically stay in the chat. So I think you should probably ban that person and kick them off until they grow a pair of balls to jump on the panel.
Holy beat him.
I'm just saying.
They give them a minute. They got to put their TikTok filters on.
Yeah. Because I don't like people that just sit there and they talk all the shit in the chat, and we drop the link, we try to be respectful, and they still talk shit and they still don't want to hit the link. To me, you just lose all respect, and you can just go back to being an irrelevant fuck that should be just like disregarded and never thought about again.
And go ahead and grab screenshots of this quote unquote creator using gay as a slur, and we'll make sure you go viral, bitch. How about that? Anyway, moving on.
Finally got everything worked
Oh,
out.
I'm sorry. The backstory. So they were really big in advocating for summer wells, and there were times they would come on and some of their behaviors were questionable, but anybody who ever pointed out that they appear as if they are under substances was immediately attacked. They did the godly image. We praise God. They did their prayers, all this, whatever. So they were shielded from criticism until it was very translucent that there was something going on. And then the whole the ties turned. Apparently they were getting help, and it does appear they're doing a little bit better, but we will see.
My headphones, bear with me. They're updating right now.
That's who said it.
And I'll be able to hear everything here shortly.
What's that mean, J-boy?
Gay boy. It was their second time calling somebody gay on our
Yeah, they're being banned.
I saw J. I'm like, what?
Yeah, because they were too stupid to spell it correctly the second time.
Mm.
And
I don't even think they know where. If I'm being honest, Jay, I kind of feel like they think that this is your stream because I didn't cover Kohberger.
So you think they're trying to troll me?
That's right.
I think they're lost. I'm sorry.
You know what,
Jay.
Granny? I
But
think
that comment was
Jay,
to
they
be-
just don't like you.
No. The comment was first they were insulting me, then it was be Tim, but they were saying that I've always covered for Kohberger, and I never covered Kohberger.
I think they're just giving you a hard time.
Yeah, and also they're irrelevant.
Their little irrelevant channel, yeah.
Yeah, and they basically don't want to grow a pair of balls and jump on this panel so we can clown the fuck out of them.
Right. At least jump on the panel and self-promote. Jesus.
I know. I mean,
like,
listen, we all dislike Lana here. We could have been friends, but you just don't know how to conduct yourself.
Right, we could have hate bonded.
It's really sad. It's because their regular comments weren't getting read, so then they did a little toddler act. If I throw a fit, maybe I'll get seen.
Yeah, I can't stand.
They're back. They're back.
All right.
Yeah, there they are. Now we got their alt account too. Perfect.
This is Jay's Dread channel.
What does that even say? They don't even know where they're at.
See, that's Gentle Midget.
Yeah, look at the name.
My Dread channel. Yeah, this is the Dread channel. Welcome in.
Welcome in. Hit
Close
the
your
thumbs
legs.
up. The Dread channel.
Grab a watermelon slice and close your legs.
We dread you being here with us. Can a mod grab that anyway and delete it? I can't find them now. All right. Anyway, here we go. You've distracted enough.
It's not wanting to work out. You know what I mean?
Oh, this is bad.
Allie will be
Is
he in a hotel?
They've been staying in a motel. Yeah, they lost their home and all.
So they don't have their children.
No.
Man, we're gonna talk
This is so sad.
It is sad. It's actually hard to even like kind of.
It's kind of.
Oh fuck, dude.
He looks bad.
Is this in slow mo?
No. His service is shitty right now. This is his fourth live stream that day.
Who said this was a good idea?
I know.
Where's Allie?
Why do they all squint?
Anyway, how's everybody doing? Let me see.
Where's Allie? Does she appear?
I don't know. I'm scrolling through now. Yeah.
Shit, man.
Thank you. Here she comes.
You don't get a chair because remember. Yes, because I'm just that mean. No chairs for you.
He did used to treat her like shit when they were obviously using.
Wait, what's that comment? Why is anyone streaming them vultures? What does that mean?
I'm sure people are restreaming them because it was their first stream of the day, and look at the way they're behaving. So I'm sure people start restreaming them at that point.
Oh, this is from that comment's from their live?
Yes,
yeah, I was about to say, like, you can hit the link chasing if you think we're
I was like,
vultures.
whoa, what the heck? I thought that was to you, like right now.
No,
I was confused.
that's their live stream.
She has a wrench in their channel.
Yeah, she's always supported them. They kind of got
she
together
came
with
after.
the whole.
Well, she came after me for. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you were saying that, and then. They bonded over summer while she met them, and listen, I get it if you know that. I don't even know them like that, and I'm feeling empathetic towards them. This is sad.
Yeah, I
This
mean,
is
at least
very
his hip,
uncomfortable.
I mean, like at least his hand is not falling off. I remember seeing like his hand was like
Yes, remember
literally
that?
like that was so bad. I was like, man, this guy needs help. Like he needs to go to a facility or something quick.
I mean, it
Yeah.
is sad, but I mean, they're the ones going live, putting
Yeah.
themselves on display. So,
Yeah.
oh, that title alone is just like, wow.
Brian
But
If you're
everybody
their
believes
friend, you would be telling them this is not a good idea.
Dude,
That's
he
just
caught
my
more
opinion.
charges since the last time too.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, yeah.
Did he
let's-
really?
Here, I'll show you. Man,
Yeah, this isn't
everybody
good.
believed that he had Summer, that they had Summer in mind the whole time, and
they
that,
use summer to make
you know,
money, man.
Oh, just
yeah,
in
and
freaking
I mean,
February.
yeah.
Oh, maybe that's why he's online, because he has a hearing in a
He has a
week.
hearing this, yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
God damn, man. That's
So he was first busted with possession. Then he was in jail, busted with oh wait, that's the same thing. So he was prisoner possession.
oh, he not
And that
good.
was recently. I can't see the screen.
Yeah,
February.
this was February.
He's got a hearing on the 9th.
And then he
Grammy, it doesn't look like they're doing well.
no, he was also arrested in January.
The thing is that I would have more empathy for them if they came out and said, yeah, we fucked up. We're druggies. We did this, we did that. But they came out trying to say that they didn't do anything, that this was all fabricated by people online
They
and stuff
lied.
like that. They made
They lied.
excuses and yeah.
Typical addicts. Look at this. He got pulled over for having a suspended license in January. Oh, that's 2024.
I
Oh,
tried
that's
to
why
have
it's
empathy
But he's
for
got
them, but
another hearing in 2025 of August for that one. So he's got a date in July and in August. Intoxication in public. Oh, God.
Child abuse
abuse,
disregard
oh,
for
no.
life.
I'm sorry. Anybody that has child abuse charges should not be on YouTube. That's just my opinion. No.
Well, that's where people were like, you have child abuse, but you care so much about Summer Wells, but obviously things were going on that you weren't even really supervising your own. It's really a kind of sad story. I remember that
they
he was
shouldn't
blaming
have.
the
They
mother.
shouldn't be able to have a channel, in my opinion.
I mean, the problem is like a person like this, you need to like if they get more money, you know where it's going.
Well, that's like that lady that
Right.
came
And you've
out
got
and
her
spoke
sitting
up.
there going, oh, who's streaming them? They're vultures. Who's the
Yeah.
vultures?
Like this guy, what these people need to be is offline, and they need to be in a facility to basically treat, and they need to, and that's what they need to do. They need to clean up, and they need to get stable environment.
Right.
YouTube is not a stable environment. Like it is not stable. It is the most irrational fucking place you can.
And if you're
possibly
their
imagine.
friend, you would be.
Yeah.
You should be telling them this is not.
I would have
idea.
if let's say a queen or something like someone I was friends with was in this position, I would probably be IM and then be like, end the stream now, delete the stream, get offline.
Right.
That's what I said to people that come over to defend Brittany, and they're like, "Oh, we're her friends, we're her family." Then why are you encouraging this insanity? Log off. Tell her to get.
This is
get it
enabling
together.
right here. Like, oh,
Yeah.
these people that are streaming you are vultures. Like, you guys are not at fault when they really shouldn't be doing this.
I mean, I would have probably told them like, guys, in my advice, I think this YouTube thing is not for you. You need to get a job. You need to get into some sort of AA or whatever sort of treatment facility that you can get for free because you don't have a lot of money, and you should try to work on getting stable housing. And then, because obviously a hotel is not a place to live.
Well, they're at the mom's house now.
This
Yeah,
is
but
a short-term fix, right? Like getting on YouTube to make some money.
Well,
when you have a
it's
child abuse charge, I just don't think you should be able to
well, it's
be an
pity.
influence.
Yeah, and basically they're hoping to jump on and get like money. People toss them money because they feel better, and that people think that if they toss money to these people, it makes you a good person. It's like no, actually, it's the opposite.
Right.
You should not be tossing these people money. You should definitely not give them a dime.
Look, here's the title. Hey, we are back. We are back. You want real? Truth hurts. Let's see.
Yeah.
We've missed you too. Can you hear me?
Oh my God.
This is rough.
Because I can't hear through my headphones.
You're not playing anything, sir.
This breaks my heart.
It does. It makes me. I'm with you, Cheesy.
It makes me
I
feel
it.
sick. It makes me feel sick to my stomach.
I mean,
It
I'm
makes
not
me
on
feel
their side.
heartbroken.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not on their side. It just
Got a
breaks my
lot
heart
to talk
that
about.
for anybody going through this, the addiction and stuff. It just always breaks my heart.
Me too.
Well, you got people making fun of the DoorDash driver for her posture.
Yeah, I didn't like that either.
No, I think this is absolutely deplorable.
Also, the one eye constantly closed.
I'm embarrassed for him. I don't know why
I am
anybody
too.
would encourage them to do this.
Right. I'm embarrassed for them also, and it breaks
sad.
my heart. This is the last place they need to be is on
Yep.
YouTube.
Fucking sad, man. They put
Yeah.
themselves now in the spotlight for all this ridicule, which is probably the last thing they need.
He's just frozen the whole time. I don't
What
even think he's speaking. Right? Like, it's not me. Nobody else hearing anything, right?
Probably because they're on a hotel Wi-Fi. I've tried streaming from a hotel. It don't work.
I think they said they were at his mom. So that was the first live stream of the day. Here comes the second.
Well, his mom's got
First and
nice hotel
foremost,
drapes.
Second of all, we're not doing true crime anymore. We're going to talk about anything and everything. It has to do with true
Can you put
crime.
captions on?
Then so be it.
Yeah, they're not going to talk about true crime anymore. They're going to talk about anything and everything. If that happens to be true crime, then so be it.
In other words, we just need some money.
Yeah. Well, they had a big following that took care of them. You know, that took the money all the time. You know, and that's what they.
Yeah. Do you remember the one woman that came out that gave them thousands of dollars under false pretenses?
Yeah.
Remember her?
Yep.
They have no business being on here. They scammed people for drugs.
Yep.
That's what addiction
In
does.
Summer's name.
And so, yeah.
Whether their heart was in the
Yep.
right place
I
with
think
Summer,
y'all
that's
will
beyond
be,
the yeah, they. I just.
How
yeah.
could it have been, honestly?
Very,
I mean, we talk about BJ doing
very
this kind of
happy
shit.
that
Right.
We're getting ready to start rolling out here soon. Any
He said he's
questions
working at an
on time
upscale
this week?
restaurant.
I'd like to speak to some of y'all, so I will drop a couple of links in here.
I want to see his Kohberger one.
And that's the thing. He's coming out as in the pretense of you guys are my friends. I want to come back and talk to you guys because I miss you
Manipulation.
and-
Yeah, look at this title, Cheesy. Let's chat about things that matter. Sober life.
Oh boy.
This is third live stream of the day. No sound again.
To
Oh.
a nursing degree, right? I'm not muted.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Allie fucked up her nursing degree.
Yeah. Look,
It's sad. It's horrible.
Even the stream is fucked up. Like, they're just blank here, and then they come on for the fourth one. They ruin. I mean, they're poor children too. But I will always stand by the fact that Behind the Wall got close with his family members and reported back business on their children was fucking wrong. You guys remember that?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Cher got all close with one of their family members, I assume his mother, and started giving everybody all of the information about about his children and all. We should have never known about none of it. It was wrong.
How did she know about the children?
Because she suckered up to one of his family members.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Can we hear her talk too?
Yeah, that's what I was
Make
getting
some
to.
more mods here.
Why don't make more mods here first?
Okay.
Oh.
Where is she?
Where's the person that just super chatted us?
Bro, I looked at a video 3 years ago. These people look completely different than what they look
So
like 2 years ago.
They
Hey,
do.
He was the mess then though too. He could never get shit to work. But I mean, they weren't like this.
You can really tell, like, with certain foods. If you go to certain, like, restaurants and stuff and you eat there, you can just tell that their stuff is full of MSG and
How are they
stuff,
talking
and
about food right now?
She's talking about, yeah.
I need to figure out how to make people.
I'm not gonna lie, this slow motion is a bit triggering for me. Oh, it really is.
Yeah, this is bad. This is real bad.
It's really bad. Their audio's low. Is where audio's working. It's just so.
Yeah, but how do I do it?
Nuh-uh, Music City, really?
Yeah, they did.
Oh my
She
god.
a nurse. Hey, unicorn.
So basically, he drug her down to his level.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Fuck.
She just had a long speech about food at a restaurant. I don't know.
She was talking about like additives
I
in
know.
food or something.
Media assets.
He's trying to figure out how to
How to
moderate.
mod someone like he's never done this before.
And this is Jesus Lordy. This is supposed to be about Kohberger. Where are we at now?
What is this?
They're gonna take away my ad revenue. What the fuck's he doing? Does he even know the music's playing? Oh, this is a screen grab of a century. Man, this is sad. I don't think he knows the music's playing.
Well, just mute him.
There we go. I don't know.
Microphone access.
Listen, Kane, I took like almost fucking 2 weeks off. I'm hurt.
Yeah, that's a hotel. If
Yeah.
you look, that's like a mini fridge with a microwave on top of it and like a plaque for the hotel.
It looks like a hotel to me too. But people were saying he said it was his mother's place.
That's a lie. That's not.
I'm
his
not
mother's
believing
place.
it. I think they're
No.
lying.
What do you guys
We're
think?
gonna have to
Hotel?
work on this a little while.
That's 100% a hotel. Don't you see the
That-
little thing?
you
Wait,
know what?
stop.
Yeah, hold on.
Don't you see on the door the little piece of paper on the top of the door? That's usually in the back of a hotel.
Where? Up
Well,
here?
and there's,
Yeah,
and there's a
see that?
microwave right behind them. I mean, who has a
Right.
microwave right behind them in their?
And a mini fridge on the bottom.
And a little desk and a nice comforter. No.
Yeah.
No, that's a hotel. And the thing is like when people don't have enough money for rent, they usually go for hotels. It's like a big problem in
You
Florida.
pay weekly and shit.
Yeah. So that's a huge problem in Florida. A lot of people even though they're working like two jobs, they can't
Yeah.
afford rent, and they usually
Ethan,
go with
we have
hotels.
people down here living in U-Hauls.
Yeah, it's really bad in Florida. A lot of people are really
Yeah.
hurting.
Homelessness
happens
is really
here, too.
bad in general. It's really horrible. Matter of fact, so in this in
Oh,
the
she
winter
looks
time,
so old, you guys. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
in the winter time, they'll take the homeless into the empty hotels down the shore. But then when summer comes, they just kick them all out. So right now they're like behind the Walmart in the woods and stuff with children. Everything is so fucking sad.
And I kind of agree with chasing, like why put this on Front Street? Because they're going through it or whatever, and their kids are going through it. I mean, this is really sad. I mean, I understand that, people need to be aware that they need to stop giving these people money. I understand that, but
Right.
I don't know. I feel kind of a certain way about putting it on Front Street too. I don't know. I'm kind of mixed.
But
in my
BJ's
feelings.
reviewed every day.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
right.
Why are
You're
why
right.
are we so
I-
soft-hearted with them?
I think like
I mean, these people
honestly-
have child abuse charges.
You got
Also-
me on that. Yes.
And
I
also
agree.
these people, honestly,
BJ doesn't even have child abuse charges, and people are fucking going at her
Right.
tenfold.
yeah, and
That's why
also
I say I've got mixed feelings. Sorry,
I think honestly, in the end of the day, we're not going too hard at them, but at the end of the day, that type of thought process is like, well, why put this on Front Street? Well, I mean, I don't deal with life that way. If I see something that's wrong,
Yeah.
I don't like my eyes
Yeah.
closed like, yeah, that
People
doesn't
need to
exist.
know where their money is going if they donate to
Right.
these people. I
But
mean,
here's the thing, though,
they've
Jay,
already
I think-
scammed out of thousands.
But the other part of it is anybody who's watching them can clearly see it. So do they
Yeah,
really
it's
want to
bad.
be told it? If they're still
Well,
donating,
look
then
at
they're
Britney's
obviously in denial.
followers. Look at Britney's followers. They still stick around.
Yeah, but
That's why I say I've got kind of mixed feelings because I'm like,
I'm
you
with
know,
you, Chief.
the moral part of me is like, and then
This is
but then But then it's like, yeah, I mean, we need to show people what's going on here because, yeah, people are giving up their hard-earned money, or the people that are, I mean, they have a lot of elderly people that followed them and
Yeah,
stuff. These old
these
ladies that are giving up their retirement funds and their
It'd be
Social
one thing if
Security
he
and
hadn't already scammed an elderly woman out of thousands, right?
Oh
I
my
wouldn't
God.
be so hard on him, but
that's why I
maybe
say I've got mixed feelings. I don't know where to stand on this, you know.
Plus, they're the ones that are they're putting themselves on Front Street. We didn't
That's
tell them
true.
to go
I
live.
agree.
You're right. You're right on all that. Yes.
You know, it
But
is an unfortunate story. I was hoping for like this really amazing comeback where they were going to
Dude,
be
me
healthy.
too. I
Yeah,
thought they were
they're-
going to be like healthy looking. And when I saw he had gained weight, I was like, oh, good. He doesn't look all, you know,
Right.
sickly. But then, yeah.
He starts talking slow, and he's got one eye
Right.
closed, and he can't do
Yeah.
anything. His fingers are all swollen up.
He reminds me of Candace, like how she kind of talked and looked.
Yeah, he's still. I think honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he's still using. To be honest with you.
Well, I'm going to
Yeah.
go ahead and say they're likely on a maintenance drug that does make you gain weight, but also still gives you, if overtaken, you can still get that look that
Mhm.
they have. That you know.
Right.
Oh my God, yes. My sister-in-law, she's off of it now, but she was horrible in the meth. They lost everything. They lost their house. They lost everything. And my brother still stayed by her, which thank God, you know, but she's a totally different person now. But yeah, when she was on the methadone, oh my God, because she would, when she would go for her treatment, I mean, she would be like nodding off and
Yeah.
slurring her words. And I mean, I thought she was still on drugs.
Yep.
You know, and
Scary.
and I was
Too
like,
high.
yeah, I was
And
like,
it's scary to
wow.
see things like this, you
It
know?
is.
Especially
It is.
not like in my world, I was part of that. So it's not, I see it all the time. I recognize it. But for people that kind of never experienced it or never firsthand witnessed it, it can be very scary to see.
It is scary. Like I was scared for BJ that one night. I honestly thought she stopped freaking breathing.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and also I would say like we're not like clowning these guys or like making fun of them or anything like that. That's you know what I mean. Like there's a little bit difference between people being like, "Wow, this is really not good," and
Right. We're kind
you're
of
not looking
discussing a
good.
problem, right?
Yeah,
real life problem.
we're not like making fun of them and putting circus music on or some shit like that. I don't think anyone's doing that.
No, no one thinks this is funny. I think everybody thinks it's awful.
It's tragic.
And
I mean, God, what a different person he is. Wow.
I know. I was trying
And
to find where Allie is.
And my sister-in-law, she was really skinny, and then yeah, she gained a ton of weight. Oof,
That's
Oh.
what made me so mad when Brittany was like, "Look, I still got my teethers. I'm chubby. Yeah, well,
Right.
Yeah.
duh, you know better."
Here, Brittany, go to this. I can share my screen. Show.
Brittany, you bitch!
Oh shit!
I was gonna call you
Ah.
one, B10.
Back away slowly,
all
B10.
right, I gotta skedaddle. Guys. I'm gone. All right.
Now here they are
Oh,
both
wow.
on camera, and look at the difference.
Yeah.
He's-
Oh, she looks like she's aged 20 years.
Oh,
Yeah.
he was talking to Cheesy. Sorry.
It got her bad. Mm.
Cheesy's like, "Fuck you."
She's gone. She's like, I'm putting extra Crocs today.
He was really struggling here, though. I remember watching them, and he really was struggling. And she seemed to be more, you know, having it together when she was on the camera and how to work things. He really struggled a lot.
I remember they were live. Here we go. B10 found a better one. They were live one time and he was talking to her like absolute shit. And I made a comment then. I did it in the live stream. I got attacked by all their supporters. And I left a comment afterwards. And I said, I know these behaviors. I know that anger you're showing. And you're going to lose control sooner or later. And of course, people are like, how dare you accuse them of things and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, if you knew what I was insinuating, you saw it too. Like, let's stop acting like we didn't see it. And then what? A few months later, they crashed, complete rock bottom.
Yeah, I've never been on drugs or anything, so I didn't really see it in the beginning, you know. But when they came back, I was like, wow.
Yeah. It was, you couldn't deny it. Those that were still in a little bit of denial, they couldn't deny it any longer.
Right.
And so this was them. What was this one, B10? To our first video. Let's bring Summer
2021.
Yeah.
Here.
You know,
So this would be
we
2021.
just want to be here for summer, first and foremost.
They did a lot of that, right? Like where they did the whole religion, where we're believers of God and praising Lord, and let's say a prayer. They did all of that too.
We're not gonna war with other YouTubers. I'm not gonna get in the comments
Our
and battle.
mission.
That we started this channel was to try to do some research and to kind of let other people kind of know about different missing children.
And because
See, I
they
think they're both high here.
do you?
Yeah.
Because they were in the neighborhood, a lot of people trusted what they were saying about Summer. I don't.
Some true crime
Well, they actually
cases.
went there and,
As
you know,
Pam said,
signed
right now our main
NDAs.
focus is
Yeah.
Summer Wells.
It actually points to that.
I don't see Allie as high here. I don't. Kim, I can see a little bit his eyes, that bugged out looking eyes. But then you go to this, and this is where we are today, folks.
Holy fuck.
No. Sad.
It
3
is
years.
sad. The 3-year difference.
3 years. Wow.
God, that's heartbreaking.
Fuck.
And I have to say, to be honest, I believed that they were for Summer. I had hoped that they were, but
yeah.
Well, they were neglecting their own kids. They weren't even for their own kids.
Right.
So I don't
Well, we
believe they
found
were
that
for
out.
Summer at all.
That's
Right,
when
now-
addiction kicks in, right? When addiction kicks in, it is a selfish disease. And I know people argue it's not and feel how you feel, but that as part of the addiction is you don't realize that you are neglecting the things that matter. And
yeah,
it really was sad. I think they're about my age. I think they're in their
late 30s,
early 40s. Now I'm in my early 30s, late 20s, but
No, she looks super old. That is so freaking sad, dude.
it is sad, especially because she had her life together. She was a nurse. She had her nursing degree.
Right.
She was doing,
Yeah.
Look at him
now
there.
that's all gone. She's never going to be able to go back to that.
Wait a minute. Do you guys see that? Look at this. It's almost like he's having a seizure here or something.
She's not wearing a leather skirt now. She's wearing a schoolgirl plaid. And
what was
schoolgirl plaid. And now she's not wearing. She's not wearing a leather skirt now. She's wearing a schoolgirl plaid.
This is what we're seeing. This is what I'm sorry.
Wait,
but
why
this
is he
what-
talking about a leather skirt?
I don't know. I'll go back a little bit further, but I want people to understand. Take the image off the screen, and when you hear somebody speaking like this is what they're looking like on the other end. So stop gaslighting us out of what we know we're hearing when it comes to another particular person. Here, let me rewind it.
Microphone.
Can you put on captions?
I don't even think they'll help us, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh God, sleuths.
No, it's not
Okay.
slowed down. This is normal.
I don't know. We're gonna have to work on this a little while and get better at it. But you know what?
It took a little bit of an extended break. Actually, I think this is the first time I've actually sat down.
Hold on.
No,
I
might
think
only
this
be
is the first
70.
time I've actually sat down on
On
a
a
live,
live.
and then he starts talking about her skirts.
Well, no, there's this in between. There might be only 70 people in here. There, because the skirt's over here.
Oh,
So
okay.
let's, yeah.
All in here, but 70 is the ones that we care about.
Right,
You know,
Casey.
when
I get
gets
it. I
above
get it.
that, we know the ones that are real and the ones that are not. If you've watched us, you know that me and Allie did not hurt our children.
Oh, come
Yeah.
on. This is why people get fucking angry.
Wow.
Now, listen,
Doubling down.
Right. Do I think that he physically hurt his children? No. Do I think you neglected them, which is what the charge is? Yes.
No, the charge is abuse. The charge is abuse,
and with
not neglect.
But it
But
is
abuse can be many
disregard
things.
for life. Abuse.
The
and
kids had
disregard for life.
fentanyl in their hair follicle.
Oh my God.
I don't think it was fentanyl, it was cocaine, but nonetheless, one child tested positive, which we should have never known. I
But we
disagree
do.
with that information being out there. Right. We do now, but we shouldn't have known that. But I think abuse can also be like uncleanly homes, neglect of feeding. Neglect is abuse in
Yeah.
some places. And my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't it like 3rd degree? Not that, listen, what I'm saying is I don't think they were physically abusing their children in the format of like, you know, beating them and punching them and all that. But I do think it was disregard for life. I think it was negligence.
There can be emotional abuse. I mean,
right. There could be the fact that, you know, they're not in and out. We heard Kim, the pocket phone call. Lips, do you still have that on your channel? Lips has a pocket phone call where Kim's telling Allie to hurry up and get the drugs off his lap because he's falling over and spilling it.
Oh my
And
God.
people still denied what we fucking heard in that video. Neglect, whatever. Neglect, same fucking difference. Creek, same difference. Tomato.
no, he did not have gauged ears before that I noticed. That looks new to me. That costs money as well.
Yeah, I don't recall. All right, let's see how we get
You
to the
feel
turn.
like we did? You didn't watch it.
Oh, you didn't watch us.
And
Okay.
it's still away. Yeah. Does Prayer Garden still have a channel? Boy, because that woman can lie like no other.
How old is she now?
How old
I
is she
think
now? Well, you look like you're in your 60s, and you're lying
Wow.
right now about abuse. So I don't think that's quite fair. But
Whew. I can't
Yeah.
believe this
Oh.
doubling down bullshit.
Right.
See, this is
That
going to
kinda-
make me mad.
It does. It really ticks me off that they're just sitting out here saying they did nothing wrong.
Yep.
Everything's fine.
They haven't owned shit.
No. This pisses me off.
And they
I don't feel
Disregard
bad
life,
anymore.
child abuse.
right, and they have a hearing for this coming up in 6 days.
Mhm.
And this is what they're coming on camera looking like before this hearing in 6 days.
This
I mean,
is
come
fucked
on.
up, man.
Yeah, I don't have mixed feelings anymore. Put them on Front Street. I don't feel bad anymore because they're not taking any responsibility at all.
None. I agree, Cheesy.
None.
And Sharon's right. They did try saying like it was from like the shopping cart. So they trust the shopping cart, and that's how it got into daughter's hair follicle and all of that. And yeah.
No.
Let's see what he says.
SS would like a
3
link.
years at her last birthday. And now she's not wearing a leather skirt. Now she's wearing a
So we're talking about prayer garden.
Prayer Garden.
No, years at her last. I think she dropped 3 years at her last birthday. And now she's not wearing a leather skirt. Now she's wearing a schoolgirl plaid.
She's wearing a schoolgirl
And
plaid.
I can't wait to see that.
And I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, me either.
What'd she say? What'd she say to us that one day? He said, "Why don't you go there?"
Notice how he talks
Wait.
with his eyes closed.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Cam said.
And somebody else does the same thing. They talk with their fucking eyes closed. And they tell us, "Oh, I squint when I'm looking, despite me wearing big giant glasses." I mean, we're not fucking stupid.
Yeah, squinting in the dark too. At least Cam has a light on.
Yeah.
Right.
Just join. Who are these people? These are Cam and Allie. They were once the big advocates for Summer Wells. They lived in the area. They got friendly with Don and Candace, signed NDAs. They went to their house often. Oh, Mullins is really sad.
Tomato Head has a really good point.
The Wells kicked him off their property for being high. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. What's up, Miss Rowena?
Hi, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to reduce your background noise.
Who, man? It's my phone. Is it? But as soon as I click in, my poltergeist comes with me. So I'm sorry. Is
It's
it
okay.
better?
It's better now, yeah.
Okay. I got to disagree with one thing you said, Granny.
Yeah.
That we shouldn't know that the children tested positive. I most definitely think that we should know that because it shows the extent of the spiral that they were in. It wasn't just them they were hurting, it was their children. Not intentionally, but it's like saying, if your house is unsafe, then your children aren't safe. You see what I'm saying? If you have stuff laying around, whatever it is, I think that they came to this platform. They're making money off this platform to feed an active addiction, and I think that needs to be put on Front Street because if not, you're feeding that addiction. And maybe one person that doesn't recognize my mom would recognize this, right? kinda, but she wouldn't get it to the extent.
Right,
She
but
would think, well, that's from past drug uses, why they look that way. You know what I mean?
I agree, but I think just seeing that they have the child abuse and the disregard for life would be enough without having their children's personal business. Because we didn't just know about the hair follicle, we also knew who they were staying with, what they were
See,
saying.
I don't agree
It
with
was way
that, but I
it
just,
was yeah, it
Oh,
was
I
way
didn't
too
hear
I
all
don't agree.
that. I
Yeah,
just
I
heard
didn't
that the
either.
kid tested positive. That's
Yeah,
all I
that's what I
heard.
heard, Jay.
Oh,
So I don't agree with all
all
that. Who's staying, where the kids are at,
Yeah,
who
I
they're
didn't know
staying
all
with,
And
how
that
they're
was
doing.
put
I
out.
don't agree with that.
we even knew that what the child said outside of the visitation center when their
Oh,
mom
that's
came up to the
yeah,
door.
I
that's
don't
not
agree with
cool.
that.
And
That
I
that's
do agree that we should know because they come out here as advocating for Summer Wells,
right,
Right.
who is a child. So how
right.
can you advocate for children when you're like,
You
yeah,
have
no,
child abuse charges. You can't.
right,
It's an
right,
oxymoron.
Right,
right.
and
If they were just
I don't disagree with the child abuse charges being known because they're public record and what they do and what they represent out here. But as far as personal details regarding the children and the positions they were in, I just personally I didn't feel like I needed to know that to see the severity of the overall situation.
I think if
I
you
mean,
dug into the disregard for life, though, that you could probably put two and two together that there was something with the drugs and the children.
I mean,
Right,
if they
right.
were up here just for a crocheting channel or something, then I agree we shouldn't know what's going on in their real life. But they're
Right.
coming up here trying to advocate for children, asking people for money, trying to get money to help other children when they're not
Right,
even helping their own. Yes,
right.
I agree we should know that.
Yeah,
Religious manipulation, all the
Right,
check
right.
marks of
Yeah.
fucking active addiction, and we see it in others, but
and one not, but and it's like when they first started their channel, or whatever, and they told their story how they met. I was like, ooh. I said,
yeah,
I hope. I was like, that is the first. I mean, that's the first red flag. You meet your future husband as his nurse in rehab. And
rehab.
I'm not saying that you can't fall in love. I'm not saying people can't do better, but that's just a huge. That's like a,
It's a
your.
dangerous mix, huh?
It is,
Right.
yeah. It's like your
Yeah.
future success rate. It's not as strong as if it was years later you met. You know what I mean? It was like
Yeah, it's kind of
met and
borderline
boom.
unethical too, right? To get
Very
involved with
much
a
so.
patient. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm sure that she had to answer it. And I think I remember them talking something about that. But I just wanted to hop up and say about the kids. I just agree. I don't think that we should ever know their names, ages, where they're at, what they said. I don't agree with that.
Same.
But I'm sorry. I do think that I should know that if the problem that these two are having is drugs, the neglect went to their children tested positive for drugs as well. And
Yeah.
that's how far it went. It's not just these two. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, it
In my
happens in a lot
opinion.
of homes where parents are addicted to drugs. Unfortunately, it happens every damn day. Yeah.
It does. It probably somebody here in this chat. I mean, this is the face of addiction, and it breaks my heart too.
It's
And
very
maybe
sad.
it's just a nurse heart, but it breaks my heart knowing what it takes to get through nursing school, the dedication it takes, the drive. It's very hard, and to give all that up,
See her
it
Right.
is
lose it all.
so
Yeah.
sad
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
she
'cause
will
she'll never be
never.
able to nurse again.
She will never be. And it's like
No.
now, and I've worked with nurses that have had addiction problems, and there's things you could do through the nursing board, and they don't lose their license on the first, whack, whatever. There's things that are
Right.
Well,
done.
look at Nick Rakita. That's a good
Yeah,
example. A
yeah,
Yeah.
successful lawyer. You
yeah.
know.
Yeah.
I,
Yeah.
I always tell people addiction doesn't discriminate. I've sat in NA
No,
rooms next to
Mm-hmm.
fucking attorneys, next to doctors, next to teachers. It doesn't discriminate.
it doesn't.
Welcome,
It
CC's mom. Thank you.
I just think that we need to stop having more sympathy for the people that are, educated that fall into addiction. Like Allie, it's not any more sad for Allie than it is for Cam. You know what I mean?
And it's not, but to me, it just like if she was anything else, I guess just being a nurse, you know what I mean? It's like I'm like it hurts my heart
It's
because I know
You know what?
why.
It kind of makes
it's
me
a waste.
glad that she's not a nurse anymore
Oh,
because I feel like if she was
hmm
that weak, maybe that
well,
wasn't the profession for her. And
well,
you know what
but
I mean? I
but
just
I've worked with nurses that were nurses for 25 years, and addiction. Whatever the trigger is, it was the trigger. You know what I mean?
Right. It
And
can
then
creep up at
they
any
went
point.
right. It can strike you at any point, and it's not really a sign. I don't think that you have to be weak to, you know, I don't think it's a weakness. I think it's just a disease like anything else. It's no
Yeah, but it
different.
seems like she was introduced to it from him. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah,
Like she walked into this situation and it ruined her entire life.
well, and and also she knew a lot about addiction because that's where she worked, was at a rehab. So
Yeah.
it's not like she met a patient on a med surg floor after he had foot surgery,
Right.
Right.
and but you worked at a rehab and fell in love with your patient, and
Yeah.
okay, that's fine, but then
I'm
through the
not saying,
years.
wait, I want to clarify something in the chat. I'm not saying she's weak because she fell to drug addiction. I'm saying her decisions of ethics in the nursing facility or whatever you call it, like the nursing realm
Community.
of, hooking up with a patient is unethical in my opinion. That's
Yeah,
all I was.
the whole dating your, marrying your patient and all
Yeah,
that.
that's
And I
messy,
think she
man.
spoke that she had to go through, they had to explain some things so she didn't lose her job or whatever. Of course she did, and if they were doing fine, or, then,
No, Robat said she left her job because of it.
oh, okay. And see, then she lied and said that they sent her to some C virus unit, and then they sent her over to the babies. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, that was all a lie. I knew it when they said it, when they came out, when they were trying to say that they were clean. I knew that was a lie. I knew she had been fired. I just knew it. There's no way that you're going to float over to the well baby nursery, no matter if you're clean or sober. I mean, clean or not. That just doesn't happen. You don't float to the well baby nursery.
Yeah.
You just don't.
Well, they
It's
told a lot
more,
of lies and
yeah.
scammed
And they're still
a
telling
lot of
them.
people.
And they're still telling
That's
them.
what's disappointing to me
Yeah.
is that they're doubling down and like, we didn't do anything. I mean, we can look at them and see the state they're in.
Right.
And they think they're fooling anybody. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. That's
obviously
like
they are.
my
because they-
sister-in-law. I can forgive her because she has taken accountability for what she did. She's
Right.
taken accountability for them losing their house, for them losing everything. She's taken accountability for everything that
Right.
her kids went through. She's taken accountability for all that and said, I fucked up and now I'm here. Please forgive me. I'm doing better. And she is. She's doing way better. She's not into the drugs. She's been off for, I think, like 5 years now. I mean, she's trying and she's working. She's doing better for herself. That I can forgive. And if these guys came out like that, I could forgive them.
Yep. Me too.
But now they're coming here. They're saying, oh, it was everybody else's fault. It was YouTube. It was this. It was that.
Right.
We didn't do anything wrong. I have no sympathy for them now. None.
No tolerance for no accountability.
Right. Right.
Well, it's
Well,
like,
I think when he's saying like, oh, we didn't abuse our kids, I think he's referring to the people I think they were physically abusing,
yeah.
which is still,
It's a word
not
game.
taking full accountability, right?
It's a word game.
I'm sorry, your children tested positive for for drugs, and that is abuse.
That's
it
abuse,
is what
yeah.
it is. I mean,
It is.
I'm tired of pussyfooting around and pity patting people and not having the hard conversation because I'm worried people are going to judge me. I don't care. This makes me sick, and there's a reason why they went live. You need some money. Apparently, I asked in chat. They got money, and those people, when something bad happens, just like when all this first came out, a lot of people held a lot of guilt because they threw a lot of money at them because they believed them. These people will feel the same way one day, and hopefully there won't be a tragedy attached to it.
Right.
Because what you're doing is you might as well, people that are in active addiction, when you throw money at them, you might as well just go buy the drugs and help them smoke it. You might as well just light the lighter for them. That's what you should do. Because that's what you're doing. I'm sorry. That is exactly what you're doing. My friend, my longest friend of 55 years, we met on the school bus to kindergarten. She was my daughter's godmother. I mean, all the things. We lived one street up. She had an incredible job. We bought houses next to each other. That's how close we were. She had a tragedy in her family. She kind of spiraled. She met a guy, and then she came to me and she said, don't hate me, but Donnie, and I was like, no, this ain't on Donnie. You're a grown woman. You made a choice. I'm not mad at Donnie. You made the choice. So now we got to deal with it. And I took her to rehab. Of course, it didn't work because she went for me and her dad. not for herself, just to get us off of her. And it didn't work. And so for 10 years, she lost absolutely everything. She ended up serving time. I mean, it was bad. And now she's a better person than she was before she did drugs. She's an administrator at a nursing home. She is the most incredible, strong woman. And I respect her more for going through the struggles that she went through and making herself a better woman than
Right.
somebody that never struggled. You know, so it's not judging if you have it's when you blame others, you don't take accountability, and you stay on that track. And that's what this is, in my opinion.
Yeah. Anyway, I got to skedaddle. It's good talking to you guys. I got
Thank
a
you,
couple of
B-Tim.
things.
Bye, Beacom.
I'm
See
a
ya.
hot down too. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go on a tyrant, but
No, no
you know,
problem.
it's
See you
like
guys.
it just triggers me. And Allie, I don't know. Maybe it's the nurse thing. It's just heartbreaking. The last time we saw him, it was not this bad, y'all. I mean, it was months ago that they did that thing, and it was not this bad. And it's just like watching people just destroy themselves. And I'm
Right.
so glad that somebody has their children. Don't know who, don't want to know who.
I want to
but
know
I'm-
who's sharing their kids' pictures.
Yeah, that's
Share.
sick. Oh, she's
Are
sick.
you kidding me?
Told you all that shit was put out. Yeah,
I
it
didn't
wasn't
know
just
it
sit
was
here and
all
I didn't
her because
either.
someone in
No,
the
that's
chat
terrible.
said, "Oh, I wish I never saw those pictures." Who the fuck is putting out pictures?
That's sick.
That is absolutely disgusting.
She's gross anyway. I don't care. I don't care what anybody thinks of me. I think she's
That
vile.
girl gets put on blast for autopsy photos, and this bitch puts out photos of kids. Oh my god.
That's terrible.
She's trash. So anyway, I mean, she's not Mother of the Year herself, so let's just not even go there. But I'm gonna hop down before I say too much. So y'all have a good day. Thank you for letting me up, y'all. Y'all have a
Thank you,
great day.
Rowena.
All right,
Bye,
bye-bye.
Rowena.
Right, and everybody was kind of cheering it on because they felt entitled to know the information, and it escalates, and then it's, oh well, here, instead of me just describing what the children looked like, let me show you pictures, and it gets
I never knew that happened.
it's a small progression because we accept knowing this information, so why not now know this and this and this, and it should have never
God,
been known.
man. I didn't even want to show Josie Wells public video on my channel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wouldn't show that.
That
I
just
didn't think
feels
that needed
so
to be shown.
gross, man.
Yeah, there's kids that all these kids deserve privacy, including the creator, especially the creators' kids. They never put their kids on the camera for them to be now part of anything.
Well, Cher does or has.
Yeah,
Right. The kids didn't ask for this. Yeah.
right.
But yeah, I
Right.
mean, that is just so intrusive and so out of line. I did not
Hey.
know that happened.
Hey, psyops.
What's going on with you?
Not much.
So how old you if you don't want to bring this up or mention it, I understand, but the kid that got tested positive, were they like a baby or were they older? Because that's
No,
gonna
they're all
No,
a
they're
little
not
bit older.
babies. Yeah.
they're
Yeah,
all
they're not babies.
wow. So
Yeah, they're
It was
young,
from
but they're not.
exposure SS. Yeah.
it was from what now?
It was from exposure. It wasn't like
Yeah.
she had a baby and it was born within
Yeah,
its system.
had
Yeah.
to be. That's kind of what I was getting at, that or milk or I feel gross even getting in the details, but I just wanted to specify because I think that they're different situations. I mean, to have a kid around dope enough to expose them in that way, that's
Yeah. Someone said that's like long-term exposure.
I mean, that's so revolting. I mean, I don't even know how to fucking process that. I mean, my
Right.
God. Yeah, everybody should know that. They shouldn't be on here grifting anybody who's trying to protect them. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. If these people were able to expose their own children to dope enough times that it showed up in their fucking system, where do you get off? Like, fuck that, fuck this. They don't need anybody's money from this community. They need a heavy fucking dose of reality. They need to be off here and not making a spectacle of themselves until they figure out how to be fucking sober. Jesus Christ.
Well, I think Casey's biggest problem was she was friends with these guys. You know,
On a personal level.
yeah, she was. I mean, I don't know if she was like best friends with them or anything, but I mean, Yeah,
I
she's
just
met
still
him.
think I
She's
think
talked
that's a
to him.
horrible excuse, though. A friend
No,
should
I'm just
not.
saying that. I'm
You know what
sure
I
that's
mean?
why she feels a little weird about it, but yeah. I'm not giving her an excuse. I'm just saying.
I don't even
Well,
know
if it's
anything
ever
about
me
her. I
and you're
just
my
heard
friend, don't ever
Right.
defend me if I'm like this. Please
Yeah.
put me in my place.
Yeah. I mean, I won't take up for somebody that's in the wrong like that. I mean, if I see somebody that's in the fucking wrong, I'm going to tell you. I mean, I was always taught that's what being a friend is. If you won't say that, it means you don't care about somebody, or it's someone that you're willing to just let fuck themselves up. Like if Granny or you or who, if y'all are doing something that's fucked up, I'm going to tell you that.
Yeah, don't pretend that I'm not. Please
Yeah.
don't.
Because I want you to succeed.
And I have to be honest here. In the beginning of the Summer Wells case, to be honest, I liked them. I thought they were here for the right reasons. I thought they were good people, blah, blah, blah. And then when I saw them go downhill and the whole drugs thing came out and everything, I really felt bad for them. I mean, at the beginning of this, I felt bad for them. I felt bad that this was being put on Front Street. But now that I've listened to them saying it's everybody else's fault, then they're not taking any accountability. Now I'm just like, fuck that.
No,
I
listen,
don't have
especially with
any sympathy for them now. No.
especially with addiction, you are
Right.
your own problem. If you look in the mirror and you don't see the problem, you're fucked, because you are the only thing you have control over. And if you can't figure out how to change you to prevent these problems, then guess what? You're either going to end up in a jail, institution, or a casket. That's the
Right.
only future you have with addiction. So you better figure out how you're the problem, and you better figure out a way to change that shit.
Right.
Look at this right here.
What'd she say? What'd she say to us that one day? He said, "Why don't you go over there and sniff Kim's ass, you butt sniffer?"
In just a second, you'll say it.
What's up, white boy? I hope you mean that, man.
This part here. Guess what?
White boy was in there?
Yeah, he did a
Anyway,
call out
guys,
before.
appreciate y'all. Yeah, I know it hasn't been long today, but
So
we
did
wanted
I.
to do 3 of them just to get caught up,
Plus the other two.
I did 2 panels with these people.
Yeah.
So
This part here gets weird.
yeah, I know.
Guess what?
I don't talk about it. Well, on either. You can say that. Sit.
We just want to live out of this state. Because if we don't get away, we're going to make another mistake. We ain't going to leave. Because they're going to hem us up inside the fucking can. That's where we're going to live for the rest of our lives if we can. Get on an RV and get out. Go to.
So there it is, folks. They want
Huh?
money to be able to move to get out of this state. They want to run from the legal charges that they're likely facing or upcoming. Notice his
Oh my
eyes are
God.
closed. But that's what he's saying. We need
Oh my
to
God.
wait. Yeah.
Inside
And he's
the
got a
fucking
rap
can.
for it?
That's where we're going to live for the rest of our lives if we can. Get on an RV and get out. Go to the West Coast. Go to the East Coast. Go. I don't know where we're going, but we got to get out.
So the
Oh.
state's
That's
the
all I'm
problem,
saying.
not them.
Oh,
The state.
they
You
got to
won't
get
wanna
out.
deal.
Yeah.
You won't wanna
Wow,
deal
you
with
have a
extradition.
hearing in 6 days.
The
Jesus
state's the
Christ.
problem. It's not them. It's the state. If they just leave the state, they'll be fine.
So he's not, they don't expect to get their children back.
Probably not.
Seems
Wow.
like, I mean, that's right there is wild for so many reasons, showing his state, like his personal state, how he is, showing what almost kind of looked like some neurological issues maybe, and his mentality on all this. It's fucking awful. Did you say
really
that he was
sad.
supposed to be on mats?
Yeah, they told everybody they were going to the program, and
That's 100% more than mats. Mats do not.
well, sometimes they overdose you, and this does do that. It does do this.
But
exactly
I have a
this to you.
question because I'm kind of ignorant on some of this stuff with, addiction and stuff. Can it actually like change your mind where like, people are in the chat are like, maybe you had a stroke. Can those drugs have an effect where you're permanently just, it's like you had a
Drippy?
stroke, but you didn't?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So like,
And also
even if you
shows-
get clean, you could still have that damage and never be right again.
Yeah.
Right.
I
And
know
then
a woman.
here's the
I-
side effects of methadone, right? Experiencing difficulty breathing or shallow breathing. Keep that in mind. Feeling lightheaded or faint. Experiencing hives or a rash, swelling of the face, lips, tongue, or throat. Somebody sounds like they have something in their mouth. Feels chest pain. Experience a faster pounding heartbeat. And so forth. They're the bad signs of it. But other signs are weight gain, stomach pain, dry mouth, mood changes, vision problems.
Yeah.
A lot of people, not a lot, a few people
So
are
it has
experiencing
those
a lot of
same
signs.
effects that can appear like a stroke. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know
The
a
thing
woman who was heavily on drugs years ago, probably 10, 15 years ago, and she had that whole jaw jacking thing going on. And
Oh, yeah.
I mean, even though it has improved, I didn't know her when she was on drugs, but you can still tell that she was on drugs at one time because she still got that little bit of it.
damage is, you can't
Yeah.
undo it completely sometimes.
The
Wow.
reason that I said that about that's more than Matt's is because if he's going to an actual clinic or to a doctor proper, he can only go up 5 milligrams at a time. And you can only do that, I think, every 3 days, maybe at the beginning. I don't remember the exact rules, but it's only 5 milligrams. And it takes weeks and weeks and weeks for people to titrate up to a dose that'll hold them for 24 hours, typically at the beginning. People are going to the methadone clinic and taking methadone, but they're also still dosing with the drug of their choice to get through until it reaches a place where it gives them full relief. So I've personally never seen someone behave the way that I'm seeing from just methadone. It definitely looks like more than that to me. I'm not, saying that my opinion means anything, but just putting in my 2 cents on that.
You have a lot of people agreeing with you in chat, but
Yeah, I disagree. I've seen people definitely be overdosed and they appear just like this.
Yeah, my sister-in-law was
That's
overdosed
sad.
at one time, and I was like, "Oh my God, is she still on drugs or what?" Because like I said, I don't have experience with drugs myself, and I only know my sister-in-law, and I have a couple nephews who've been on it, but she was really bad, and I honestly thought she was still on drugs when I saw her like that. But
Yeah.
here she was just overdosed on it.
And a lot of these
Because she
clinics,
lives in another state, and she came here for a vacation, and she was in a different clinic, and they gave her way too much. And yeah, she was nodding off and slurring, and oh my God, I was like, is she still on drugs? Because
and
that's what she seemed like.
yeah,
well,
and a
do
lot
they
of
have
these
to
clinics
take it
don't.
at the clinic? Like, do they go
No,
there and they go
not
home with
all
like
of
a
not all of them do it the same way. That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
A lot of these clinics are just money makers. They don't really care much about it. Like you're supposed to do
Yeah.
it with therapy. You're supposed to earn the trust to have take homes. I mean, but a lot of
but they don't
times,
follow the protocol.
yeah, and a lot of
Yeah.
times, I mean, even people you see walking out of the clinic, they walk out looking like this. It's unfortunate, but it's
Fuck.
become it's kind of like an
A
entrapment, if you will.
replacement kind
Yeah,
of?
a lot of
Yeah.
times it is a replacement drug, and a lot of times people are being put on methadone when they shouldn't be.
It makes
Methadone
me
is like
sad.
is almost a synthetic type of heroin. It gives almost a similar, and it shouldn't, but it was meant to be for those that were on like those harder drugs. It was supposed to be a short-term thing, but maintenance drugs such as methadone, Suboxone, all that, they've simply become band-aids that now replace. Some people eventually
Yeah.
get off them, but a lot of times it's harder to get off the maintenance drug than the original drug of
That's what
choice.
I've heard. Yeah.
I think you have to want to really, like my sister-in-law, she really wanted to improve her life, and get off of it. So the program worked for her. So I hate to say that it doesn't work because it did work for her, but she's an
Right.
older woman too. But yeah,
I think it's your mindset too. Like you
I
have
think
to
so
want
too,
it
yeah.
to be
Yeah.
not a replacement, right? Like you have to be
Right.
in the mindset that this is going to help me. Kind of like, in a smaller scale, people take the Wellbutrin to quit smoking, right?
Right.
It's not an end all be all, but it's all a
Right.
lot about your mindset too.
Well, that's why you're supposed
Exactly.
to work a program with it. You're supposed to go to therapy. You're supposed to work on the inner issues that brought the addiction to the forefront,
Yeah.
not just the
Yeah.
addiction itself, but a lot of times they don't.
Yeah, that should really
And
be
it can be
enforced.
done. Yeah, it can absolutely be done, and many people do get there, but
And my
it's not an
sister-in-law
easy
never
track.
brought it home. She was always going to the clinic.
Oh, she didn't even get to the part of
That means that she continually tested positive for drugs then.
Oh.
Well, and let's not forget they've got a hearing, like Granny said, in 6 days.
Yeah.
I can't believe he's talking about leaving. Can you keep playing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, this seems like a very, very
Be
what was the word?
legitimate.
There's a
Be
quick amount of
straight.
time this has to happen in.
Intelligent. Let's not get up on the I can't do it tonight. Anyway, good night, guys. Love you. Salute you.
Eyes are still closed.
This channel's gonna make a new way. A new way of doing things. It's gonna be more or less a
Cass said it had been 4 years since their first live, and that is insane. I thought, like, the other day on the 15th, you know, I don't know, that I still had a hard time with that.
Oh, she's talking about the 15th, the
Summer,
anniversary
wow.
of summer.
Yeah, and she
Wow.
even said here the day someone went missing.
all right. If I can spit it, I can rip it. If I put my tongue like a dyke, then maybe I can get it.
What the fuck?
What?
Don't
If I
ever
flew-
call.
oh my God.
If you were over in that chat supporting that, I never want to hear you call out another person for supposedly being homophobic, racist, or anything else. If you sat through that bigot fucking line right there and was okay with it.
Amen.
I didn't hear what he said.
Amen.
Oh, here,
If
let
I
me
flip
rewind
my
it for you,
tongue like a
Cheesy.
dyke.
Yeah, I
Rip it.
can't
If I
make him
put
out
my tongue like a dyke, then maybe I can get it. Maybe I can bring it. When I spit it, she gets it. Straight up in her ear and down her neck, and then she gets to where she can't even feel. Up here, down here, wherever you want to go. I'm ready to flow. I'm ready to get it. Matter of fact, I'm ready to get this hoe and go. Get something to eat.
No.
You call
always
him, he
say
called
you're
you a
hungry,
hoe.
You call me your hoe.
You always say you're hungry. You call me you're my hoe.
I'm not.
Your hoe.
I call you a hoe because you used to be
You
what?
always say you're hungry and you call me your hoe.
I call you my hoe because you used to be a hoe. I'm not.
This is
I
disturbing.
call you
can't
my
say
hoe
nothing
because you
right.
used to
No,
be
it's
one
all
and
a
I'm
little
not.
secret about Cam that y'all never knew. He used to be
Right,
a
here comes the inner fight.
Oh my
Listen to
God.
this.
What? A
Listen,
secret?
listen. If you guys shut the fuck up, we can hear them. Ready? Listen to
Sorry,
this.
I'm in
It's okay.
shock.
I know. Listen to what it says here.
because you used to be a hoe. I'm not.
Look at his face.
I can't say nothing right.
I want to point out this cigarette's been lit this whole time, but it's gone down because he hasn't smoked it. He just said I can't say nothing right. They're still fighting.
No, if y'all want to know a secret about Cam that y'all never knew, he used to be a hoe back in the day. But he's been with me for 14 years and he has been 100% faithful. So it's
14
okay.
years.
Oh my God, this sounds like fucking something similar.
I know, doesn't it?
Holy.
I think my wiener fell off like 3 years ago, though.
Oh,
Oh my God.
Wow.
wow.
I'm joking.
Yeah, we're sure you are.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, poor pitiful Allie. I know. Let me tell you, my life is.
It's fucked, girl. We see it.
I have a great husband and I have amazing kids.
Oh, don't you dare.
That's really all that matters. So I need
What?
Yeah.
any pity. Thank you.
Great husband, amazing kids, living in a hotel room. Your husband can't keep his eyes open. A cigarette went out 15 minutes ago because you haven't even huffed on it.
All the time. All the time. Allie, please.
This is BJ and Craig if they didn't have his
I don't
parents'
know why
house.
people.
Exactly. And not only that, if their cameras were always on, psyops, when you hear the that's the signs that I am telling you all that are here. When you see him talking, his eyes are closed, you hear the voice. That's what we're hearing but not seeing. And I'm not going to be gaslit out of it anymore because people say,
I mean,
"Don't
are we
talk
going
about
to ignore
addiction."
his rap that he talked about?
Oh, that's disgusting.
What in the pure fuck?
Now she's making fun of people saying if you need help.
Sorry.
I don't know why people scratch.
Excuse me.
Says that
Excuse
he's
me.
burping.
He's forgotten live etiquette. I apologize, guys.
Oh, that's what's forgotten.
Excuse
Live
me.
etiquette.
I work at a very high-end restaurant now.
Oh, I'm sure.
You can't.
Burger King. I mean, listen, if he's working good,
Fuck
but
these guys. I'm sorry,
I
Granny.
doubt
I'm
it.
probably going to have to hop down. I'm getting pissed.
It's almost
Yeah.
over. Wait, I'm sorry. I keep getting ads and curious if when I get ads here, it's AdSense, but if I get ads on other channels, they don't pay continued? I don't know what you mean, Buzzy. Yeah, but that is the AdSense. Like, that's what majority of our, not majority, that's not, no, never mind. I don't know what you're asking now. I'm sorry. Rephrase me.
You can't
I do
order
wanna say-
food that's under
Was that you, Cheesy?
$30 to $40.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I wanted just to say one thing. All these people that are trying to make us feel bad for
what we're seeing.
For following Clue. I just want to say screw you.
Right. That's what I said. If
Yeah.
you were in this chat and you didn't say a word about the fact that he just said that in his little weird rap, and you're going to ignore all these signs, then stop acting like you have power to call out others.
Right. You're not on that high horse. You're on the high horse. You're not.
No, you're an enabler. Let's say it for
Right.
what it is.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. Never mind the fact they all ignore all the other people.
Haters gonna hate.
Is it that much,
Lovers
Buzzy?
gonna.
Yeah, we're haters.
Haters gonna hate. Lovers gonna get in late. What are you gonna say if you can't do it right today? Well,
Oh, Lord.
Is he trying to start a rap career?
I think so.
Just because you said you know,
Have you seen my
ask me about my wiener.
Now I ask him about his wiener.
Oh, yeah. Could we?
Yeah, it hasn't worked in about 3 years. This is right after she mentions Summer Wells too, so
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but that's
between the
really
fuck
good
not
movie.
saying that Summer Wells wasn't profitable in this, I'm gonna blow my top. This poor kid, man. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
I have to say, I do quote that quite a bit. That movie, that Accepted, that was a hilarious movie, and I do say, "Ask me about my wiener" a lot.
Oh, is that a movie quote? Okay,
Yeah.
that makes more sense. All
Well,
right.
he just talked
remember
about
movie
coming on his
Accepted.
wife's neck, so I
Yeah.
think he means it a little differently.
And the guy was in a hot dog costume, and he's like, "Ask me about my wiener."
Oh, I didn't know that
I'm
was
sorry.
okay. All right. So
I'm
he's just
sorry, I'm
like
giggling.
so they're more
Yeah.
like the other two than we realize, right? They have the movie quotes in common and yeah.
Yeah. Me and my adult daughter, we every once in a while be like, "Ask me about my wiener," and we think it's hilarious. So
Yeah,
I wonder
the
if,
chat
like,
here
them,
knows it.
the primary way that they experience the world is through media and television because they don't get out in it.
Detached from reality, right, Siles? That's what I said about those two.
completely
Yep.
detached.
That's why they find somebody in the Titanic, a death scene, a horrific death scene that's fucking hysterical.
Yeah. I mean, wow.
Yeah.
How the fuck do you even interpret it that
I mean, if he was like just saying a movie quote, that'd be one thing. But if he didn't just say what he just said,
with all the
Yes,
other
the
lyrics.
context of all the sexually chargedness, the wiener
Yes.
falling
Yeah.
off the tongue,
Right.
like the whatever, licking. Yeah, I get it.
It's an accumulation of all of it.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Exactly.
together. And her looking uncomfortable.
I know. I'm so curious how they wrap this
He
up. because
lost
this
his
is
online
awkward.
etiquette.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Mm.
They are so awkward right now.
Let's see, Bonham. Let's see what we can do.
Log off.
Let's see. Let's do a crab dipper
What's the
and a
fuck?
pickle fry with the cider ranch so that you won't die. It gets a little spicy. If you don't drink a little milk to wash it down, then you won't stink. In the morning, when you're burping up all that crab meat, it's gonna make you puke it up. Yup. I don't like it. I would rather not eat it. Huh?
It's so nasty. Why are all these so? Him can rap pretty good whenever he actually wants to, but then he
I get it,
Oh,
Buzzy. I
like,
don't know.
my favorite ones are like, okay, so do a Christian one.
I knew that was. I was going to say at least he's rapping
How?
about food and not Christianity, but I knew that was coming. As
How
his
do you
eyes
They
are
gotta,
still
they gotta
closed.
touch all the trigger points, man. They want money.
Look,
These people are so predictable and disgusting. Ugh.
yeah, burping up crab meat. Mm. That high-end restaurant.
No.
Just like Granny says, it
Oh
is
my God.
predictable.
Yeah, it is
Stretch
predictable.
my hands out and I try to pray,
Oh my
not
God.
knowing which way, God, you're listening today.
Stop.
I know you hear me all around, and I know
Religious
that you hear me
manipulation.
once I'm down.
Yup,
Oh, I
here
bet
it
there's
comes.
praying hands all in
My
his chat
knees.
right now.
I'm
Unbelievable.
Is
repenting
there?
for
I
the
don't know. I said I
love
bet
you
there is.
promised
When T-Rev shows
me.
you up, you know there's a
So
problem.
Wait,
God,
let's see how
I'm
the chat is
asking,
reacting.
please forgive me.
Am I wrong?
Follow
Well,
me.
no, it's not moving, but
Is anybody concerned?
I see laughing faces. I'm assuming about the
wiener.
Yeah. Chasen's doing these eyes. I didn't like them. Wrong person. Do sorry. Cam and Allie, what movies do y'all like to watch? I just asked a question. Why am I being told by? Chasen tells him this is much better.
Real quick, Granny, that Georgia mom asked, is this new? Because she was told that they were better now.
This is yesterday.
That's exactly what I
This
thought.
is their 4th live stream from yesterday. Mm-hmm.
Who told you they were better?
Oh.
Where'd you hear that? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I am too.
My neighbor's dog's lost.
Close to me with my wife, or make it through on another life. This life would be divine. If God can cause or show us the sign. If not, we'll die together.
What police said.
Happy as can ever. No.
So, Kaz,
I'm out.
He's
do that whenever.
See this now? Like the falling over and shit?
I'm out.
So,
you see the falling over? Like somebody
Yeah.
else, right? But it was just a loose wire. Oh, it's just an itch on their leg.
I dropped my mouse.
Right.
I'm out.
Yeah, methadone
do
takes
that
2 hours to reach its peak after taking it. So
Now look at him. That
So-
same cigarette's not even lit anymore.
I don't think
He
we're
looks
going to
drunk.
be like, it's
Yeah.
not going to be like it was before with, because that just took, I mean, that's a very, very dark.
Oh, no, it was the
place
Summer Wells
and
case.
mindset to be in all the time.
Oh, so they're gonna blame it on that?
All the time. And so I mean, I think that we will still talk about every once in a while cases and stuff, but I don't think it's
Stay
not
away
gonna
from
be like
cases. Talk about your
Stop.
own. Talk about your
You
own.
are a case.
you're
Get back on
literally a
here and that's all.
case. 6 days.
Right.
So
she just said, watch us get back on here, and that's all we talk about.
Wait,
No.
he said he was a DoorDasher. Yeah, he just got pulled over for a suspended license.
No, he said he works at a high-end restaurant.
No, Music City said he was DoorDash. He said he was DoorDashing at
Oh.
one point.
You're fine, Buzzy. I get it, hon. I really get it. No need.
somebody said what who said what movies y'all like to watch?
We don't
Somebody
care what
said
type of
that.
movies you like to watch. I
They
mean,
don't need two-faced creators over here making content.
Wait,
You're a
what?
spectacle, bro.
Jake 2.0.
I'm sure they deleted it.
Oh,
Did he
okay.
say J
2.0?
2.0?
Jake.
Oh, I was about
yeah,
to
Jake
say.
said, oh, okay, so it wasn't you who said they gave you water at the first summer's day and said that Allie was stuck up. I'm pretty sure it was you, but if I'm wrong, it's been a while. Okay, so you must be talking to Chasen. I don't need two-faced creators over here. Casey comes in and says, no, you're right, Jake.
Sure.
But I don't know, because I don't know what was said by who about us in the last 2 years, and quite honestly, I don't give a fuck. Sorry about my language, but so if
Nobody
anyone
thought
had
about you.
Right.
said anything about us, then so be it. Whatever. If that's
If you
how
go
they
away,
feel, that's
we wouldn't.
how they feel. It's okay because we know who we are. Our kids know who we are. God knows who we are. And that's really all that matters to me. So
No. Listen to this. We're not two-faced creators.
No, he didn't.
We
say
went
that.
through a very hard time. I'm going to explain
No,
myself.
Okay, but he's not saying
Why don't
that.
you go back and read them?
Why don't you?
I did.
And what's funny here is
Nice.
she's right. Allie's right. He's not saying that Cam and Allie are two-faced, but he's going to go on a tangent anyway.
On the first summer's day, would you?
She's even telling him, stop. That's not what he's saying. Look how mad he
Thought
is.
you didn't like Cam and Allen, did he? And then it says, you know what, though? I could care less if they like me or not.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
I don't care.
Poor, pitiful Allie.
That's what Chasen wrote.
She
Poor
wrote
Allie.
what?
Poor
Hey, Jay,
Allie.
God knows the intentions of our heart. Even if we mess up, we can
Here
repent.
we
He
go.
knows the intentions of our heart.
Yeah, God knows.
Mhm.
You're living by
You
God's
don't know me
godly.
personally,
Fuck.
and I don't know you personally. But I can promise you, if I do something for you, and I'll never hold it over your head.
The female's Allie.
Georgia mom answered,
Oh.
by the way.
Now he's bringing up the whole money bit. Like, if I do something for you, I'll never hold it over your head. That's what he's pulling up now because he's still mad that these people came out and said, wait a minute, we gave you a shit ton of money. You lied to us every step of the way about it. Oh, unbelievable.
Did you see Georgia mom's answer
I'll
to
never
who
try
said they
to
were
throw it in
better?
your face, and I'll never say you
No,
owe
I
me
didn't. Did
anything
you?
for it.
It just scrolled by.
White Boy did video
White
saying
Boy
he
said
thought
it.
they were, that they look so much better on a recent TikTok. No, they don't look better.
No.
This is them yesterday. This is not better. Don't forget, Ellie chose to go with him instead of leaving and doing what she
What's
needed
that
to.
mean?
Okay.
Wow.
Dude, I mean, their kids are gone. This is a
Right,
mother.
Okay.
She could have taken her
Dear
kids and,
God.
Well,
and went.
Oh,
Yeah.
God,
Right.
there.
Get in the
And
shower.
we were all telling her, a lot of us were saying, like, listen, if you really want recovery, you two have to split up for now because you can't, it's nearly impossible for couples to get through it together. One relapses, the other's likely to relapse. It's so difficult.
And she was a nurse in a rehab, so she should have known the signs, honestly.
Sure.
Right.
So,
And I'm
yeah,
sure she
I mean,
ignored them because she loved them.
right. She could have taken her kids and went and did the right thing.
Right. So there's no poor Allie for me.
There's accountability for everybody.
Right.
And
These are grown
I can
adults.
disconnect from YouTube.
Look, his eyes aren't even open.
Yeah, thanks, Jake. I'm sorry, man. I just haven't been on here in a while, and I'm quick to get irritated.
In true Cam fashion, he likes to read comments and then I have to be like, wait, that's not what that person meant.
They're still not getting
He just
along
wears
too
his
well.
heart on his sleeve and he gets excited.
Look at the rockin'. We've seen that before, right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't face plant.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on YouTube anymore, though. I watch a few channels on the Idaho 4 case.
Yeah, that's what this title is, Idaho 4. I want to see how they end it. I can't watch any much more.
Now next month, practice. So we can figure out how to do everything again.
Mm-hmm.
This is fucking awkward.
The bug. Where all these come from? What?
The only thing we're missing is hold on,
All right,
hold
here
on.
we go, guys. We're gonna do.
And that's that. That's the end.
That's how they ended it?
Yep.
Thank God it's over.
I know. I felt the same way.
Oh my God.
I still wished them the best. I was hoping that when they came back, it was going to be them happy, clean. They were going to have their lives together. That's what I was hoping for.
Would be amazing.
Oh no, music. You got to tell the creator to remove you. You can't do it yourself. Yeah, that was tough. That was hard. That's addiction. That's what that is.
I really hope the best for them, but yeah, it's
Not looking
working.
too good.
No.
And I feel bad. I do, but
Still not much accountability with
I hope
it.
they show up for court.
Yeah, 2
And
hearings
face
coming up.
the music.
They got one on the 7th. They got one on August, 12th. They got one on. Sorry,
I'm sorry.
no, you're okay. Well,
is
actually,
what they're-
really quick, Psyops, they have a hearing. Check this out. So they actually have a hearing on July 7th. They have a hearing on July 9th. Then they have August 12th. So he has like 3 hearings coming up in the next week.
So just to be clear, he's got a possession charge, a prisoner possession charge, and a child abuse charge, and a public intox.
The child abuse is on the 7th. July 7th is the child abuse hearing. This one's surpassed. This is an older one.
I think it's important too to note that I mean, this isn't his first go around. He's been in and out of.
Oh yeah, for forever.
Yeah.
He has a
he'll
long
definitely
history.
Go back. Does she have any charges other than the child abuse with him?
I don't know.
No, that's all I've seen from her is the child abuse
This
with
would
that.
be the one. This would be the chance for her to get away if she's going to make a break.
Right.
I agree.
So he has possession on the 9th, but they have their child abuse on the 7th.
22nd. Oh.
The 7th.
I hope Allie looks at that photo of herself that we saw earlier back from before all this and does a lot of thinking when he's going to jail, leading their family, and his leadership led them into their kids testing positive for drugs. I hope she does some hard
Well, is
thinking
she
on
being
that.
charged too, though?
Yeah.
Doesn't she have the same charges?
She has the child abuse, neglect.
Right.
Yeah.
So she's going to be facing those charges as well.
Right.
Well, I guess my point is, though, given his additional charges in the past you say he has, he could very well end up in jail and probably
Right.
will, whereas
Yeah.
she will more than likely face some sort of
A
probation
lesser-
situation.
Right. She
Right.
could get it together and get clean and get her kids back, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. If she was clean and she got herself back together and stuff, I mean, I could see those child abuse charges on her going away, or at least being very less.
She
than
could
what
come
they
back
are.
from it. I
And
firmly
still-
agree.
Yeah. And
Yes.
still get her kids and everything, you know? Yeah.
I firmly agree with her background. She could definitely come back from it. And I
Right.
hope that she does. And it's a shame that maybe, they need someone in the system to kind of guide those things along sometimes. I don't know.
It's the point of paper, some people are just made for it. Some people get on it and it's, a curse to them and they got to struggle to get out. But there's some among us that literally can't do right without consequences looming over them.
But I can't give her grace, because when he's talking about we need to leave this state, she's sitting right there next to him,
Agreeing
going,
and
yeah,
laughing.
and
Yeah.
agreeing with it. So does she just want to say, well, I
Fuck it.
give up. I'm not going to take care of my kids and I'm just going to keep following him? Then
I'm gonna
then she gets what
assume
she gets.
if she let go of the kids, has followed him this far, went from that nurse we saw earlier to who she is now, she has some major like abandonment, father issues, problems with people pleasing that she needs to deal with, and some serious counseling would go a long way for her getting her life together. And I truly hope that she receives that.
Wait, you guys got to hear this really quick.
Something that
He was just talking about Bryan Kohberger.
Look
and
at
then
his
he says that-
hashtags.
Yeah. Listen to this real quick.
maybe you think is fair, and tell me that if you don't think it's fair, that maybe it could grind your gears a little bit.
So he went from Bryan Kohberger to this.
I was staying at my mom's for the past 4 or 5 months. She was still taking me and Allie with child support, even though we're living there, supplying our food stamps to the household. And it's not just child support on me or on Allie. It's on one on me, one on Allie, because we've been married 13 years. Never heard that. Took it in front of a judge, and the judge said, well, after we proved we've been paying it, he, what's it called, non-suited it. But how come the government cannot catch on to what they're doing, but yet if it was one of us, it would be fraud and we would get in trouble?
What is he even talking about? I don't
Having
follow.
to pay
He's saying
child
they're trying to
support.
take child
He's
support
complaining
from
about
both of
having to
them.
pay for his kids.
Yeah. And he's saying they're taking child support from him. They're taking child support from Allie, or making them both responsible for it.
Woe is me.
And they think it's wrong.
And yet
Wait,
they
wait,
were
wait.
living with the mom where the kids are, and they were supplying the child support, or they were supplying the food stamps. That's what he's saying.
So in other words,
this is
the
what I'm
state
con-
was paying their child
Yeah,
support.
this is what I'm trying
Yeah.
to get at. Did they have an employment situation where they're being garnished for back pay, or is their
Probably.
state just cutting a check to him and he's mad because he thinks he'd get that money?
I have no idea.
It sounds to me like he
yeah.
was using food stamps as a replacement for child support.
Like he's saying, like, why should we have to pay child support when we're living here and we're giving you our food stamps?
Right. When the state is paying for the food stamps.
Yeah, that's
Good Lord.
Jesus Christ.
And if the mother has the kids, why is she allowing them to live there?
I
And
was
why
just
is it
thinking
being-
that might be a problem with the upcoming hearing if they find out that they've been living where the kids are.
Oh my God.
Yep. Let's see what else he says. Apparently, he tries to explain himself away here.
And that's fraud, by the way, he's admitting on a live stream.
Right.
My babies are coming home.
Mm.
And we're going to have a talk
That's
on
what we're
here.
worried about.
You might not see their faces, but you'll hear them
Oh,
and
the
you'll
Wells
get to
say
hear
that
talk. Here's another thing.
Hi, Deanna. Sorry, Missy. I know. He's going to explain away all his charges now in every situation he's in.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
If you believe in the good Lord,
Oh, there it
if you
is.
believe in Jesus Christ,
Stop it.
Mm-hmm.
he says, vengeance is mine, says the Lord.
Yeah, you and every other delusional fucking addict that hides behind religion manipulation.
And yes, I agree with that. The Old Testament says eye for an eye, but now vengeance is mine, says the Lord.
You know what gets me? These people that use the religion for the manipulation, do they never realize that maybe this is God saying he disagrees with what you're doing? Maybe you're not on the righteous side as you think you are. Maybe the vengeance is mine. Maybe the karma is yours. You know what I mean? Like
they never ever.
So we have to be patient.
They never
we have
do.
to love those around us that do us wrong. Very, very wrong. I'm working on something.
He's been
that,
done wrong. Spit it the fuck out, dude.
You guys can never believe. But I'm going to go ahead and tell you a little something, and you're going to hear it from me first. Because I don't want share. I don't want
That's voices. This is sped up, by the way.
sense true crime.
Thank you
her
for that.
trying to go
Yeah.
get people to send my mom money for the children. My mom flipped out on that woman anyway and said, I don't want your money. You're not going to make my grandkids into a charity case, which she's been trying to do because she hates us so much.
Yes.
No,
So me and I
because you
got
don't
put
have
on
money.
Yeah, this
probation
is
on
out
a
of
deferred
hate.
disposition.
Right.
After 2 years period, it gets dropped down to a misdemeanor, where then she
There
can go
you
back to a nursing degree, right? I'm not muted. Okay. Can you hear me okay? Released off probation early. A good,
she
almost
was
8
never
months.
a nurse.
He's getting ready to get released off probation early.
She was in school.
So
Yeah. But is that what he was saying?
That's a big difference.
That's what I was wondering, because they always said she worked as a nurse. But now he's
Wait,
saying
what did
something
he
about
say?
her nursing degree.
Oh.
Yeah, because
Well,
the way
wait,
he
I think
described
she was
it.
like a CNA, and then maybe she was going to school to get her RN.
They always said she was a nurse, I thought.
Well, a lot of people say that
he's
when
getting
they're
ready to get released off probation early. So I was out putting job applications in. Got pulled over in the state of Virginia. Wasn't driving now. I was standing outside the car. In the state of Virginia, you can look it up. When an officer sees a subject, they do not have to be under the influence. They do not have to give them field sobriety tests, blood work, or anything. They just have to say they appear in a public place or an intoxicated look about themselves. Okay? So I didn't argue it. Went with him, had a suit and tie on. Was on my way home. It was 9 o'clock at night. Okay, got out the next morning. Stepdad picked me up. Explain to me this. Explain to me this. If I had an empty baggie on me and a syringe, would I not be charged for the night that I got the drunk in public with at least drug paraphernalia?
Always the excuses. So first off, he was actually charged with intoxication in public. I don't know why, like these people. And then he was charged with unlawful chemical possession. So yes, that is what you were charged with. But explain to me, everybody's against him.
It's so absurd. I hate hearing these people try to explain charges away. It's the fucking worst.
Truly, truly.
And an empty bag and whatever that empty bag would have tested for that day. Allie's getting ready to walk down from inside. I want to see what you believe. Give me a 1 in the chat if you think yes, 2 if you think no. I should have never been released on the drunken public, should I?
Again, it wasn't drunk in public. It was intoxication.
Turn the page. Why do you say 2?
So this man was caught with drugs X amount of times, but not that day. That day he wasn't.
Yeah, no, not that. He was actually out ministering to the needy and feeding the homeless, and these awful cops came up and
just praising the word.
Yeah, they planted drugs on him because
no, the car was
state
not
is
Dave with my
against
ranch.
his religion.
Turn the page. Feel free to come up here if you want.
Well, now you got to go
Why would
up
the
if
car
you
be
disagree. He wasn't driving though. Remember, he just told y'all he wasn't driving. He was just on his way. Yeah, I don't think I could do another minute of this. I actually have to help my friend finish moving today.
It's torture.
It is torture. We'll maybe try to revisit another day, but I don't know. I still just hope the best, man. I wish they didn't come back. You're not together. They probably feel like they have it together enough, and they need a quick buck, which is what he said. We need money to get out of here.
Yeah, he did. You're right. You're right.
Yep. That's why they went live 4 times in one day.
Hey, real quick before we go, I just want to give a shout out to Jason215. He's such a good dude, and he's always
I
in
know.
your chat.
I adore Jason. Truly,
he's the best.
Jay's chatting from outside. She just walked away. I'm outside. My dog's great. He just boot me. Yeah, and Jason actually, he's a great story of overcoming addiction and legal troubles and all of that. And
Yes, he is. He's very knowledgeable on all this. Great dude.
Well, you guys
Proud
have
of
a good day.
everybody.
Thanks for having me.
Cheesy, I missed having you up. I loved having you up. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you. You guys take care.
You
Bye,
too.
everybody.
Thank you, Psyops. Always a
Yes,
pleasure.
thank you. Always.
I have to remove Jay myself.
Yeah. Take care, Jess.
She gone. I'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Bye.
And all of you here in the chat, thank you so much for spending the morning with us. But I am now running late. This is the last day. Thank goodness. I don't know if you've ever helped somebody move, but it is a total pain in the butt. It is aggravating. It's too hot for this. But that is what we have to do. Lisa, thank you for being $7.97. If you haven't, please consider hitting a thumbs up. And if you are somebody who has overcome addiction, if you are somebody who is working a 12-step, if you are somebody who is on a maintenance drug, we are proud of you. We don't addiction shame over here. We're not addict shaming. Addiction is a part of many people's daily lives. It's nothing to be ashamed of, but you have to accept it. You have to admit it. And that's when you start to get better. And all of you who took that step, I am sincerely proud of you. I hope you continue to do better. And honestly, I hope Cam and Allie get their shit together too. I don't think they're horrible people. I think they're stuck in a horrible addiction. And hopefully they'll revisit themselves streaming and see how ridiculous they sound. And if not, I don't know what to say, but, hope everybody stays safe out there, and I'll see you all next time.